Nobody shall rule this world. There are plenty of ways to do it.
Oh, I ain't got no nigga over me. Man, these rap niggas groupies, I'm cool on them. If I catch them in public, we move on them. Move on them. Nigga bruise on them. And them AR-15 got boobs on them. Well, in the street, they got money on me. But if I want a nigga, I'm coming home. Make my down on me 100 on it. Nigga 12 get on me, I'm punching on it. I'm shooting first and ain't no second guessing. 32 shots on the 32 seconds. I'm pulling up if I feel disrespected. Stupid the fuck to my snatching my neck. That's my reputation, man. These niggas keep me in their conversation. Won't even tell me congratulations. I don't fuck with nobody. I'm masturbating. They say they got killers, but so what? It's gonna be me or them. I give no fucks. I come to your city and go to your hood with 50 body lords and post up. This ain't no publicity stunt. We pull up and unload sticks out the trunk. Go on. I don't fuck with niggas for nothing. I don't celebrate Black History Month. I'm going straight in like fuck a hook. Sweatsuit and some forces like fuck a look. I'm fair for real. Free Keon. Shout out CMG. I don't thug the juke. And I don't need no nigga vouching for me. If it's war, then it's war. I ain't squashing nothing. My little nigga gon' go. I ain't stopping nothing. Me and Drake on my hip. Give me Charlie Watson. I was locked up. They threw shots at me. Now I'm free and they wanted some cops at me. I'm a vital with boss status. Got them up on his feet like a pep rally. I was fucked up how they felt back. They kicked me while I was down. I kept at it. Damn. Now I cop ice like a milf addict. Yeah, I'm hard on niggas like stepdaddy.
God. Yeah. Damn. Yeah. God damn. Yeah. That's that, you know, cell / yard table / kitchen child hall table. Listen, man, you're now tuned into $1 million worth of game is going down. We got
that real shit, yo.
Butterfly in the sky.
Come on!
I can go twice as high.
Let's get it on.
Take a look,
nigga.
In a book,
my nigga.
Reading rainbow.
You think it's a game?
I can go anywhere.
Suck my dick.
Friends to know,
my nigga.
Ways to grow,
nigga.
Reading rainbow.
Here we go again.
I can be anything.
Same old shit.
What? Take a look,
nigga.
In a book,
my nigga.
Reading rainbow.
This is the shit I be talking about. You think it's a game? You think it's a fucking game? What you really want? What you really want? Bad or die? Talk is cheap, motherfucker.
You are watching a master at work.
Hey man, the slick nigga season slide up and do you agree to the punchline king. I does my thing and make you niggas no good. I'm loud, nigga. And it's been a minute. We back. I didn't think I was gonna be able to get to a live or even to this channel until like February. I had a lot of shit going on. I don't know what happened. The year changed and this person this person got a problem, that person got a problem. It's just problems. And you know, one of them people when shit happens, you know, I'm the one to get called, you know. Like Mike Son say, y'all go get niggas. I'm the one to go get. So I ain't think I was gonna be able to get up on the channel for a minute, man. Gotta take priorities. Ain't like this channel paying me, you know, and I never intended for it to pay me. It can though, you know, we can switch up things, do some shit. But I'm excited, man. But recently I had an incident, not an incident, but a realization of something, and you see the title, you know. Today we're gonna talk about why soft girls don't keep the man that they want. They get them because they soft girls, right? And I'm just using soft girls as a, I guess, you know, it's kind of like a popular topic or whatever type shit. But we really mean women that are more submissive, approachable, like the women that we actually want. I don't care how you look at it, who you would call out in that situation. Let's say, like a Love C, she in the chat. A Love C, a J. Ali, one of the more softer women that's not aggressive. Courtney Michelle, Suzette Speaks, somebody like that. And not that they don't keep them, but when you see a situation like that and they're on panels and shit, and they're like, you don't got a man, you're not married. Why does it happen? So I've kind of had an epiphany as to why it has happened, like on a baseline level, and why it occurs, and why it should occur, and why it will continue. Unfortunately, because these are the girls that we love, right? We love the soft girls. We appreciate them. They make the space palatable. They help. They're always the mods and stuff like that. Or, you know, they're your favorite cousin in your family and shit like that. Let's throw this music back on a little bit. Let's bring it down first. You know, I'm a little rusty, a little bit. I don't know when the last time I even went live. I got like a million freaking videos to clip up because I know everybody don't be looking at the lives and see everything. So you know, got to do our things. Take care of a couple things. You know what I'm saying? Please hit the like button, subscribe if you're new to the channel. I'm gonna kind of do some participation. Shout out to all of my Boricuas. I just felt like, you know, flexing the flag. You know what I mean? Shout out to all my Boricuas, and I appreciate it. Yeah. Shout out to the Moors. Appreciate y'all too. Shout out to all the fathers. I appreciate y'all doing your thing. Not to exclude the moms, but you know, y'all always get praises out there. Yeah, so hit the like button. I'm gonna shout out the people that's in the chat. Love C, the beautiful, lovely Love C. Got the word love in your name, so that gotta be that gotta be something, right? The super gorgeous J Ali is in the chat. The Job Turkey, who will always win the Job Turkey Award. Zone 864 TV. You know, he deserves it. The job is for turkeys, but I appreciate him. That's my guy. We had a great conversation on this channel the other day. I think like last week. Dope conversation. So please go check out his channel. Any of the mods, please put his channel and everything in this chat, please. Please forgive my rust. Before I actually go forward, I actually have to shout out my guy Supreme 10, man. Supreme 10 sent me a very generous cash app from the time I was live to right now. I think he thought I was live when I was pumping one of those long lives. Like the chop up shit. I just put a like for an hour, and what I want to do is kind of cover the overnight, like people be doing, like within the time frame that the little gap that we be having. So I'm be putting some of them, chopping some of them old lives up, running them overnight for the overnight crew, and really working. I just want to work my ass off this shit. That's all. I just want to. I want to be tired when the year's out. You know, I wasn't tired last year or the year before. I was tired from other things, but I wasn't like physically tired. So I just want to work. I don't feel right if I ain't at my peak. You know what I mean? Hi, the lovely Miss Lolita Gore. What's going on? Appreciate you. The Bell 5000 in the building. Make sure y'all hit the like button, subscribe, share to your channel. On your community tab. A lot of y'all got community tabs if you don't know. And I appreciate you. So let me give my guy Supreme 10, man. You know when y'all do like a $30 and up cash app. I ain't gonna say the amount because you know. I gotta get my guy in here. Hold up. This is what we do.
Everybody who goes in an ambulance car, throw your hands up. If you go in the ambulance car, everybody who goes in the ambulance car.
We barked one out to the mall.
So I thank you, Supreme 10. Appreciate the support. You've always been supporting since day one. That I've been going live off of Palmer channel. Shout out to Couch Gang. Was able to catch Palmer stream yesterday. More baby mama terrorism. We're tired of the baby mama terrorists. So let's get into it. I'm gonna go through my little monologue. Then I'm gonna drop the stream. Today I got time because drop the link. I'm sorry. Yeah. You know that's what we do. I was the first guest on this channel. Got to support all content creators. Support, it's a village mentality over here. I haven't said that word in a long time. Be here to help, man. So y'all definitely go check out Zone 864 TV, all one word. If you're just listening, if you on the restream, whatever replay, whatever it's called, please hit the like button, comment in the chat, and comment in the comment section. Obviously, let me know what you think. After I go through this little monologue. Okay, so here's the situation, right? When I give advice or I talk about it, I don't really do advice because advice is a uh, commercial term, right? When I give information, it's like coded wisdom, right? So I'm going to use real life situations, stuff that I actually been through. So I'm going to use the two soft girls that I've dealt with last, but a relationship went left. I'm not going to use their names. One of them, the one before is, I'm going to say her name's Isha. That's how I name end with. And the other one is Joy. Most recent one is Joy, right? So Joy and Isha. So I've dealt with these soft girls, right? And you go, they wonderful, then why y'all don't marry them and why they don't stay married? First of all, everybody that qualifies is not going to automatically just be in the thing that they qualify for. There's a lot of people walking around with a 800 credit score that don't have a house yet. Okay, so this stupid concept that, oh, I caught you, or you want to marry, you married, yeah, why you not married? That's not, you didn't catch nobody. Everything takes time. You understand? Like the two that I just mentioned, Isha and Joy, these are made up names. These are not real names. Even though I don't talk to them right now, the type of person that they are, some fucked up shit. I mean, I'm gonna explain some fucked up shit, right? Hey, at the end of the day, I can still get back with them. You know what I'm saying? The door's still open because of the quality of person they are. So y'all that's assholes, y'all feminists and whatever, save yourself, black women shit, like y'all don't got no chance with nobody of substance. So that said, right? Let's get to it. What is a soft girl? Soft girl is a woman that is much more, y'all use the word feminine and masculine entirely too much. A person that is, I'm going to say palatable. A woman that is palatable. A woman that is approachable. A woman that is not abrasive in her character and being in her environment. A soft girl is a woman. You know what I'm saying? And usually a woman that wants to be under the leadership of a man, right? Don't want that hard life. Not necessarily a weak person, but not taking a hard approach. Why take the hard approach when you're not built for that? I don't think that makes sense. So in my experiences, I'll get right to it. Why I went left, because I'll open the panel quick. Just want to make sure I'm clear on this and what I've seen. I'm just speak to the commonality so it's not personal. Both of the relationships that I had with these last two, well, not really relationships. I've been retired for years. It's just, communication and shit like that. Where it went left is like generally the same thing. And I'm going to say the general. I was going to go into all this other stuff first, but I'm going to just say the general thing. What happens with soft girls, why they lose out on the guy they want, that I find in a common denominator, not just with these two, I'll bring up other concepts in my actual life, other situations in my actual life. Soft girls don't keep the man that they want because they get them because they're soft girls. They don't keep the man that they want because they use their mental health as an excuse for abuse. Because like me and Tommy B was talking about, right? These other dudes that be having panels and shit. An actual feminine woman that y'all like is going to run. So I don't have no problem with you running, right? And fleeing. But if you're actually not in danger, that's when it becomes ridiculous. Because at that point, you're just abandoning. So like we was explaining to these guys, like, you can't ask a woman to stay in something she knows she's not. If she's, we've said on this channel, if she's staying, she argue, then she's masculine. If she flee, then she a coward. No. There are things that qualify for you to be a coward. If she is, you've gone through a conversation and it's consistent, it's sufficient. Let's say sufficient to where I'm trying to be in a conversation, trying to, whether it's on a panel or in private, and it don't go left, and there's adequate amount of information and effort on her part, and there's really no way. Whereas I'm just saying a guy being impossible. Okay, that's basically the situation. The guy's being impossible, then there's a good reason for her to leave. You know what I'm saying? But if the guy's like let's say again their mental health. They don't want to be cussed at, they don't want to be fussed at, they don't want to be berated, they don't want to be criticized, etc., etc. Cool. But if the guy or another woman is mad at you for what you did, you can't then go back and tell them, soft girl, I'm talking to y'all now, how they can respond to you. And again, they do this in the name of their mental health. Or if they have a child, you know, I mean, it associates, it all comes together. But if they have a child, I don't know if I can't afford this right now, the stress right now. They'll say this in the name of mental health, right? And which is understandable. Mental health is fine, but you can't use something like mental health to escape from the fact you've been abusive, or you've done something wrong. You're trying to avoid criticism or a high pressure situation. What I see with soft girls is they have a lot of front face value, but when very specific pressure is put to them, like on their character or their ability to deliver over time or whatever, or it may be possible that you doubt them, they fold. That it's cowardice. That's what I've watched, and that's a hard criticism, but that's only hard criticism that I've seen with a soft girl. Is that they fold and they run when it's their fault, and that shit is ridiculous. Because and this is a lot of this message is really for the fellas, and women can definitely chime in. I just really want you guys to listen and hear, because a lot of y'all still want to get married, and that are married, and you going, all right, well, we'll go with the more feminine women, aka the soft women, aka the marriageable women. But there is a trap that you don't know is coming. Just like we say with the child support shit and the family shit. It's a whole world that's coming, and I've dealt with them. So I understand. Now, let's go to me, right? Isha and Joy. Y'all know me. I'm abrasive. And I'm way worse in real life than I am on here. Way worse. I ain't gonna sit there and hold you. So coming in, everybody that deal with me know that, right? So understandably, they be worried about me doing it to them. And what's crazy is soft girls are attracted to guys like me. But it's this weird fear attraction shit. Like, I want that type of protection, but I want to love him in a type of way where he'll never do that to me. And then that part gets fanatical. It's not a big deal, but it is a problem. For you to see a guy operate a certain way, not fully understand why he operates that way, even as you get to know him, and just have this thing where I never want you to do that to me. Well, that kind of puts him in a position to be a monster if you never want him to never do something that he does, even when you qualify. And that's the problem I see with so-called soft girls. It's like it's the same thing with this unconditional love bullshit, right? This is Earth, man. The air we breathe in is conditional. The gravity that we're under is conditional. There's gonna be a time where shit just happens, and if you knowingly or unknowingly are being abusive to somebody, and I trust and believe, I don't think most of these soft girls are intentionally doing this. I think they're unintentionally doing this. If I thought they were intentionally doing this, you would see a totally different tone. But a lot of them are unintentionally using their mental health as an excuse to abuse somebody else. And I think it's noteworthy because it is. I think it's noteworthy because it is. I've noticed in literally the last 4 so-called soft girls that I talked to, I had a closer relationship than just, we cool, we kick it online, or I see you, some type of shit. It's always when pressure's on them, when it's a problem, they've done something wrong. It's a entirely different brain speech pattern and thought process. They like 2 different people. You know what I'm saying? And I understand this. And I wanted to put in this chat. I wanted to put in the title, but I just didn't. How the situation usually starts, right? But I noticed that when they're in trouble, their thought process, their thought pattern. When I say in trouble, I mean like she a child, but in some situations they're a child. But when it's problem, the man have a problem with her, or somebody, even a person have a problem with them, because they do it the same way no matter what. If they have a problem at work, they have a completely different speech pattern and behavioral pattern and thought process when they're under pressure to be criticized or maybe potentially ridiculed for what they do, or cussed out or yelled at, right? Or receive some hostile, because last 2 said the same word, hostile. Very hostile. I'm not going to say they argue with you, nothing hostile. I'm not a liar. You call a spade a spade. I'm like, yeah, I'm about to cut your book. I'm a spade. Cool. Give you that. But at the same time, they watch me deal with them. They watch me deal with children. It's crazy that I'm such a bad guy, but all the children love me because I love on them and I give them the space that they need. I just treat them like whole full human beings that happen to be short at the time. That's how I treat him. That's why my son loves me. He's not like me. He's not abrasive like me. He's very soft, very loving, very sweet, and I deal with him on that level. I'm trying to make him like me. He already like me. He's the better part of me. You know what I mean? The more kind and loving part. Now he needs to stay like that. He don't need no more tough guys. There's enough tough guys. You know what I'm saying? So it's granted I'm not fucking a child or talking about fucking a child, but outside of that, if I'm so mean, you would see mean children, right? All the babies love me because they know they're protected. I love on them the same way no matter what they do. And with a child, it takes 30 seconds. Well, one of these soft girls, it takes 2 weeks. One of the ratchet chicks, it varies. The ratchet chicks, it may take a day, it may take 3 weeks, who knows? But it takes about 2 weeks for these soft girls because they just run, right? You get two different people when you're dealing with them, right? It's they're witty, they're aware, their criticism is like on fire of this, that, and the third. When it's them, it's a totally different person. It's not the same. I don't know who you are. It's happened 2 consecutive times with 2 different people in 2 parts of the country, different parts of the country, that don't know themselves, not even born in the same decade. So I'm like, the fuck? Granted, I take the common denominator. Me, I'm gonna eat that all day of the week, twice on Sunday. I am abrasive, so it's like I don't want him talking. I don't even want me to talk like I talk. But it's just like, who else gonna say something? Y'all see these panels. Shout out to Dusto. Dusto did a good, it wasn't good, but he did a, I don't know what you want, character, used me as a character in his skit yesterday, which is cool, which is dope. I appreciate it. And that means you got some type of presence in a community culture. So criticism is fun. But I think, but I've seen it, right? And I'm using these 2 as an example, the 2 that's closer to me. I absolutely love them. Like what I've never done is if a relationship or whatever ship doesn't work between me and another woman, I'm not gonna, like, she's not a horrible person because we didn't work out. Like, they're awesome people, they're incredible people. I really only deal with, like, even my ex, like, she was just texting me the other day, yesterday and the day before yesterday. The relationship was bad, right? Overall, it was real great in the beginning, but it was bad. And I can't trust her. But she's incredible. She's a super talented person. She's literally 1 or 2, the girl Joy that I'm talking about, and my ex, last actual ex, 2 most talented people, period, I ever met in my life. Right? So I'm not gonna act like they're horrible people because it didn't work. I will never do that in life. Like, to me, you're a horrible person, but I'm not about it. I don't have that. I'm not a liar. I can't lie. I'm not the type of person that'll gas you. I'm not gonna tell you I think you can do something when I don't. I don't live like that. So I've seen them in, situations where you have an ability to be aware of things, but then when it's your turn to get criticized, it's this whole different person. Look at that stuff. Here's how my dog always shouts. I don't like how you spelled the U either. I don't think we say it like that. Yeah, it was dope though. It was good. That was the funniest show funniest live I've ever seen. I mean, and I got some funny lives. That shit was funny as shit. Like, my 10-hour live was hilarious, but that was funny as shit. I was dying laughing, especially when what's his name? When he did on TJ, I was crying. Literally, literal tears was coming out my eyes, bro. That shit was hilarious. So, but that's what I see, right? I just see that, and you can go into causation, action. Why does that happen? Well, these soft girls, a lot of the time, like, you get their stories, you see what's going on. They be abused when they be young, or they be like my son. They're really not an aggressive person, and then that environment kind of gets them to go, yeah, I don't want to do that. Or they've seen a lot of crazy shit. It usually some trauma behind it. So the word trauma bonding will come up. But what precedes that, well, not what precedes that, what usually happen in a relationship with them is something I never hear people talk about. Maybe it's not a thing in y'all world, but it's called triumph bonding. Front running, right? You get with these soft girls because they are the girls that'll make themselves available in a space with a winner. And a guy that's sought after, affluent, etc., right? You see him when he winning, and shit be gravy. awesome, it's amazing, but when that first real problem come in or the second real problem come in, they fold, bro. They fold. So be prepared. So I don't really know how to fix it, but I just want dudes to have this in their consideration when you courting or whatever y'all call it. Y'all hate that word vetting, verifying. I will swap it for verifying. Verifying, that's what you do as an adult. They verify your information and shit like that. When you going through your process, bring that shit up. I mean, I don't know, but what I was saying, when I'm saying in the future, if I find one, I'm retired. I'm out the game. Okay. I'm not in a relationship. I'm not single. I'm not dating, and I'm not celibate. I may or may not consult here and there. Been retired for a while. Almost came out. It was like this close to come out. I'm staying there because it's not worth it. For me, because I'm gonna cut you out. And what I would say is, or at least I would bring up the conversation about stop using your mental health as an excuse to abuse, because they seem to be oblivious to their behavior just because they don't want to get yelled at. Because they have it in their soul that, okay, I'll agree with you. And I guess that in their mind, to give them carte blanche to just, I should get all the time I need, and I should be able to do this, and I should be able to do things that is equivalent to abandonment. When y'all do that, it contradicts all the things that you said before. I'm this type of person. I'm this type of person. I'm that. How can you be that type of person or serve or do any of that when you just fleeing when you're wrong? I'm not talking about when a guy wrong. I'm talking about when you're wrong. That's gonna happen. You're gonna be fucking pissed. It irritates the shit. I've been pissed twice. I'm like, yo, what? Cool. Because if you fleeing, right? When you wrong, you sat and said protect you, right? You want me to protect you and you want leadership, but you making your own decisions. You made your own decisions, so you leading yourself and you to protect yourself. So you don't need no man. That's what a nigga left to. You don't need a man. You protect yourself. And then if that's what's best for you, I should do the same shit that you did. Right? I should do the same exact thing that you did. Since abandonment is protection to you, I should abandon you. You see the conundrum you being as a male when your skin brown enough America? This shit is like a man here and it's like, yo, this is some bullshit. Yeah, this is really where you got to look forward to. Yeah, until it's addressed. Yeah, it's going to happen. Sorry. I don't know what to tell you. It's going to happen. The soft girls, the ones that y'all want, I'm talking about the ones y'all want that look good, that's feminine, it's coming. It's going to come. They're going to be wrong and I don't know, act like you play the victim shit when they're wrong. It's coming. I've seen it. I've seen it with family members. I've seen it with friends. I just can't take it. It's just I don't have enough. I'm like, bro, at the end of the day, you're wrong. Like, how can you abuse somebody? Do something wrong to somebody? Intentionally or unintentionally. Even if you do it by accident, which makes it crazy. Even if you do it by accident, how can you then control or have a preference on how they address how you hurt them? It's like, and what's crazy is you do it in the name of mental health. You will cause mental health issues with somebody else. It's like, I'm a tough person, right? So I see a lot of guys like, why would you even get in it? You know, that their whole thing in this space is like, never start it, so you never get your feelings hurt. You never, you know what I'm saying? Like they'll give that whole deal, but I can take a licking and keep on ticking. You know what I mean? That sounds like a good statement for a chick that want that pussy ate. But you know, it don't hurt me. Get my heart broke, it'll be fixed. This shit pretty strong. You know what I'm saying? However, I always got to consider I'm not me. I'm 37. I'm a leader no matter what I say. It's been people born since I've been born, so I'm a leader. So I got to look at things from a general standpoint, especially when I'm speaking in the public. And the way I look at it is, I can understand why dudes don't want to start it. Don't even, you know, you still got to look forward to this. But as an older, middle-aged guy, I guess, I have an obligation to let you know what's ahead. That's something you got to address and start having conversations with, panels or whatever like that. All the content creators, you're definitely free to be able to chop up what I've said and, react to what I said and kind of consider it, take the talking point. You don't got to use a video or whatever, because it's going to be wives, good women. It's why you see good women single and they don't realize they're doing it. This is a position I'm taking right now. Or well within the soft girl community is a lot more chameleons than we thought. Because you be in this position like what nigga, you been lying to me this whole time? And it makes you angry, but it takes a lot of mental ability to go and really look at the whole pattern. Like, I'll really watch people's pattern, and when I look at that pattern, I just see a trauma response. Because me particularly, women don't want to be in an argument with me, even the ones that you think is tough and strong, because I'm gonna crush you, right? And I understand that. There's no point, because I ain't gonna give you with so many warnings. Then it's like, okay, I'm just gonna crush you at this point. Because what's the point? And I don't mean it like from my heart. I'm really gonna try to destroy your confidence, because I don't like unworthy opponents, and I don't attack unworthy opponents. I really don't. They take me correcting them as attack. I'm not. That's a correction, because, like I just said, when you're being seen, right, while you're speaking online or in public, it's potential that somebody younger is there, and you are responsible for the accuracy of the things you state. And if I'm present and you're wrong, it's like I'm condoning it. Here's the thing, right? From people that are aware of it. The situation where I did the live talking about Black Man, well, I mentioned Black Manifesto, but Big Mike and Mandrell, and the generational gap conversation we were having, the things that they were doing was provocative and unnecessary, right? And they were the main two. That everybody else was really I just had to hold all of us accountable, like myself too. What happens is when you do stuff like that and I'm there, it's like I'm condoning it. It's like it's okay. And one thing, like I told somebody in the situation privately, I'm like, the position you put me in, and is the position I've always been put in my life, and I'm not going to tolerate this shit no more, is you're not going to weaponize me against the younger generation. That puts me in a fucked up situation, because from a responsibility standpoint, my responsibility is to the next generation, not the older. I got a responsibility to be respectful, but I don't have a responsibility to take care of you. The next generation is my responsibility. So when you put me in a situation where you doing fuck shit, and while you're doing fuck shit, or while you being antagonistic, right? Let's say your fuck shit is correct, and your antagonistic shit is correct, and I gotta go, all right, he correct. Then it look like I'm condoning it. That is you weaponizing me against the next generation. You understand? So you have to say something. That's why I had to get that part out. It does have a lot to do with what I'm talking about with the soft girl, because if it happens, right? If she uses her mental illness or mental health, let's say the positive version, because y'all like positivity for whatever reason. If she uses her mental health as an excuse to do something that hurts you or alienates you as a man that she says she want to lead, that she loves and shit, then that's like you're condoning it. So if something happens later, so the only right response you have is to be hostile early. Like, no, I can't deal with that. Say some cussing word, whatever it is. You don't have to do it like I do it, but you're gonna have to be as stern as you possibly can up front. And that's the type of person I am. Deal with stuff early and up front, and go from there. I'm not the type of person that's gonna wait for a problem to happen. I pay attention to cause and effect enough to know, yeah, that's that shit going down. I've seen enough people get hurt. And yeah, that shit right there. It ain't the big explosion at the end. It's the little negligent things day in, day out, the little small things that leads to catastrophe. I've seen enough catastrophes in front of my face. Had one recently with respects to the relationship, but at least it's not, horrible situation. Like, I don't be having those things that other people have, because keep the communication line open. They said it's a Libra thing, but I think it's supposed to be an adult thing to communicate. And when you, like I was talking to my homeboy, he was like, I forgot exactly what we were saying. But it was to the effect of the same thing. You're not letting somebody know what's going on early enough. And I think the soft girls do not communicate their sensitive situations. Like, if one of the soft girls has been raped, right? If she's been raped, that's a sensitive topic. And the areas in which she's been raped, and sometimes whatever smell that guy would have had is going to trigger her. And you could be doing the most benign, mundane thing and trigger her, and she runs. So either way, whether this topic or another topic, having conversations and thinking up things to say, I don't know, y'all call it vetting, but having 100 and something questions to ask that you don't even know about. It seems fucking rudimentary and fucking like school, but it's like, if you're in a situation where I like this person enough, I love this person enough, if I'd have knew this question existed, I'd have asked. So me, I know I have a responsibility to lend that concept out, so the younger generation have an opportunity to go, damn, yeah, that is a good perspective. A woman, a so-called soft girl, and go, you know what? Yeah, I don't want to do, because they may not think they're doing it, but I know they would hear it and be like, yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't want to alienate you. I don't want to abandon you, but I'd be afraid and I don't know what to do. Saves so much to save a relationship. I'm really scared of you cussing at me and saying this because somebody cussed at me and said this and I haven't recovered. Like, being honest changes everything. It's like, okay, all right, I can't say that to her because that's gonna fuck it up. So, okay, all right, I find, that's my favorite cuss word, but then you go through that. You know what I'm saying? There's negotiations, negotiable part, because even if you take the BDSM position and you full ownership, total power control, you still got to treat your property correctly. You can't just throw your Mercedes Benz across the planet and think it's going to stay there. They're going to have to take it to the shop. You will be walking or getting on the bus and getting over. So even if you took it the most extreme case of her being with you, you still have to treat what you have with respect. It's a universal law called the law of use, and another law called the law of correspondence. And it's another law after that, but I'll leave y'all with that. But those two, and that you're judged by how you use stuff, and you have to use stuff correspondingly. And if you're just going to use her, it got to be corresponding. So you can't miss, like, if she's a human being, she needs to eat, sleep, shit, and shit like that, and have internal vitality as well, from an organic standpoint. So there's things you got to have a wherewithal and expect those fucking anomalies that come up. Like, they come up, bro. They come up, and you just got to deal with them the way you got to deal with them. But my approach has always been early and up front, and always expect a price. So if you're talking to a soft girl, which I'm just using soft girl as like a tag. I'm about to get in your comments in a second. Just want to go to my little monologue. You're dealing with a woman that you want to be with, or that you think you can be with. You have to ask those questions. If I'd have done it over with Isha and Joy, I'd have asked that question, because I've seen it before. I just didn't think it was as important. So having these recent experiences with Isha being like a year and a half ago, like a year and a half ago, and more recently within the last couple of days, I would have went into a relationship or communication talking about that. You know what I'm saying? Whereas now I got the experience now, because it's, you just have epiphanies. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, damn, that is kind of, because I know how I've been affected. So it's like you reverse engineer that, and then kind of, you heard me say it a few times, approach. I think approach is so important. Like, how you approach stuff is extremely important. If you look at nature, the approach to everything is amazing. You know what I'm saying? Like, how you approach things really affects everything. Y'all will say tone. Let me deal with this, because shout out to Cheeky Banner. Y'all will say tone, but it's not tone. I promise you it's not tone. It's not tone, and it's really not what you say. It's really just what you know. Like, what you know will dictate how you approach stuff, and will dictate the outcome. And people that will hear you saying something that's correct but the wrong tone, they're not flipping because it's the wrong tone. They're flipping because they know you mean them harm, or you're trying to disrespect them. They don't have nothing to do with the tone. You know what I'm saying? So the approach sets the tone. You know what I'm saying? The approach to be dictated by what you know. Because if you don't approach it right, then I know you're not that nigga I need to be around. You understand? So that's my shit. I'm gonna get into the comment section from where I left off. Appreciate y'all. Please hit the like button if you haven't. About to drop the link in a second. I haven't been live in a long time. I haven't talked as much in a long time, actually. I'll be on panels. Paneling. It's a tad bit rusty. But I ain't been totally off of panels and out of YouTube. I've been watching some shit. And I just got this weird setup where I gotta look around my mic, and I need to fix that. Okay. Love C asks J. Ali, do you consider yourself a soft girl? J. Ali says yes, but I keep a little spice in my back pocket because people want to try to play. Zone the hater says J. Ali is not a soft girl. Demons aren't soft. Yes, they are. They don't have nobody. Feather. Yeah, I remember. What's up, XL Pro? What's up with you? Appreciate you, bro. Yeah, some people just pretty soft overall. And yeah, that's when. Yeah, okay. So I've been past this. Love C said I literally watched that. That shit was hilarious. It was on. I think I seen somebody ask. Yeah, Jelly said, "What show was that?" It's the last one on BMU. Last video on BMU. His channel, Black Man Unfiltered channel. Shit was hilarious. Them niggas was the nigga. Oh my gosh, Black Man Unfiltered is fucking. His impersonation of Bolo TV was fucking spot on. It was hilarious. Hilarious. Yeah, it's the Scam Likely show. On Black Man Unfiltered. Appreciate you, see. Shout out to Marcus, always coming through. But I feel like I don't say I feel like you have to have like a note or text file where you got everybody's shit, bro. Expert says people gonna do what you allow them to be comfortable to do so. To do so, if you show them early that you're not with it, they'll most likely stop it. That's a fact. That's a fact. Kitty said property. Yes. Kitty said, even if I am with a man, I am still God's property. Facts. That's never in contradiction. Hey CC, the newest and latest noble girl. CC is awesome. Super pretty. Down South Yellow, what's up? What going on? Who are you? Another Andrew? Another Tate? Nah, I'm puppy son. I'm little puppy, little brother. Got my own bloodline over here. Beautifully animated speaks. What's going on? Love C asks, so would you consider that to be behavior of a soft girl or behavior of a chameleon? I'm trying to think about what you said. So that was about 2 minutes ago. I mean, it would be a chameleon is pretending to be somebody else. So it would be the behavior of the soft girl, right? But I don't think you're asking doing it mentally. I honestly think that's why I said before I don't think they realize that they're doing that, because that fight or flight response in your brain is programmed, is normal, and then when you think some people are just born to run and other people are born to fight. I think there's a small amount of people that's born to fight. Smaller, I should say, maybe around 20% or less. And I think everybody else is designed to run. And when you, I don't want to say just suppose, but when you couple that with trauma and couple that trauma with trauma over time, you see pretty crazy like it's like people's brain pattern when certain things are said just completely, speech pattern completely changes. Now, I've been studying it for a while, so it's easy for me to see, but the average person don't see it. I see when people's speech pattern change, not just when their voice change, but their whole type of thought process is different. And a long way for me to explain that. I think that's just the condition of the ones that are real soft girls right now, and the chameleons see that, and they're mimicking it. So this particular thing I'm saying, I think is a soft girl issue. Because they don't have a space where they are actually promoted other than religion. I really don't. Like, oh, here's the jungle on these YouTube streets and social media streets. So that's just my take. That's the best I can answer. Beautifully animated speech says the world class. I love you on that's so fair. You are. Thanks. It wasn't me. It was Job Turkey Dusto. Yes, you are Job Turkey. I still use that word in a minute. Love C says a blind spot. I wonder if that comes from a desire to please or more of a fear of being a disappointment. It's a fear of being hurt. Like they have a, yeah. I mean, like if I go back to two soft girls before then, They're not on that fuck shit. That's not trying to cuss and argue with a man. That wants to be in agreement with things that are correct. It's the same. They just have a because you gotta look at a soft girl in this city girl community. They always getting attacked. So they just like, all right, I'm getting attacked by these fucking pseudo masculine. I just call it demonic. When a female being, which y'all call masculine, I say it's demonic. I don't think you got a choice. If you a man, you're supposed to be masculine. If you're a female, you're supposed to be feminine. If you're not doing that, and this is not your planet that you bought and created, then motherfucker, you been demonic. Because last time I checked, God or nature made this, and it's not your shit. So when you're not doing that, you're demonic. So they see all these demonic females being doing that demon shit. And they like, okay, that hurts. But then when a man does it, it hurts them 10 times worse. Because they look for a man to be a refuge. You know what I'm saying? So be terrified. And then me in particular, right? I'm pretty abrasive. I don't hide it. You know what I mean? Like, I just, you know what I'm saying? So it's like everybody sees it. So if they talk to me, they like, you be going off, and they don't want it. They basically don't want me to do it with them. I don't have no intention of doing it. Again, I look at women and children as the same thing. Because I look at children as full human beings that just happen to be short. That's how I look at them, and that's how I treat them. Because I understand what they need. I look at women as children. I'm not going to say they lie to you. Children is a negative. That's why black people are horrible people. Well, that's not true because they're not people at all because no such thing as black people. But y'all hate children. Because I don't take it as a child as an insult. Like, if somebody say I'm a child, I'm going to just re-qualify what you're saying. You're trying to say I'm incompetent? Okay, then say that, adult. Like, don't beat around the bush. I'm going to just get direct with you. I don't know what to tell you. I'm just get direct and be like, what you saying? So I don't, because a woman is somebody that needs to be protected. That's how I look at a child. A person that is depending on their environment to protect them. That's how I look at it. So, I don't know. It's pretty simple. All right. I wasn't here in the beginning of love, so I want to ask, what's your definition of a soft girl? So, like I said, a soft girl is basically the women that we want to date, the women that we want to marry, the women that we want to be around, the ones that's not on this demonic energy to pretend to be something that they're not out of envy, spite. Again, and do the entirety of everything I said, I'm speaking from a general principle. No, I said that as a preface to say whether you're doing it knowingly or unknowingly. I take the position that when you are negative and you don't know what you're doing, you're 10 times worse than when you do. When I was a hood nigga, that shit, when you know you being an asshole, that shit used to bother me because it's like you trying to bitch me. But in reality, when somebody is being negative, and I'm getting to your question, when somebody is being negative or doing something negative to accost you, when they don't know, it's worse because they'll do it with conviction. One man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter type of concept. So you're doing it thinking you're helping some, like you like I'm saying with the soft girl, they're doing what they do because they think it's right. They think it makes sense to be an abandoned person in the name of mental health. So what a soft girl is the women that we want to marry, the sweet women, the one we always comparing the ghetto women to and the feminists to. It's still problems with them that I've seen. That is not equal in terms of bad, but it will shock the fuck out of you. And it will bother you. And it will hurt. It is going to hurt. And I advise you don't have to get online like I'm saying, say it hurt, but you must accept that it hurt. You're going to fuck yourself up. Because it's going to come out of nowhere. And you just get scared and they run. In the name of mental health. And it's insulting. It's insulting. It is. And I'm doing the best I can to be the example of and give you as many real expressions of this situation so you can, if you still go through it as a man, not shocked. It's not just you. I went through it too. You know what I mean? So, and I'm not mad because it take a while because it's like the soft girl, the relationship is just everything is better, right? And then you be like, oh God, I'm finally through. And then some crazy shit come out of nowhere like, God, what, you punking me? And you just got to understand, man, it's a lot going on. It's going to take a minute. It'll take about a century for shit to be right. We ain't going to be here. So you can't expect it to be perfect. It's not going to be nowhere close to perfect, bro. I promise you. We have the lovely, so I hope I answered your question. We have the lovely Natasha Vincent saying, "What a great Friday! I ain't seen you in so long." She said she been. Where the hell you at? No, she don't cuss, but she be like, "Where you been at?" Appreciate you coming through. Hope everything's been great. Haven't really seen you. This is the first time I seen you in like since last year. You see you in the chat or nothing? Oh, maybe I know. I think I did see you in podcast. I think I did see you in somebody's chat. Maybe Cheekies a couple like last week. So great to have you here. Yeah, I just want to get that out. I didn't want to attack nobody. Not in that space. Y'all know the people who I don't like. And if you come in, please hit the like button. Share, comment, subscribe. Gonna make this push for 1,000. And we get to 1,000 and get into more real content on self-development. This is gonna be like the self-development space. I'm going to give the algorithm the I think it's better to say a recipe on epiphanies. How to intentionally create epiphanies. Right? I'm gonna give that. I kind of already gave it, but I'll walk y'all through. It's pretty simple. It's not rocket science. It's awesome. Then if you do it over time, you'll see dramatic results. I'm gonna give the blueprint on how to be a genius because it's normal. It's not a special thing to be a genius. That's the foundation of being a human, is being a genius. The word is called for what a human being is Homo sapien. Now, Homo really means man. The Latin prefix Homo with the hyphen means same, but the word Homo means man. Man means one who thinks. The plural men, men, means to think. That's why it's a root word for the word mental. Then you got Homo sapien. Sapien means genius or wise one. So being a genius and thinking at a high level is a foundational thing for a human being. And once you get some time to think, shit is dope. Because like they said, it's better to measure 10 times and cut once than only measure once and have to cut 10 times. You wasting material and you wasting time. So you know what questions to ask, when to ask the questions, and you have better recognition ability and save yourself a lot of time. The dope shit about wisdom is that it don't run out. That shit is amazing. It don't run out and it always works. But it always hurt. That's the cost. Nothing's free. This was fun. I appreciate it. I had a ball. Trying to get the rust off, man. Get back to recording. I have 29 videos uploaded. I have to edit another 70 and then get into core content because I expect to be at 1,000 at least by next month. And we got a lot of clips, man. A lot of stuff I've really been working. You know what I mean? That's facts. Hold on.
You are watching a master at work.
Got some clips in now.
That doesn't make any sense.
We got clips now. A lot. So when people up here and they talking shit, I ain't gonna say nothing to them. I'm just it's like Courtney do it for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on now. Come on. Stop. Get up, baby.
Tonight I am an open book, so feel free to ask me anything. And, I'm not going to pull any punches tonight.
All right. Well,
just straight talk. Straight
talk, that's what I like. You have just been immortalized. How does it feel?
You son of a bitch.
I've been working. I'll be working. I'm working a little bit, just a little tad. Come up here, upload it to StreamYard. I got a couple of I might shut this live down and set up this other live. Stuff I just be wanting to share with, different content creators. People looking to get start doing lives and stuff like that. Like Brown Ellie, I seen her, she been doing a lot of lives recently. She been doing her own unique thing. Shout out to her. So you got people that are, subscribers and viewers and chat members and that donate that may want to start doing live. So you don't know what you need. I seen this video on you know, how much internet speed you need. I learned a lot. Like I had seen it before a couple years ago, but I learned a tremendous amount of stuff, and I was like, okay, cool. I didn't know that. So the dude broke it down, and I might just do a video on it. You know what I'm saying? Yes, Courtney Michelle was the cutest. It's like a little baby, but she actually threw it down. That's honest. That's awesome. Listen, I'm catching up with some of the clips, man. People be having clips. I'll be like, where you get that from? Now I got them. This one is old, but I finally got it.
No! God, please, no! No! No!
Yes. Yes. Welcome. Well, hold on. I ain't put my banner up now one time. Welcome to the ghetto sphere. Okay. This is the ghetto over here. Where it all started. So, yeah, this was cool. I had fun. Appreciate y'all. Oh, did I put the damn link in the thing? I did. So if y'all want to hit the panel, let me pin it. Y'all want to hit the panel? Got something to get off your chest? You know, this is the smoke section. Actually, it's not. They said the smoke sector is out of control, and I don't think I'm out of control. I think I'm the exact opposite of out of control. I help people get shit in control. You think you're gonna get up on the panel and then talk shit in front of me? I'm not with that. We're gonna listen to my man one more again, cause bro be spitting, man. I don't hold up. What'd you at least say his name was? Okay, that's Finesse. Finesse 2 times.
No, I ain't got no nigga over me. Man, these rap niggas groupies, I'm cool on them. If I catch them in public, we move on them. Move on them. Leave a bruise on them. And them AR-15 got boobs on them. Well, in the street, they got money on me. But if I want a nigga, I'm coming home. Man, got that on me, 100 on it. If 12 get on me, I'm punching on it. I'm shooting first and ain't no second guessing. 32 shots on the 32 seconds. I'm pulling up if I feel disrespected. Stupid the fuck to my snatching my That's my reputation, man. These niggas keep me in their conversation. Won't even tell me congratulations. I don't fuck with nobody. I'm masturbating. They say they got killers, but so what? It's gonna be me or them. I give no fucks. I come to your city and go to your hood with 50 body lords and post up. This ain't no publicity stunt. We pull up and unload sticks out the trunk. Go on. I fuck with niggas for nothing. For nothing. I don't celebrate Black History Month. I'm going straight in like fuck a hood. Sweatsuit and some forces like fuck a look. I'm fair for real. Free key on me. Shout out CMG. I don't the juke. And I don't need no nigga voucher for me. If it's war, then it's war. I ain't squashing nothing. My little niggas on go. I ain't stopping nothing. Man, they Drake on my hip. Give me Charlie Watson. I was locked up. They threw shots at me. Now I'm free and they wanted some cops at me. I'm a vital with boss status. Got them up on his feet like a pep rally. I was fucked up how they felt back. They kicked me while I was down. I kept at it. Damn. Now I cop ice like a milf addict. Yeah, I'm hard on niggas like stepdaddy.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
God damn. Nigga said I'm hard on niggas like stepdaddies. Got people like this.
What happened?
Who said it?
Mm-hmm.
Charlie gonna kill me when she said it. Yes, I have clipped you. You have been clipped. Did you want to say it again?
What happened?
Who said it?
Mm-hmm.
I gotta do what I do.
What happened?
Who said it?
Mm-hmm.
She's so adorable. A pretty baby. That baby. Hey, you serious about not going live this year and shit? You need to fix that. Cause we want to see you cammed up so you can.
Do light skin face, hey. Do light skin face, hey. Do light skin face, hey. Do light skin face, hey.
These nuts. Got him. Got him. Oh.
Wait. That was. I didn't technically want you to do the light skin face to these nuts. That was a bad transition. I need to cut that part out. I didn't mean it like that. That's not. It's unintentional. I think. If it's facts. This is facts. Because she got on there like good 3 times. Shit, who was that bald head lady up there? And Charlie got an accent. She got an accent.
What happened?
Who said it?
Mm.
Evil. Yes, I got some more clips. That's just the ones I uploaded to uploaded to StreamYard. Yeah. All right, we got nobody coming up. I'm cool. That's less work for me. Been on for an hour. You know, I got my long ass intros. My long ass intros be like 20 minutes. But I'm good, man. I don't know who on live. I don't know if they got panels. But I got time because I got rest. I'm working my ass off. And I got like a lot of videos to upload just to get active. Shorts, etc. Things are different. Things are much different than when they were from before. So just gotta make do. You know what I mean? Gotta do but do. You know how y'all get me? DW. Rolling on Sixes says something about Chi-Town women. They all talk soft. The only one I know is Jay Ali. That's the only tall girl. I mean, Chi-Town. I was about to say Chicago, but you said Chi-Town. It's the only Chicago girl I know, I think. And I had bad reviews of like the guys from y'all city be like, ain't nothing worse than them. And then I'm like, y'all niggas ain't been in Baltimore. Baltimore is the worst place the world has ever created. It's just I can't take it. I can't. It's just too much. Women across country be like, "Oh, your accent's so cute." I'm like, listen, when I hear Baltimore accent, I think of black and milds, poverty, and gunshot wounds. That's what immediately comes to my mind. It's stressful. I don't like it. Love, see, listen. It's not for me. It's your own. It be your own. Them Chicagoans. I think that's how y'all say your name. They be coming for y'all. I don't know why. I have no idea because Lee and Love C, I take it you from Chicago. Y'all good representation. We got Monique and fucking with the damn bitch with Jada Pinkett. So we're not doing good at all. So that is you. That's not. We don't want those examples. And then the girl with blue face. So that's 3 of them. Yeah, this is not good. And then just hilarious. I like her because her butt fat and she chocolate and she funny. I like her face not super cute, but she alright. Definitely alright. She's not like a bad example like the other 3. But Monique not bad, but she don't, she do that oppressive black women shit. Oh, and B Rose. Oh, y'all win then. Y'all won. Chicago won. Love C, B Rose, and JLE, y'all won. I don't even think no other state can compete at this point. I'm going to go ahead and give it to y'all. Let me think right now. Let me see. Yeah, Brittany B is from Maryland. And Natasha's in Canada. Savannah is in Texas. Well, she's in Texas all the time. Lucky is what? She from Cali, right? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Chicago won. B Rose, Love C, and JLE, yeah, y'all won. Y'all get the dub. Go ahead and do that. Who? Amber Marie Green? Yeah, I don't like her. That's a bad example. That's a bad example. I don't like the shit she say. I don't like people that what's crazy is sitting there antagonize even though what's his name? Run for president guy? Fucking forgot his name. Oh, Jay Prince. Yeah, I watched her try to antagonize and gaslight him and the shit she was saying was just ridiculous. I don't like that girl. It's two people. It's 2 people that I will never talk to. She one of them. We got Zone in the building. What's going on, Zone?
What's going on, World Class? What up?
What's up with you? No, so yeah, this one here, that's one person I never want to have a conversation with. I'm just not gonna talk to her if I'm on a panel. And the fucking what's the other girl? I am the single one. Yeah, it's 2 people I don't want. Yeah, I'm not like on site. I'm not gonna. Nope. Nah, I'm good. I'll never talk to them ever in life. I ain't gonna say nothing bad about them. But nope. Couldn't pay me. I'm not. No. I'm just saying that. So there's that. What's up, Zone? What's going on with you?
What happened with them?
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm I'm not. It's just I watched them talk, and I don't want to be part of that. So I'm good.
Oh man,
That's something I choose not to participate in.
I feel like I'm always late to the party, man. Every time you go live, I'm
You get
like
somewhere.
you like, yeah, I cut this person off. I ain't talking to this person. Fuck
Yeah.
that person.
Facts. You got to trim the edges, man. You got to prune. You got to just be like, you know what I'm saying? What Brittany B always says. She always say, got to be ready to take a loss. You know what I mean? You got to be willing to take a loss. There's certain people I don't want to lose. I got them. I got people I don't want to lose.
Yeah, man.
Like Big Mike and Mandrell and them, and I don't want to lose them. If I have to, I have to. You know what I'm saying?
Facts, man. I feel you. You know, you got to keep it. You got to keep a small circle because circle get too big and shit, motherfuckers get to acting crazy. But man, I ain't gonna be on too long. I just wanted to kind of chime in on the topic real quick with the soft girl thing. Like the main thing with that is that these chicks, they got to pick a struggle. Like you can't be like I put on my Facebook. I said you can't be a feminist and be married. Like it doesn't coincide. You know what I mean? Like I think that's one of the main stigmas that like keep women single.
Bang.
Because it's like you can't be in a relationship or be married to a man, but still be like, I'm strong and independent or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's like you're gonna pick the struggle of being in the streets, or you're gonna pick the struggle of being in a relationship.
That's a good point. That's the same thing. That's the message I got. Really not for y'all to ask the soft girls. If they want to take it as me talking to them directly, then fine. You got to pick a struggle. You can't say I want to protect you. I want you to protect me. You can't, as a woman, say I want a man to protect me and I want a man to lead me. Then when you get scared, you're making your own protection plans and you're making your own decisions for the couple. So you decide to be a man at that point. Soft girl. You know what I'm saying? You got to pick a struggle. Which one you want? Well, I don't want to end up being. I think somebody said it though. That's crazy. They said it. I don't want to be disappointed. I think Love C said that. That's understandable. But this is life. You're gonna take some L's, man. Fucking, it's a plenty of T-Mobile stores that are gonna take a loss today. It's a plenty of McDonald's stores that are gonna take a loss today. Plenty.
Yep.
You're gonna take a loss. Like you have to be willing to take an L. That's why I fucks with Brittany B. Because that'd be the undertone.
Yeah, I mean, man, we take all kind of L's. We get put on child support. We get,
Sporties, what's up?
What up, Sporties? We get married. We get whole houses, all our cars taken from us, our children taken from us, 401ks taken from us. But women, they like, oh, I can't stand this heartache. This heartbreak is the end of me. Like, men go through all this shit, but women act like they can't deal with a little heartbreak.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what I mean? Like I pick my struggle. I'm out here in these streets. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm comfortable with that. It is what it is. You get what I'm saying? So I don't try to. I'm not trying to fake the funk and like, yeah, I'm looking for this perfect woman who's in church and she has all these values. No, I chose my struggle and I'm cool with what comes with that. And I'm not going to complain when these bitches get out of line and they got to get dealt with. You know what I mean? Like, it is what it is. So, but this is coming from a guy who was married for 10 years. So,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Listen, Natasha's feeling what you're saying. She said, you got a point. Oh, what's up, Dallas D? Long time. I said, hey fam, long time. Salute the panel in chat. Hashtag Noble Girls, definitely. Yeah, Love C agree with you. That's real. You got to pick a struggle. That's a fact, man. You can't. I'm independent, but this nigga taking care of you and working every day. Blue collar, especially when you have blue collar. That really pissed me off.
Yeah,
it's disrespectful.
And the thing about it is that it's like it's nothing wrong with if you
shout out to Thanos. What's up, bro?
What up, Thanos? It's nothing wrong with if you do pick that relationship struggle, then that's the struggle that you pick. and you rock with it. Don't try to fake it and be like, yeah, well, I got a job or whatever, and I'm paying the bills in the relationship, or I'm paying 50% of the bill. Nah,
Right.
Embrace you being in a relationship.
Right. Well, this is the point of why I talk about the stuff that I talk about. Why I always bring up etymology, because it's like an easy way for people to see in black and white ill intent. Like there's no way for people for this thing to start like this and end like this, and then the thing it end in is opposite of what it started at, right? So if you don't, I say that to say, if you don't know what this new idea or ideology or new cultural implementation is, i.e., feminism, etc., if you don't know its original intent, you're gonna be arguing something that doesn't make sense. They act like this modern form is for fairness for women, but it's not. It's to undermine heterosexual households.
Correct.
That's what it's for. And it's to the point where a lot of the alphabet community and the feminist community are almost the same people. I mean, it's crossover a lot. It's a lot of crossovers. You already know that, which is weird.
Right.
I mean, I don't understand how you alphabet and feminist at the same time, because I don't even get it. It's like you don't.
Right.
If you're a lesbian, you don't. What do you have to do with feminists? Because you're not messing with a man. It's weird.
Right.
So those things exist to fight heterosexual relationships, but I go further. Why? What the hell is the problem with a heterosexual relationship? Like, what does that do to you? If you gay or you don't like, or you're a woman that think a man, like, why would you care? Because I think when you go further down and you get down to the individual level, I always find the same things. That's why I say the same things. I find envy. What do you say? Jay-Z said males shouldn't be jealous. It's a female trait. I disagree. I think males are jealous. Jealousy is a male trait. I don't think women have jealousy. I think they have envy. Jealousy is when you want some shit because you've seen somebody else with it. That's not envy. Envy is when you want some shit because you've seen somebody else with it and you don't want them to have it.
Right.
Even is enough. That's what they be on. So the feminists in the alphabet community don't want the heterosexual women to have what they can't have. And I ain't on that. I'm gonna stay away from the monogamy thing. I think monogamy is the most despicable thing in life. I digress.
Yeah, man. It's a new calendar year. It's not a new year. It's a new calendar year. And I just think that, with all the relationship talk, that goes on YouTube and other platforms, I think this year, if you're going to be discussing those things, I think a lot of people should be transparent. You know what I mean? Say what it is. Don't try to portray something that you're not, or that your situation is not, and just be honest and talk about it, and let people really know your true intentions. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I will let chicks know up front that marriage is not an option. It is off the table. What do you want to do?
Yeah, 100% agreement. Absolutely. I've been on that. I'm like, hey,
Are you still gonna be a soft girl, or are you gonna be a savage with me, or you know what I mean? Like, what is it?
Integrity is everything. I make it clear. I've been making it clear for a year. I think close to a decade. I don't have the potential or capability of being monogamous. It's not gonna happen. I'll get married. I can't. I've never in my life. I don't even understand it. I don't even get it. The concept doesn't even cross my mind. I don't even get it. Like, what's the point? Like, never mind. It's not a monogamous marriage. It's not no monogamy Mondays. It's what's the day? Today's Friday, so today's actually a holy day. So we'll not do that. But yeah, to your point, you keep stuff up front and where you are, because there's a lot of people on the planet, and it's a chance that nobody is compatible with you. It's a chance, but it's a slim chance, though. Like, it's a good chance somebody's on the planet for you, and you don't gotta manipulate. You don't know what's out there. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I like. I'm good. Like I told my examples, Isha and Joy, they can go. They can come back, but they can go. Because
Right.
hey, think they awesome, fantastic. They probably, if they did say they live, they'd be like, you know what? I see what you're saying. I see why you was mad. Okay, cool. I apologize. I was wrong. We can talk, especially if I don't have to reach out. If you be like, okay, cool. But I had to let guys know something. We say educate men in this space. That's what I want to do, especially when it's new, because I don't share too much new shit ever. So I'm like, you know what? This is a new epiphany. Let me share this hot. So in my mind, I'm clear on it. I'm not gonna forget. And it's like, again, if you're dealing with even like what you said, I'm not getting married. I'm just dealing with chicks right now. If you're dealing
Yeah.
with a soft girl, you can still want to kick it, vibe with her, whatever y'all want to be. Y'all don't want to do marriage or whatever, and you just want to kick it, be together, do a non-legal binding marriage type of situation, and you're still at risk for what I was explaining. When they use I gotta protect my mental health, but you're abusing. When you're wrong, that's not you protecting your mental health. That's you committing a crime
Running.
and trying to get in the way. It's not even
Right.
running. It's illegal. Like, you know what I mean? Like, running is not illegal. It's like when you using me as the patsy and you abusing. I'm the patsy and the abused. Like, it's not. It's shit
Yeah,
crazy.
that
It's
mental
weird.
health, the mental health argument, like I understand that people have their struggles, but and I hate to sound harsh, but a lot of that shit is bullshit. A lot of that mental health shit is bullshit. What it is, people get themselves in a situation and they don't really want to take the time to deal with it, to learn how to deal with it. How did you get in the situation? They don't want to take the time to maneuver and handle their own life, their own weights. And so they use that mental health bullshit to try to as a scapegoat. You know what I mean? As a way to that's just how I feel personally.
The reason I said it the way I said it is they'll use their mental health as an excuse to abuse other people, because I don't want to get into that shit with them. Their response to me will be, I don't know what they're going through, and I don't know how they feel. I'm not talking about your feelings. I'm not denying them. I'm not even getting in a conversation about it. I am saying, very specifically, when you are wrong and you abandon somebody and flee, and because that's what it will be at that point if you're wrong. If you're not wrong in that situation and you're just getting yourself out the situation, that's understandable. But it's not understandable if it's just a quick reflex and run, and we having a conversation. That's a poor communication. So it's really only one situation that makes sense: is if you're and this is specifically in a relationship, whatever it may be, baby daddy, husband, you're in a situation where you've done, as a woman, as a so-called soft girl, you've done enough. And that right there is when I know 90+% of them I'm not going to get, because they're horrible. Females are horrible at communication. Horrible. It's so bad, it's mind-boggling. If you've done enough to be able to solve the problem, and he's being ridiculous, I don't want to say ridiculous, he's being incoherent, consistently incoherent, and not doing his part on making the communication and the solutions possible. And you're like, okay, instead of fighting you, I'll leave. That's a perfect situation. I'm behind you 125% in every situation that you are in, like that. That's valid and real. But when you just can't, quick reflexing because of your mental health and just running because you think potentially he not going to get, that's some bullshit right there. Because then you put him in an abandonment situation, infuriate him even more, which is understandable, depending, with respect to whatever that situation is. That makes it worse. If then in the other situation where you're the one that's wrong and I got to protect my house, that shit is some despicable, treacherous shit. It's treacherous. It's treacherous.
Right.
He gonna feel betrayed and hate you. You're gonna feel betrayed and hate you when you're wrong. And those are the three situations you really got 33% chance in that situation. But outside of those, the problem where they are the problem, where a man has a problem with what they did, is I'm saying it because you'll be lulled to sleep. They're gonna be cooking for you. They want to serve you. You're gonna get lulled to sleep. Not to say not to. I'm not saying don't appreciate that. I'm just saying have an idea and have this in your mind to talk about that and bring that shit up. However you think to come up with. Do not use your need to protect your mental health as an excuse or some type of cover to abuse me. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And that's just a problem that I think should be talked about, and I want to, guys to think about and kind of be warned about when you going forward. And it's a lot of guys that are married that come through this channel or that I be on panels with, and that, and you know what I'm saying, that still are pushing, and it's something to look at because they will flee because a woman will find out like, yeah, I'm with this guy. Oh my gosh, because you both of y'all be like, oh, I finally found you get. And I always say this: comfort is the number one enemy in life. It's worse than the
Yes.
devil. It's worse than cancer. Comfort will fuck you over, and soft girls get so comfortable very quickly. Hence the word soft, right? Let me address what CC saying. No, soft girls are not bad. I'm just talking about a potential, highly potential problem that come with soft girls, so we can disenchant the gentleman. Because when you find a sweet girl, you can get lulled to sleep. And it's just a problem that I've seen consistently with them. When they've done something wrong or they're being criticized, right? Or even the situations where they're being corrected and they think they've been, abused,
Chastised.
the word I got twice was hostile. And I'm not even gonna I'm hostile. I ain't gonna sit down and act like I'm not. If I feel betrayed, well, I know you betrayed me, I'm gonna be hostile. That don't mean I'm gonna call you a bunch of bitches, but I'm gonna say fuck, like what the fuck is this? And that's how I talk. I ain't gonna sit down. That doesn't make it okay, but in that situation, I do the best. Like again, my approach is usually like I've come in hot. I ain't gonna say that a lot to you. I've come in hot. I keep shit a stack. I've come in hot plenty of times because it's like because if I'm mad, it's usually not for no reason. People know me, especially in real life. I'm not wrong. I'm not. If I'm saying something to you, I'm going to be correct. And it's kind of hard to deal with hostility and this nigga right. I get that. I understand the position I put people in. I get it. But at the same time, you have to understand this type of hostile person, if I really wanted to hurt you, I wouldn't say nothing to you. That's how I hurt you. I'll remove this wisdom and this talent from you. That's how I hurt you. That's the main way I hurt. Go ask my mother. She couldn't tell you what I look like.
Those emotions though, the so-called toxic or hostile, or when a man chastises a woman for bad behavior, that's masculine. And we're living in a time where, like, anytime we express any of those emotions or that naturally comes out of us, because if you're a masculine man and another man disrespects you, that other man can get it too. It don't matter because he's a man. Right. Give a fuck if he's a man. He can get it too.
Right.
So I just think these chicks gotta get back to the foundation of natural man and woman interaction. She say something that's out of line and he don't like it, then she got to be prepared for what he might say after that. Like that, when a man is interacting with a woman like that, that's genuine behavior. That means he actually gives a fuck about you. Because if he's dismissing everything you say, then it's not going to be too long after that he's going to dismiss you out the door.
That's a fact. That's a fact. You know what? You know what's consistent with this is having young dudes understand older dudes, and not being fucking nags and shit they be doing just to be an asshole. They doing that because they care. You know what I mean? And it's annoying as fuck, but it's like he could have just not said nothing. You know what I'm saying? So, it comes with it. It's everywhere with that conversation. It that exists everywhere. If men don't care, they're not going to open their mouth. They're not going to say anything. So, and then they hear that and they'll be thinking, oh, I got to like it. I'm not telling you to like it. You have to understand it's a part of the process. You don't like this part, but the nigga, we don't fucking like sitting around waiting for you to fucking make decisions on stupid shit either, but we tolerate it. So I understand what our voices when we're yelling or cursing at you affects you, but we're saying it as a substitute for the actual event. It's like, this is how important this shit is to me. I need you to get this. It's not a time to fight and put your feet down and, you know, plant your flag and fight here. I used to tell my goddaughter that all the time. Don't plant your flag right here. Horrible relationship with her mom because they both do the same shit. Same shit.
Yeah.
Fighting on a fucking hill that's both the hill and the damn flag is about to fall through. Look at some of these comments. Dallas D said correct. Women talk at people. They don't communicate with people. That is a fact. Because they do this flight shit. Well, I'm just attack. I want what I said to work, and I want what I said to go, and I don't want nobody to challenge it, which is something for nothing. You can't do something for nothing in a relationship. Go be by yourself. Natasha said, if a man I'm close to gets sharp, then I pay attention. The goal is to diffuse, correct, and then never disappoint him to get spoken to that way. The way my heart is set up. Unfortunately, Natasha, I mean, it's you and like maybe two other women on Earth, and I don't think the other two is in America at all. That's what I can promise you. Maybe it's one in Asia somewhere. I don't know. The other one is probably under the water, living in some underwater. I have no idea at all. It makes perfect sense to me. It makes perfect sense, but you're not going to find this. You're not going to find this logic. Yeah.
Nope.
Natasha Vincent for president. She should be president of all the niggas, so y'all can understand. I think because I can't stand niggas. The world class is he says castigare, to set or keep right, to make pure. That's a good word. It sounds like a brand now. Rondo Smallfoot, what's up? Peace to you too. He said peace to the chat. Yeah, man. JLE said Natasha, exactly. That's what you would do, man. If a man is, but like I said, they know that smoke is coming, and they just get terrified because just as much as they fantasize about all the good stuff, I think it's the equivalent of fantasizing about the bad stuff, and they get super irrational. I've seen this from two very intelligent women, Isha and Joy, two very intelligent women, and I'm like, this person I'm talking to every day is completely different. Two completely different people in two parts of the country, not born in the same decade. A lot of us similarities, but do the same the same wit, awareness, criticism for other things. When they're happy, they turn into a complete different person. The speech pattern is different. The thought process is different. It's like, and I get you've been through trauma, but it is what it is. I'm not talking about things that, like from a dramatic standpoint. I'm just talking about from a fundamental settings, like the ones we say that are good. This is what we got to look forward to. It's coming. Right. Two women I respect to this second, right? I have one of them, but I understand the situation,
Yeah.
Natasha says, I feel that. In my experience, most men have a typically calm, patient demeanor. So if he gets sharp, it's usually justified. At Natasha, and that's what's going to blow your mind. Like I talk to you in a certain way 99% of the time, and all of a sudden you talk to me like I'm about to kill you with words. Like I'm gonna take a word, turn it into a sword, and stab your eyes off. And I'm like, you running in my mental health. You understand? I get that you got other shit going on in life, your personal family that I'm not involved in. But I've been your refuge every day. Oh my God, I've been waiting to talk to you. Oh my gosh,
man,
I love you. This, that. Oh, and then now when something happened, I'm the bad guy. Go ahead.
So like I was just thinking about like just some of my family stuff growing up, reading that comment and hearing you read that comment. So on my mother's side, that's the the foundational side, I guess you could say, the American side, the descendants of slave side. So on that side of the family, when I think about the men and women who are married or were in relationships on that side of the family, like I've seen the knockdown, drag down arguments.
Yeah.
I've seen the police called.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I've seen the destruction of the family in the home.
Yeah.
I've seen where she's living here and he's living there. Then when I think about my father's side, which is the Trinidadian side, I can whether it's my grandparents, whether it's my father, whether it's my aunt, my grandparents' daughter, or my uncle, my grandparents' son, I can never remember hearing or seeing them argue, having any kind of dispute in my 34 years of living, which brings me to, you ever heard like, you just might be in a conversation and there might be a couple and they say, oh, well, we never argue. And then somebody's like, what? Y'all don't never argue? Y'all don't never get into fights and stuff like that? Because when you think about it, when your blood pressure is going and you're in a fight, that's not a normal state for your body to be in. That's why people will literally have heart attacks when they are, going through periods of stress, or, if they just if they just in a stressful environment too much, that causes their body to have all of these negative reactions. Right. So, it's possible. Like there are some women out there that get that. So I think that when women are around other women who are saying that they don't have arguments with their man, I think that maybe though you should get counseled by those women, because arguing is not normal. Being in a stressful relationship is not normal. You know what I mean? Like that Jezebel spirit is not normal. Being a single woman is not normal. I know there's some women who
it's not, but I feel you.
Yeah, I mean,
not designed to be like that.
Yeah, I get that there are some women who want to be single. I get it. I understand it. But I mean, most women want to be in a relationship. That works, where they're not arguing. You know what I mean? Where they can be feminine, where they can be natural. You know what I mean? Like I've seen it both sides. And the side where, like I said, where all the arguing and all that stuff was happening, homes broken, police called, families broken up. The other side, got a son in Germany and Australia playing professional baseball. Another one who just got married, moved to Nevada. The other side got grandchildren, all of them college educated. I mean, like it's a complete difference, night and day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's crazy.
At least they had the sense to not, if nothing else, they had the sense not to do it in front of you. We don't got that sense up here. I mean, it's up here, but it's like it's in the back somewhere, like behind everything that's been rotten and shit. Love C says exactly, Natasha Vincent. That desire not to disappoint the men close to you lights a fire inside. And you know what? I was thinking too, if a so-called soft girl is doing that, then she might have found another nigga. Don't give a fuck. She might have found another nigga and don't care no more. It was one of those things, And they just finding that as an excuse to do what they want. I mean, that's a possibility too. I thought of that. They gotta have somebody else that on the side and don't know how to be direct about it, which is dumb because now you just transferring stupidity. And then Love C said, right, Dallas T. Did Dallas say something in between that? She said, I think that requires the women to genuinely learn and study her man, not just watch to ensure he's doing the things she wants him to do. That's accountability. That's an accountability statement right there. Make sure I star that. I'm gonna have to come back in here and read that every once in a while. Yeah, shout out to the ladies in the chat. The Bell 5000, shout out to the Bell. He said, I got prescription for a modern or traditional female. I know how to adjust the doses. I'm USAP, us approved. Got it. Slap a bitch. No, Dallas he says, you can see the chitterings when children act out. Child, Jesus Christ. Child rearing, because math. And when children act out, mom will typically address the situation immediately, usually an emotional response, which is horrible, while dad has the patience for the life lesson. That's typically what happens. And that happens in relationships. And what I'm saying is it's what usually happens is synthetic because we don't know how to think good. And we need to learn how to think. People are devoid of the wisdom that come with language, accurate and real language. And I've been able to buy into that and couple that with other wisdoms from other countries, like cultures and concepts and schools of thoughts, and it fits perfectly. It makes everything better. Natasha said, "Who stole Zone and replaced him with this man? He is 100 today and 0 jokes." You know what I'm saying? I guess it's a serious.
Let me tell you what it is, Natasha. I ate my Wheaties. That's what it is. Okay. I just ate my Wheaties. That's all.
Yeah, we got a
little bit of protein. You know what I mean?
We got to make sure he continues to get Wheaties because he be trying to troll. He ain't good at it. Love C says goes back to the point you made about discrediting feelings. That's where so many women get into trouble. Facts, and that's why I don't deal with them with the feelings as much as possible. I'll just get into the causes and effects, and for them to see what went into that and what happened and why it happened. Because people have this concept that you counter fear with love or pleasure, and that's not accurate at all. You counter fear with logic. That's why they say fear is false evidence appearing real. You have to question it to death. And they don't want to go through the process. And what happens with them in this situation that I've watched both of them go through recently, because it's fresh in my mind, is they get illogical. And they don't see that. Like their version of trying to process something is really, really slow. And it's the reason you're still... What you soft girls have to understand about your mental health is 9 out of 10 of you, the thing you're doing to protect your mental health is the thing that's keeping it weak. Now, you get confused because it was worse, right? But it's equivalent to the mode that you use is equivalent to like a little baby walker. Like it got you from there, got you from on your back rolling. Now you kicking and running, and now you can stand on outside of the walker and push it. But for you to sprint or fly, you got to let go. It's time to get your hands off the walker. Like one thing I will tell y'all, and if y'all know who y'all are when you hear it, because y'all can still watch the channel. Yeah. You know who you are, right?
Say it.
If you came to a man because he provided better, then let him do better for you. That got you as far as you can go. This guy's here to take you to the next level. The shit y'all do will hinder you. And this is how you know it's you. The same person, the same wittiness, criticism that you have, the same intelligence that you have, when things are fun, is the same wittiness and intelligence you should be using when things are bad. The ones that have dealt with me in private know I am the same exact person when it's a problem or when it's good. I keep the same exact habit. No, I don't stop. I think the same way. That's why people go say, "Oh, you don't have as much fun," because things are not as great as they seem. Things are not as bad as they seem. I stay right in the middle with a fundamental, consistent basis. So when catastrophe happens, I have a basis to bounce from. I'm not, I got to run all the way across the street. I stand in the middle line so I can get all the babies on the left side and I can protect all the babies on the right side. It should be consistent. When you are mentally healthy, it is a straight line you stay on, whether things are good or bad. You pay attention to yourself when things are bad. That let you know that you have failed mentally. Same exact place, the same exact thought process you have when you're happy should be the same exact thought process when you're upset. Because most of the time you're upset or you're happy is based off the circumstances, which is not you. I had a bad day yesterday. Well, your name is not yesterday. So the entirety of you shouldn't be yesterday. You're going to be here today. A little bit, the creek don't rise and you don't die. You have to have some commonality, some basis, and that is the telltale sign. That same exact loving, witness, like all that stuff that you are when you're loving and you're fun should be the same. And you're having fun, it should be the same exact concept and principle. Not all of a sudden you want to slowly go through everything. You didn't slowly go through everything when you were being witty. And then they do this projection shit where you got something, you're worried about you being held accountable for something at a way that you don't think you're going to recover. And these are the things that don't get talked about. Next to nobody in this space is talking like this. That's why I brought it. And I got way more things like this to bring up. A lot of nuances. And
yeah,
a lot of nuances. So, but that is for the brothers. That is for the young ladies and the older ladies that are soft girls. Keep that in mind. Don't alienate a man or your child now. Or your child, nephew. Put them in that position in the name of mental health. Because it's like, do you have respect for mental health? It's like, just like Al Qaeda, you killing people in the name of Allah. You're making Allah look bad. You're making Islam look bad. You're making mental health look bad. You're making soft girls look bad. What you doing just because of that little thing that you're not thinking about. You know what I'm saying? I've never seen any of these soft girls and like, yeah, I'm gonna hurt her. I really want to hurt her. Like, I've never done that in my life. So I don't know.
That's a good point, man. Listen, if you consider yourself a soft girl, stay a soft girl. Stay away from these chicks out here that, are the complete opposite of you.
Right.
The same goes with me as a man. The same guys that I used to hang with in 2007 are not the same guys that I hang with now.
Amen.
The same guys that was carrying flags in 2007 that I was running with, those are not the guys that I hang with now. So you gotta be around other soft girls. There's nothing wrong with we got to get out of this mind state of, I'm this way and these people are going to talk about me because I groom myself, because I take care of myself, because I take care of my hair, because I actually smell good or whatever.
Right.
Man, forget what they think.
Right.
Stay around, like-minded chicks.
I tell everyone on this chat, especially the noble girls, stay in the right. Just stay in the right. Stop joining. Stop tick for tatting. It destroys your quality. Do not tick for tat. Tick for tat or tick for tat, whatever the fucking shit, like tic-tac-toe. It's a game. It's a combat. It's competitive. You don't want to compete with a man or the man that you like and love. Stop tick for tatting. Stay in the right. Let him be wrong by himself. Stop joining him. Stay in the right. Stop letting stupid, weak, pathetic females convince you to be less. All you're doing is listen to this idiot chick that can't get what you get or don't have what you have right now. And she enjoys you not having it. She enjoys you not being able to have it while she don't. What do you think monogamy is about? Monogamy is about, I want somebody to myself. Well, if that's what you want, then the opposite is what? The complete opposite is, I feel good. The frontal thing is the good thing is I want somebody to myself because it feel good. I want somebody else not to have somebody to themselves when I don't feel good. If they're an evil person and they envious, yeah, I don't want that bitch to have something I don't have. So stop listening to this bitch about, he ain't do this. You should shut the fuck up. Why you ain't doing it? Stop listening to them idiots. Stay in the right. Girl, you can go down there and do that. Right. What you telling me that for? That's why I asked the question. You see me on panels and I ask questions? I'll be qualifying where you get that shit from. Why you saying that to me? What you saying that for? Why? How you give me that much information that fast? Why are you giving it for free? How much is your free information gonna cost me? Stop listening to them idiots. Stay in the right. Don't join the nigga. Facts. So this nigga come back to you and be like, damn, babe, I fucked up. Because when you stay in the right and y'all have a conversation, you and your man or whatever, or you as the man have a conversation, y'all can vouch this, and you know you got a good woman who held you down, who stayed literally stayed in the right. It sucked to be like, I fucking failed. She trusted me, she supported me, and I failed. That's gonna light a fire under that nigga ass. He may still fuck up, but the accountability part will be there. You just got to get skilled and right time, right place, and that. But that feels horrible when a woman is in the right. Don't join you when you're doing the fuck shit. Like, even if it's a situation where, like I'm talking about, y'all having a conversation, he's snapping, being disrespectful, and you not. He know he wrong. You know he wrong. Don't join him. Stay in the bright, man. Yeah, Thanos says, world class, you avoid under and overreacting. Facts, bro. Facts. What's going on, Esau?
Ain't too much. What's good, world class?
Awesome, fantastic, jacked up, motivated, excited, ready to win.
Man, all that. Exactly. Okay, so soft girl era is a good thing, right?
I think so. I mean, the words are. I don't know what they intended it for. To be disrespectful and shit, I don't know. But I think getting them into a place where they're not trying to be hard, and I think about it in the exact opposite direction than what dudes are. Right? Dudes are thinking about, yeah, I can finally get a soft child. No, we can finally get children to not get the shit beat out of them every day. That's why I promote it, because they're being hard. Who you think they practicing on? The whole thing about this manosphere, the place I go to is, if these chicks are so hard and so masculine, where do you think they getting the confidence to do this at? They are fucking up children. And I don't just mean theoretically or conceptually. I literally mean it in every way, shape, or form. They are beating the fuck out of children. They're practicing on them every day. Every day. I said earlier when I started this channel, how can we expect a harvest if we keep corrupting the seeds? They are beating the fuck out of children. They are practicing this evil shit that they do to us. They practicing it on children. Love, see, I said I talk like this to myself in reflection times. I got you. Learning myself so I can better develop our children. I literally just was saying that. That's the value I see.
So you feel like only men should be the ones disciplining the children?
When you say discipline, you mean like with spankings? Right. I definitely don't think your mom should be hitting you. No. And I don't think guys should be hitting children, because you're way bigger. Like, the strength gap between you and a child is extreme. Just be a man and make your words matter. And discipline is not you popping a child; it's you just showing how to self-restraint. That's the actual opposite of what you need. So I don't think men need to be popping children. I know guys do that, but like my son, I've done this. I've never hit him with force because he's small and I'm very strong. I've knocked niggas out. So why would I hit my little teeny little ass boy? Why would I do that? I say something to him and he just does it. My goddaughter, she's 20 something. I've said something to her and she does it. My niece, she's about 14. I say something to her, she does it. I don't have to talk to them twice. I don't understand why I gotta yell at them. They don't respect you as a parent, because there's nothing to respect. Y'all sit and tell the child 6 and 7 times to do something, then you get up. Well, you don't give a fuck about your words, because if you did, the second time you'd have been your ass up. So babies are not seeing disciplined people.
Nah, that makes sense. And so I feel like, yeah, if you saying as a soft girl, or if you have a wife that's, you know what I'm saying, being disrespected, it should be where she has that, I guess, way to rectify that without saying, oh, you know what, I'm gonna call you dad. Like, oh, no, don't call me that. You know what I'm saying? Like, both parents do have to have that respect. You're right.
Yeah.
So the women who are playing both roles, you feel like it's something that's missing from the child's, I guess, discipline.
Of course. Yeah, of course. If your battery only had negative, how far could you get down the street in your car?
Right. That's right.
So it's not even missing. It's just not even. It's not functional. It's not dysfunctional. It's not functional. Not functioning. I mean, you just taking credit for what nature or God created. It's operating because nature or God said so, which is not because of you. Dad's not there. And mom's not there. You know what's crazy? People talk about absent dads, but it's more absent moms. And you got absent moms, but their body's still there. That's worse. What am I looking at? She anybody but her. Hold on, I got bang myself.
Bang, 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 bang.
You are watching a master at work.
This is why I like Courtney Michelle, because she always brings up the village and the children, and that's my focus. We align like that because I don't see how any of this is going to matter. It's like, think about it. It's simple. If I used to going, like, I got my feelings hurt when honeycombs changed. They used to be fucking amazing in the early 90s. Then they changed, right? So if you got a product you used to, Pepsi, whatever it may be, that you consume or you use, and you got a product that you're used to, and it starts getting really, really bad, the product that's already produced is not going to change the quality. I have to start at the new crops, at the new grains, the new ingredients. Like the Papa John's, better ingredients, better pizza. I have to increase the quality or find a different source for the ingredients. So the ingredients is children to any society. You got to start there. If you really want to win, you're going to start there. So I don't care what people say.
Yeah, I agree.
What Courtney is saying is more important than Chantel Simone. She's awesome. I really like her. Trying to get her to be for men. Like, these niggas is grown. You need to focus on creating. Because who the fuck? All right, y'all have these marriages y'all say that y'all want from Kevin Samuels doing what he do. Great. Who the fuck is your children gonna marry if you care about marriage? Stupid people. Dumbass people that don't think good. Like, that's where you have to start. And then that kind of sets the fire. Like, oh God, and we get the children straight, and we know they cognizant. They going shoot. They about 2-3 years from realizing we ain't shit. So let's get to work. Like my mentor has always told me, I got to think about everything you've seen in the manosphere. That's what my mentor told me when I was 20. I'm 37. He says growth only comes from the bottom. I've never seen a tree grow from the top down, ever in life. Growth only comes from the bottom, and babies is at the bottom. If you really want to change, you're going to get on your hands and knees and put your hands into the soil and change it. That's what it's going to make a difference. It's not going to make a difference from the number one nigga in the black manosphere getting a bunch of views. It's going to make a difference when we make a foundational or environmental change where
But you don't think that's a vicious cycle? I mean, because if you think about it, right, the tree not planting itself. And so if you got farmers, you got people who are, doing the foundation wrong, and then from the start all the way to where we end up with these conversations is all going to be wrong. You know what I'm saying? For lack of a better term, it's okay if we saying okay, starts from the bottom, starts from the parent, takes a village, right? If the whole village is believing that we got to pray to the water god or something, or we got to sacrifice these, you know what I'm saying, like something wild, and we going along with that. At what point do we realize, okay, you know what, this practice is the culprit. This is the issue we're having as a society as a whole. You know what I'm saying? Like if me and you, we can come to this realization, yes, starts with the children, yes, but it's a vicious cycle, it seems like, because the parents are the ones who are spreading any type of negativity into that child. The child grows up, then
that's a fact,
with that same negativity in them. And you can't just say, oh, I raised my child, all right. Okay, but that's one out of how many in the world? You know what I'm saying? Like, at what point do we say, okay, as a society, we can't be allowing this behavior, or we can't allow this to keep taking place? Or do we just say, oh, you know what, long as you're not affecting my child?
That don't work. That don't work because it's not real. Because you have no control over that. If that was the case, if that concept worked, then drug sales would start to decrease. Alcohol sales would start to decrease. Diseases would decrease, and they're not. They don't work. You would see results like these people can't keep their children. I mean, in children, you can't keep cancer down. The cancer is raising in children. As long as they don't hurt my child, okay, nigga, you become your environment. Like, I've been eating alkaline vegan since 2012. if I get around steak and all that and grease and all that, I don't know what happened, but I'm not gonna be as healthy as I was before. Like, I've changed my environment. I literally don't go into those stores. I only go into stores where it's organic. I don't go in there. My environment changed. I just don't go down those aisles. I go down the aisles that have alkaline ingredients mainly. And that's how I changed. The stores I'm in is not the stores I was in when I was 250 something pounds. You have to change your environment. So you don't, the problem we having, you've been on a lot of panels, E, so you've been on a lot of panels too, Zone, and I have. You spend a lot of time talking about talking. Spend a tremendous amount of time talking about talking. Just because there's nothing to do but talk about talking, because none of this shit's gonna work. You get tired of hearing talking points. Talking points is the new talking points. Saying talking points. I'm tired of these talking points. I'm tired of this talking point. It's the new talking points because all you do is talk about talking. Because there's no way to solve anything, because the only way to solve anything is foundations and systems.
Yes.
Talk what foundation you're in, what system you're in, what environment you're in, and then we get ultra personal, going straight to thought processes. But that's still systems and environment, because where else do you live but your mind? You don't live in your house. You live in your body. If that house blow the fuck up and you still here, you still here. If that house stays intact and you die, you're gone. The first environment is these 6 inches between your ears, and you just renting. Somebody else run that shit. That's why I say these chicks, it's not chicks being masculine or men being feminine. It's people being demonic, a female being demonic, because something has you. You don't have you. Something has control of you, and you don't have control over this. Then everybody have control over you.
Indeed. You know what I wonder? Why, like, so what I'm about to say is, other than you, because I know it's a lot of dudes that are on child support, and they have issues with baby mama, stuff like that. Understandable. But why is it that the kids, nobody really cares about the kids like that? Like for me, right? Like, when I look at my daughter, when I look at my daughters, I'm like, man, y'all are beautiful. Like, y'all are awesome. When I look at other children, and I might see a young child in a grocery store, with their parents, or, if I have my daughter in gymnastics or whatever, I'm like, man, I'm literally like, that's the next generation. I wonder, I start wondering about their future, and I love kids. I made a joke to somebody the other day. I'm like, shit, I hope God bless me with 2 more sons by the end of the year, even if it's on accident. So, like, when did, as a society, when did we stop giving a fuck about the kids, man?
When child abuse became normal.
Yeah. When it was, spare the rod, spoil the child. You know what I'm saying? When it was, 90% religious. You know what I'm saying? 90% Christian. That's when shit started fucking up. Like, when you have a whole group of people following something that is I'm gonna say misogynistic in nature. And the issue you will have is women who feel like men are this way, or men are all a certain way, versus realizing that, okay, this document is the thing that's causing these reactions. If you feel you are superior as a man to a woman, right? And every way, then the value you put on a woman is going to be lessened. It's not the same as if you value every human being just for being a human being. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like when my man said, he said, we having these conversations, we talking about talking, but in order to get to a plan of action, you do have to have some type of brainstorming period at least. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the only problem I had with it is that these are topics and people talk about what's the solution, but you don't go anywhere because there's nowhere to go but to talk about talking. Because it's nothing fundamental, it's nothing foundational. It's just sensationalism because this is a business.
No, this is all fundamental talk we having right here, yo.
No, we
this
have. Yeah, I'm just talking about what we
You know
see
what I'm
about
saying?
what we see out here.
Motivational speaking damn near right here. For real, yo. Like, if you out here beating your kids, hopefully you see this podcast, you're like, yo, you know what? You right. It's not about the physical threat. You know what I'm saying? What am I teaching my child? I'm showing them bullying is okay. I'm this
Yes.
big, they
Yeah.
this small.
Yeah.
I'm bullying them pretty
Yeah.
much.
And then they
So
gonna go
if
to they gonna go to school and get in trouble for what you taught them.
exactly. Oh yeah, go hit him. You know what I'm saying? And if he hit you, hit him back. Like, huh?
And
It's
that's
certain
why,
things.
and that's a good point, because that's why a lot of children, for lack of better words, that's why they grow up dumb. That is why they don't have any kind of wits or intelligence, because you're thinking, like, for instance, like my mom, the times that she did have me, because I was raised by my grandparents, like if I made a D or if I made an F in something when I was in elementary school, I'm getting an ass whooping. But the thing about it is that it's not that I don't want to do what I'm supposed to do. Maybe I just don't understand it. Maybe there's an issue that's preventing me from getting to a D to a C. Maybe what's the issue there? And beating your child is not gonna make your child go from a D to a A or D to a B.
Right.
And that's one thing with my daughter that I've had to practice her. Like, it's crazy because my mom told me the other day, she said, you know, they tried to diagnose you with ADHD when you were young, and they tried to toss you off in one of those. I'm like, what? and I'm just like, so you knew this. You knew this the entire time. And yet you know, any belt that you could grab, any type of wood slab that you can grab, any kind of tire strap, anything you could grab that was available, you wanted to grab that and take that to my backside because I got low grades. Meanwhile, this whole time you knew that they tried to do that to me when I didn't even know it.
That's betrayal. That is fine. It's the Bell 5000 says poor parenting affects everyone. Good raised kids get shot in school, shooting too. Right. When we don't hold parenting, I don't know why I struggle to say the word, parenting accountable. We don't have a parent accountable society has to deal with a parent product of neglect. Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fucking fact, bro. It's not, we don't have that. We don't have a culture of parent accountability at all. And that's all. So the entirety of being a parent is neglected. We're sorry parents. U.S. people are horrible parents. And this country and this culture is based off child abuse and child murder. That's what it's based off of. People don't understand war. War, the person that wins the war is not the one they tell you in the book. The side that wins the war is the side that kills more of the other side's children. All through history, that's who wins. Because what did that shit start from? It started from royalty. I want to kill your heirs. I want to kill who's in line. That's where it started from. When purpose is not known, misuse is inevitable. So I look at soft girl, to go back to how it started. I look at soft girls, while I promote it, is it's a better situation for children. So if it's a better situation for children, that means they are the higher quality wives. They're higher quality wives. That's the ones guys need to go after. So I started this talking about how the problems that come with soft girls. Is that they'll get in a situation where they will abandon you when they're wrong in the name of mental health. Because I don't know if my brain, I just got to get this. And they'll say something that seems to make sense. But if you go down and ask a series of questions, they're going to look crazy. They'd be worried about you hurting their feelings when you hold them accountable. Especially if you're a person like me, who is known to be, abrasive. I understand. You know what I mean? But overall, because like you asked on ESO, I think mothers should hit. I don't think mothers. It's dumb as fuck. Like, okay, if mothers, y'all say they nurturers, I don't say they're nurturers. I say women are preservers. I think nature nurtures. But if women are supposed to be this person that makes everything loving and feeding, right? And then all of a sudden they're hitting. That's like you going in your kitchen and your kitchen slapping the shit out of you. Like that shit doesn't make any sense. We got Love C in the building. What's going on? Hold on. I got you. I got you. I got to get this Love C. What's up? Your mic has been fire lately. I'm interested in hearing you.
Is it good? Is it good?
Absolutely wonderful.
Great. Hey,
Yep,
world
levels is
class.
good. What's going on, Love C?
Love C.
So, Eso, how are you guys?
Awesome.
Hello, what's going on?
I've
Hope you.
abandoned my AirPods. That's what's making this sound better.
Dallas D says mother-child relationships are looking more like them taking advantage of an imbalance of power. Yeah, I say a lot of these chicks are mothers because they want some shit they can't tell them no. That's it. That's what I see. And they can project their consumer experience on this little toddler. But how you been enjoying the conversation, Love C? I appreciate a lot of your comments that you made.
I've been over here. Working, but I'm also listening, and I'm like, yeah, I can't focus on what I'm doing. I love conversations about family, and I'm especially about um the things that you learn about yourself that you transfer to children.
Yeah.
I've had a lot of illness in my family in the past year. We've
Sorry
lost
to hear
family
that.
members. We've had things where ordinarily we may not have been together, but we've been forced to be together. Certain ones who don't come together, and just looking at the dysfunction, um, looking at the patterns, or maybe one side of things, and then you get everyone together, and you're able to see the dynamic more clearly. And I enjoy being in environments like that because then I'm able to walk away like, if you've grown up around that or you were raised in the house with that, even if it's a portion, that's in you, right? So finding out how it shows up in you, um, and what patterns or behaviors you've created around that, to me, that's just been my focus over the past couple of years. Like, if you don't like something you see in your parents who raised you, you're repeating that in some way, or you've course corrected in a way that may not be natural. It's just a response to whatever that was. And so I see that show up in parenting. Like we were talking about spanking, and I think in the Black community, we find that like a badge of honor, to talk about how you whooped your kids. And we've even brainwashed our kids to talk to other children like, yeah, we have scars over here. And I remember this one time, but I've learned that, in my opinion, whooping your children doesn't teach them whatever it was that you whooped them about. All it teaches them is to mold themselves into the people who have authority over them so that they don't suffer any repercussions from not being what they've been told they should be.
Right.
And it creates the easiest type of people to manipulate. It creates the easiest type of girls to abuse.
Yes.
If you're looking for someone to sexually assault, you look for the person who no one is going to believe, or no one is going to care about. And children will naturally shrink if they're not allowed to be who they are. And that
Absolutely.
child who shrinks and doesn't speak up for themselves is an easy target. And I don't think that as parents, I don't think that most parents even look at their children and look and say like, "Hey, I'm developing you." Like, I see a void in your personality. I see a gap in your understanding. I see an area where we don't need to be balanced here right now. I need to pour more into you because this has to be developed, or else it'll be critical. And you can't do that when you're talking about whatever the show is, the newest show, the newest
Right.
controversy. You
No, it's
can't do
fair.
that.
That's a fact. He's preaching. Hold up. We gotta
Bang, 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 bang.
I appreciate that.
You are watching a master at work.
Love C with the fire. Hey man, I'm with everything you said. I think to what you were saying earlier. That's why I did the live on epigenetics and how that's passed on, how that influences behavior. Because when the next generation is put in a similar environment, you have this innate reaction to that environment like your parents did and your grandparents did. And we don't pay that no mind. Oh, you'll fuck up like your daddy, you'll fuck up like your mom. But no, I'm in the same situation and I'm genetically disposed to do the same thing. You know what I'm saying? And like you said, if you seen something in your parents that you don't like my parents drink, smoke, gamble, and I don't drink, smoke, and gamble. I knew if they was doing it, it was wrong because they horrible people. Flat out, they both murderers. They both kill somebody. So I can't do what they do and then be like, yeah, I'm really heading in the right direction. So a lot of people don't realize that these people you run into are the ones that are breaking the generational curses. And a lot of us, it take a lot. It take a lot of sacrifice. It takes a lot of focus, and as compared to what we usually do, right? But then I think in the end of the day, it's really not that much. It's really pretty simple. But we prioritize, like you said, the new stuff, the fads. We got the whole narrative on this story that never happened, but we can't create an index on our life. Couldn't couldn't even put a chapter on our own lives. We know everything about a fictional character on Love and Hip Hop, a scripted character. You know what I mean? Dallas D says it's impossible to pour into a child when they are being exploited and used as an extortion tool. That is a fact. That child is there as an anchor for somebody else's feelings. You know what's crazy? You'll have these parents, mainly the mom, that will alienate the child from the other parent, and then have the audacity to tell that child that they love them. It blows my mind. Could you imagine if you worked at a job and you had a manager that you were friendly with and then you couldn't ever get your check and you just found out that the manager was keeping your check on purpose? You would be pissed. But we don't say nothing about that situation. At all.
At all. At all. But if you like, I think if you think about it, that's the danger, and that's why I think that when you mention soft girls and not
Chameleon.
using mental health as an excuse to run, and then you made the correlation between parents, like absentee mothers. I just thought about how you don't necessarily have to run like abandoned ship. You can be there, but the key parts that you need to be showing up with are not there. You know, and a woman will still look you in the face and be like, hey, I was here, I did the basics, right? I cooked, I cleaned, I took them to school, I got them dressed and everything, but you're not here. Like you're
Right.
not watching what's going on. You're so absorbed in whatever alternate reality that you're in, you know, whatever mental fog you've created of your own doing by like not being present. It's usually like, I think for women it's usually not being present, and it comes from being ungrateful. Like
Amen.
ungrateful and selfish. Like I hear this all the time. I hate when people say that, like, that's what you're supposed to do. I don't care if it is what you're supposed to do. You better still tell me thank you. Like, you better still be grateful because it's somebody
Yeah.
who's not doing what they're supposed to do. So you could
Yeah.
be in the boat with the people who aren't getting what they should be getting if you look at things as, you know, should, what you're entitled to. But the same way you praise children for like, oh, like people praise children for anything. Oh, I don't know what this is you colored, but it's wonderful. Hey, praise the people around you, you know, for the things that they do, even if you feel like it's not that big of a deal or that's what you should be doing anyway, because it keeps you grateful. That like it's
Facts.
just a practice that keeps like search for the good before how are you doing. I hate when people tell you like all this bad stuff and they're like, but I'm not gonna complain. Like, yo, what did you just do? You just complained the whole time and then said that you weren't gonna complain. Like, just keep if you keep your mind in a space of gratitude and
Yeah.
thankfulness for that, it makes it easier for you to stay attached to stay present and stay attached to reality. Like that, then that's what children need. You when they're laughing, you need to be laughing, you know, right along with them. When something goes wrong, you need to be able to have a clear enough mind to figure out like, okay, what do I need to do to help them critically think their way through this so that they can be the adult that they need to be, because I'm not going to be here one day. So I can't mold them into making my life, you're too loud, I don't want you to be loud, I don't want you, like, I don't want you to do anything. I tailor you to me. Then you get out in the world and you're not able to function with other people because all I've done is molded you to make me comfortable. And then when I'm gone, what do you do from there? You can't critically think. You don't even know who you are.
Shout out to red lipstick vibes. I ain't want to stop you. You was cooking. Appreciate you, sis, for coming through. Listen. Hold up. I had a bang. I got a. It's you. Look, I had to put the Denzel on. She's on fire. I appreciate it, man. That's. Ugh. When you present and you're not there, it's traumatizing, man. Teaching your child to be a shell corporation. Something somebody can just swap out. And like I said, when you have a person that is there but not there, is due to the fact that that person is possessed. Something has that person. They don't have themselves. A lot of stuff is just anti-human. Or if you don't like that language, it's freaking what is it? Self-defeating, self-sabotaging, self-genocide. You know what I mean? I think that was awesome. See.
And if I could add something to that, well, something a little bit different. If you're a father out there, the worst thing that you could do is take yourself away from your kids. Like take yourself like out of this world, like not physically here, away from your kids. And I bring that up because in 2019, my uncle was the subject of, I know I'm never going to get the full story because it was some BS that happened, but basically he's not here. They try to say he deleted himself and his girlfriend. But it could have been something more than that, just because of where the incident took place near a lake and all this kind of stuff. So my uncle has two sons who are basically grown men now. I think like maybe 19 and 20, something like right around the area. My cousins, right? You know, but their mother is an alphabet. And, you know, like she just had recently came out in these past few years, and, you know, posting pictures on Facebook and whatever. That's not a good position for young men to be in.
No, it's not.
It's not. You know, you gotta be able to you're a leader. You gotta be here for your kids. And I think about that almost every day, that the fact that he possibly lost his life or took his life, and a woman was involved. And both of their funerals were held in the same funeral home a week apart.
See,
sorry for your loss, bro.
Yeah, definitely.
Appreciate it.
Definitely sorry to hear that. And I didn't.
Sorry to hear that.
I was reluctant to even say this part because I figured it would be assumed when I say mental health, but you'll have to deal with that too, guys. When you're dealing with so-called soft girls, that comes up. The want to self-delete and shit like that. That's why I thought it would be a point of a conversation, because that's going to come up, and then they'll kind of guilt trip you, and not guilt trip you, but you'll feel guilty that, and not to intrude on their mental health process, because that'd be one of the things they bring up. And you kind of want to know that. You want them to tell you that if they're thinking about, you know, self-deleting, but it becomes a really hard situation. You know. The bell says mothers disregard the well-being of children based on personal choices of selfishness. Rather take advantage of a system that will help her instead of take advantage of a family system for the child. That's a fact. And help her is her get stuff that she's seen some other chick get. That's not going to help nobody else.
I see. If you, I can't speak for them, but if you see an advantage in doing the wrong things, it's going to be hard to get you to do the right thing.
That's a
like
fact.
if the if you cutting corners and your mom told you how to cut corners and you cut corners so well you don't even know you cutting corners, what would make you stop? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's a circular. What happens is it's a vicious cycle, and we can't just say, "Oh, it's because these women or it's because these men." It's society as a whole. That's the whole thing. I'm saying if we are going to come together as a society, which we should at least. I mean, we do realize that we are affecting one another more and more now that we see a fucking plastic island in the ocean. Supposed to be more plastic than fish in the ocean. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's going to get to a point where we got to realize, all right, damn, like, we got to have solutions now. Like, we can't even talk about the problem no more. And that's where I think we at. Like, it's 2023. Yeah, you can't be mad at a girl if she's a chameleon and showing you soft traits in order for you to not be so hard, so towering or such a presence that's not necessarily good, but could also have that, propensity to do that, to have that, what I'm saying, ability to do, harm. So if we're gonna say, all right, these girls is causing these problems, what solutions, right? Like, if we want soft girls, but we don't want chameleons, and we see, okay, she knows how to act a certain way when she wants to get what she wants, and then she can go back to hard body. You know what I'm saying? So that's not the solution. That's just a temporary fix. That's like a band-aid on it. I'm saying it can't be soft girl era. It's got to be soft girls.
Period. Yeah. Shout out to Hank. What's up, Hank in the building? Hank the basement. He said when the results change from good to bad. Okay. Natasha says that's two hard situations for kids to deal with. Zone. She said a parent's death and a parent's sexual relations. One of them is controllable. There's little to no reason to discuss the adult life with children. Yeah, with kids, yeah. But I don't like kids work. But I mean, certain things. I mean, I don't know. I think adult life. When I think of adults in their life, I think about a lot of stuff. So it's a lot of stuff that adults should be telling children. But the sexual part is not. I'm not good with it. I don't think that's the thing that should happen anytime soon.
Yeah, he said when the results turn from good to bad. Shout out to Hank, but honestly, I don't think we can wait that long. For real. Seriously.
I saw one person, one chick on my Facebook timeline a few months ago. Like most of my Facebook are normies. Like they still believe in like the Democratic Party and all this nonsense.
What you say? You said normies?
Yeah, that's what they are. Normies. Like if I do this, then everything will be okay.
What happened?
He's calling them sheep though.
And I saw a chick in there that it was like she said something about soft girl era. So I know that she has to be like in one of these YouTube spaces because no regular people are talking like that. But I laugh when I saw it because I know her, and I'm just like, you just trying to get your bills paid for the winter because she's for the streets. And so I just thought that was hilarious. It was like something. I'm finally embracing my femininity or something. When I tell you, I almost died on the floor laughing at that because I'm just like, wow. How is it like? If a man has to be masculine at all points of his life, like there's not a point where you could say, where you could walk in your house and you can say, okay, I'm not gonna be masculine anymore. I'm not masculine. But it just amazes me today that a lot of these young women think that they can do that, like turn it on and off when it's something that you have to do all the time.
Yeah. What if oxygen worked like that? and gravity and shit. It just, you know what I mean? I don't know what's gonna happen, depending on if it's spring, the gravity will be on twice as much. Like I'm good.
Bang, bang, bang,
I'm set.
bang, 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 bang.
Right, so life is a clitoris, I guess. Just turn it off and on. I don't know. I don't know.
The crazy thing is a lot of people really do think that they can turn it on and off. They think that um and they show up that way. And the reality is I think that's why we see people, males and females today, the way that they are, that actually believe they can turn it on and off because they grew up with a parent that turned it on and off. And they learned how to mirror that behavior. So when mom's being masculine, or how I'm saying these words because they're what people identify with, but when she's like yelling and screaming and she's gonna like beat us with whatever she can get her hands on, then you have to make yourself smaller. You cower to to that, right? So if you're even a male or female, you're gonna show up that way as you grow up. You're gonna show up as that type of man. Where if the threat of a woman doing something to you supersedes your ability to get out of that situation, you cower beneath her. Now you get here and they call you a simp or whatever they call you, but there's a real situation from your childhood that's tied to that. And instead of just wearing the title, figure out, and I'm not talking about like, I'm using the terms because they're relatable, but that's like the reality of what we see now, where people can't stand on principle. They can't stand on anything. They don't have a code for themselves. Like, this is what I do. This is what I don't do. This is the line I don't cross. People don't have that anymore because they've grown up in unstable environments, and those dysfunctional and unstable environments create unstable people. Even if I don't care how expensive your sweater is, you, my friend, are unstable with your expensive car and clothes and chain and all of that. You're unstable with your weave. You're you're unstable, just like the people who raised you.
Bang, 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 bang.
Listen.
So it's no saving them?
You are watching a master at work.
No, see, killing it.
It's no saving them? What you think? It's it? Hang it up?
I think you got to change yourself. You got to be able to admit that that's where you are. And the hard thing is, people think that admitting that means that you have to say that you're wrong or somebody else was wrong. Man, it's just the reality. That's what is. That's what is. Like, your mom and dad, whatever their behavior might have been wrong, they functioned in whatever way they functioned, and you can waste more years of your life deciding, oh, I don't want to admit that because then that makes me look like, no, you are. It's not what you look like. That's what you are. You just have to decide, like, do I want to hide to paint this alternate reality so I can feel better occasionally because all the stuff that happens is going to continue to happen? Or do I want to get down to business and say, hey, my dysfunctional parents had dysfunctional behavior and it created a pattern that shows up in me as dysfunctional, and I don't want to be that. So now when this thing happens, instead of like yelling and acting crazy, I'm going to stop and figure out, hey, right now I'm frustrated. So I love you. I'm going to be quiet until I can regulate myself, and then I'll talk to you. You have to be intentional about that. And if you are trying to figure out, like, where the chick's at, where this is going on, can I calm my way into this thing over here? Can I get a PPP loan over there? If your mind is cluttered with a whole bunch of other meaningless things, you're not going to have the mental fortitude to apply yourself to changing that behavior. So you'll end up saying things like, hey, this is just how I am. It just runs in my family. And it will run in your family and your children's family and every family after that until your legacy is wiped off the face of the earth. So you can change it, but the question is, are people really going to discipline themselves to do the work that it takes to change it?
Most people not. Most people don't want to, because discipline means you got to give up stuff. You got to give up your favorite thing to do, and then people's pleasure threshold is usually abuse. And again, it starts when who you're around. You become who you hang around most of the time. And this is a child abuse culture, man. And so, if a child is watching child abuse, what do you think that child gonna do? Child is gonna child abuse. It's gonna abuse himself, abuse herself. When you already have a child that doesn't know how to regulate at a high level anyway, because they're a child. And like myself, was fat. I was aggressive because I was around fat, aggressive people. It's just I was a fact.
You was around what?
Fat, aggressive people. It's a fact. Like I really was in real life. Then when I got away from them, I stopped being fat. But I was still a little aggressive.
Oh my goodness, man.
It's just what it was. It's a fact. It's just literally what it is. It's not. It's like you don't have a chance to be healthy, inside out.
Yeah, man. That is something that I'm really going to be vocal about. I've already said a few things on my Facebook timeline that I know some of my family members are looking at those comments sideways about. I made a statement of something about like how it takes more discipline for a woman to be a woman than a man to be a man, for the simple fact that men, we don't go through the physiological changes that women do. We don't have cycles, we don't grow breasts, we don't give birth to babies. So naturally, because they go through so many changes physically, it's going to take more discipline to stay in shape, to be obedient to yourself. Whereas men, we have higher expectations and we have higher standards placed on us by society because we're men, because we're the dominant species. But it just ticks me off because it's like I don't remember in the 90s seeing so many obese women when I was growing up. Like I really don't. And it just makes me kind of sick to my stomach now that it's like, okay, you guys, do you not care? Like why are you treating yourself this way? You don't want to look sexy? You don't want to look good? Do you not? I mean, what's the deal? What's going on? So I know like when I have conversations with women this year, like I'm not sugarcoating shit. Like I'm not going to be rude with it, but I'm just really in a mind state where I'm just like, and even with dudes too, I tell dudes about themselves too. But I mean, I just do not remember women looking the way that they were looking 30 years ago, the way that they look now. I just hate the fact that bodily obedience has just been thrown out the window. That's just me though.
You know what? I don't know what it is right now. Oh, let me read that. Let's comment. She said most people don't have discipline. That's why people accept negative traits, claiming it's them loving themselves for who they are. Acceptance just means you gave up on improving you. When she's not saying that that's what acceptance means. She's just saying that I accept it. You mean you quit? You're not trying to. You don't want to do nothing. You just because that other girl got to get away with it and they get to get away with it. So you're just like, why should I do this when I can just do X this one?
Or
You know what I'm
die
saying?
with it. Right, yeah.
It's just goofy.
Mm.
Because I was gonna say, I was thinking, I'm like, where are the disciplined lives? And I remember seeing on Black Man and Filter, Shushu and Mandrell gonna have one, so I'm about to put that in the chat right now. Put that in the chat.
And I think it's interesting when you brought up discipline, like who should discipline the children. Oftentimes we call beating, discipline.
Yeah.
My father was really big on, that beating children is not discipline. He's in the military, so he's like, beating children most of the time is just your emotional reaction because they did something that you didn't like or that embarrassed you. To actually discipline the child is to sit down with them and teach them the rules and the systems and the order that happens in your home. When we wake up, we do this routine. You make your bed this way. You put your clothes in your drawer this way. You speak to people, this way. You carry yourself that way. That's discipline. And you do it repeatedly over and over again until it becomes a habit. But you do it based off of principle. But a lot of people don't live principled lives. And so there's nothing for you to discipline the children to. You don't have a way to say, in this family, we carry ourselves this way. You know, you behave this way. You address you address elders this way. You address your siblings that way. These are all in our homes. All you hear is don't do this, don't do that, don't touch this, don't eat that, don't go over here, don't do that. If and if you do, then this. It's never a hey, you're important. You are, priceless. I can't get you back. So I'm going to teach you some things that help preserve you. They preserve your body. They preserve your mind. They preserve your health. This is what I'm teaching you because you're special and you're important. We don't teach our children like that. So they're fearful already. Like, "Oh, I can't. My mama says she gonna whoop me." They don't realize like, no, I'm not. I made the express decision not to because it's not healthy for me. It's not good for me. It's not beneficial for me. We never tie things to the value that they have as little people. We don't parent that way. I don't know why, but that's not something that we see a lot of. But that's what discipline is: instilling in you value and principles so that you can operate, for yourself. But if you got people who don't see any value in themselves or treat themselves as valueless, it's hard for them to identify value or instill value because I don't have anything of value to give you. All I can give you is a rap song and a tip top dance. I don't have anything more of substance to feed into.
Amen. Amen. I'm gonna go ahead and read these two, right? I'm just gonna read discipline real fast. Discipline, what is this? Potential, what is that? Potential? Chase, what is that? Enticement? What the fuck is that? These two words I've never seen in my life.
Chastisement.
Chastisement. Okay, that fucking just stressed me out. Punishment for sake of correction. Now I looked at punishment because I fucking forgot about that. So punishment is late 14th. Punishment in law, the assessing or inflicting of pain, suffering, loss, confinement, etc., on a person for a crime or offense. So when we look into discipline people, it's only for things that are wrong. That's why it comes up. You're going to discipline this person for that. You're going to discipline this person for that. But I always look at discipline as the you doing it yourself, like you stopping yourself from doing it, so I don't have to. I think that's real discipline. I mean, I'm not arguing with the etymology of it. I don't ever argue with it. But that's how I look at discipline. That's how I was taught discipline. I know the etymology, but I always look at it as like the rest of it is. I put it in the chat too. It says, all right, discipline, physical punishment, teaching, suffering. And it says directly from Latin, instructions given, teaching, learning, knowledge. That's the original. I think it's the disciplina. Instruction given, teaching, learning, knowledge, and also object of instruction, knowledge, science, military discipline. From discipulus. So discipline actually comes from discipulus, which is pupil, student, follower. So you see what I'm saying? Like that's why you look up shit. You look up words, and you find out the origin of shit. Because I don't think a child is going to stay away from danger, stay away from harmful things because I pop them or I tell them not to do something. I think they'll stay away from following you and seeing what you do. They'll steal away from that because they don't do that. They're having fun following big brother or following dad or big cousin that is doing something constructive. AKA idle hands do the devil work. Keep them busy. Keep them busy with something that's important. I always say this, between conception and 8 years old is when the brain is developing the fastest. And there's so much that they can learn. We don't appreciate that space. Like my son is still 6. He just picking up stuff. Want to be big so bad. But at the same time, he's 6, so when we in the store, it's all the stuff around, but his hand is attached to my hand. It don't matter if I lift my hand and get something from the store. The second I drop it, he picking my hand back up, because it is a sense of security and a sense of connectedness that children want, and it's a part of what their brain needs, or why it's growing. Because I don't think we understanding that children be going, even when they're 6 and 7, they be in pain. because they're growing so freaking fast. Skin is stretching, all this different. Their muscles are tearing because they're growing so fast. They be in pain a lot. So they like, oh, you acting like a baby. Well, babies, infants be in a lot of pain, and we really don't understand that. And that comes from not understanding where things come from, not really taking full cognizance of the situation we're in, what we have, the 102 minerals that the body is made of, the processes, the system, the different systems in the body. We don't know what it needs. I think I got the 100. Well, I got the trace minerals from that we get from sea moss. I got a picture of that. But like I asked this girl one time, I'm like, she had this infamil, and I looked at the infamil. I'm just like, it says something, something, something oil, something, something, something oil. I said, do you drink oil? She said, no. I said, well, why do you give it to your baby? And she looked at it, and she read it for the first time in her life. Baby was like, I don't know, 9 months. She's like, yeah, no, I don't know. Like, what? What are you doing? Dude, what's going on?
All these babies drinking oil.
Like, it's not even like, oh, it's a conspiracy. The world class saying the babies drink. Go look at the infamil bottle, canister, whatever the fuck this shit is, if y'all can find it anymore, and then read the shit. That shit crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah,
My son grew up on breast. Go ahead.
I put a post on one of my old Twitter accounts, which is now deleted, because I made a joke. It was the weirdest thing, man. I on my old Twitter, I mean, I was going at everybody. Like, my mouth was, but I messed around, and there was a congressperson that had one of these seats or something, and he said something slick on Thanksgiving. This was a few years ago, and I said, I put in his comments, I hope you choke on a turkey bone. And then next thing you know, like my whole shit was deleted like the next day. So that was funny.
They deleted it.
Yeah, they deleted that. Yeah. They shut my Twitter down and all that. But yeah, I had put a long article on there about like the metals and stuff. I think Red Lipstick Vibes just said it in the chat, like about all the metals and stuff that's in baby formula. I mean, it was like 2 paragraphs that I was just going in talking about it. And I was surprised they didn't delete me for that. But I say all that to say that it's no coincidence that we have, you know, a rainbow or alphabet culture that we have today. Because I think that a lot of the those things, like those sexual urges and identities and stuff like that, I think a lot of that is tied to that. Even when you go to in a lot of stores today, like there's a baby formula shortage still. You go in CVS, you go in Walgreens, some grocery stores, like you can't even find that stuff.
Shouldn't be able to find that shit raggedy.
Yeah, so yeah, it's crazy, man.
And my son grew up on breast milk and hemp milk, homemade hemp milk. And then when he could eat fruits, he ate, that pureed fruit stuff.
Yeah,
fine.
breastfeed them babies, y'all. Y'all got some, big titties. Breastfeed them babies.
Oh shit,
ain't nothing wrong with that.
Not the big titties.
I like titties. I'm a titty man. Breastfeed them babies.
Hold on, it's been a minute. It's been.
Colin,
what's going on?
I heard you say. I didn't know if you knew this.
No, I'm just asking you what's going on. I get that. I don't know why you're not listening to me.
No hair.
Back up for a second. I just want to get clarity.
Mm-hmm.
You hear what you're saying out loud, brother?
I like titties. Yeah. Right, the cereal with the paint thinners and that little cereal that you add to the milk.
I never did that because if it's oatmeal, right? So I breastfed our children, but then, and you'll get flack for that too. People talking, why are you doing that? Why, like, maybe not everybody, but I used to, I just made my children oatmeal, like regular oats.
Yeah.
I just blended the oats in the in the food processor, and then you use the breast milk to make them oatmeal. And then like why would I go buy, like, I got an apple, I got a banana, I smash up the banana, I put it in the oats, they got oatmeal, the same stuff we eat. Not like
Yeah, but
I just the like what they feed us, what they what we feed our children, man. And you got to look at anything that they're giving you for free. Like if you can go to WIC and they're giving you 6 and 7 gallons of milk for free, if they're giving you like blocks of cheese for free, if they're giving you juicy juice that's like 65 grams of sugar for free, you might as well give your baby. Then if somebody give your baby a Pepsi, you'll call them, abuse. That's what kind of person gives their baby a Pepsi? The same people who give them a juicy juice.
Man.
Hold up. I'm a little rusty. Just hold up.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean.
Not on my property. Not around my niggas, he can't.
No, God, please, no, no, no.
I can't take it. I can't.
Man, when I was in college, now that I think back on it, like I said, I'm a titty man. When I was working at Target, right? And this was, I think Barack was in office, and this was when he was, working on the Affordable Health Care Act, Obamacare, whatever. And I don't know if you guys remember this, but there was a big uprising about breastfeeding in public about like 2009, 10ish, something like that.
Yeah.
And it was so funny because like I actually hated that job because I was going in there unloading trucks and doing all the backbreaking work and whatever. But then I got a little promotion and I didn't have to do that. And I was in the store, right? And it was funny because I had read about these protests where women are going in public stores, just breastfeeding in public, not caring who's in there. And I remember I started seeing these titties out in the store left and right. I said, damn, I love this job. Y'all go ahead, breastfeed them babies. And I think that might have been the start of when I became an advocate for titties. So
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, and I don't want you to keep going.
Yeah. Shout out to all the breastfeeding mommies out there.
Do you want me to tell you how you said it? You want me to say it back to you how I think you said it? Go ahead.
Nah, I mean, I guess if we are advocating for more information and having, the anatomy not be so like, oh my gosh, look, a titty. You know what I'm saying? We have to desensitize men more and more, whereas they don't feel like, oh, damn, now I'm a titty man because I see, a baby.
I've been desensitized now. I think I really am now because it's been a minute. I've been pushing for this, and I remember that zone. I've been in so many of them conversations. After like 2000, probably started really like when I work, I dealing with people. You see these little mothers, and you'll ask them, you'll ask them a question about breastfeeding. I'll give a fair number will be about 13 out of 15. If you ask them, do you breastfeed your child? Ew, no. Ew. What you mean, ew? What you mean? It's for the baby. It's not for the nigga to get you wet. Like
exactly.
They got on formula though. That's what I'm saying.
I just want to make this clarification. It wasn't like I was just like looking and being a pervert.
You ain't got to take it back. Be who you are. No.
It's just that.
No. Go ahead. You talking, Zone. No, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Nah, man. It's just that, like, that's just something that you just don't see or whatever. Like, it's not the norm, right? And then it was okay. So the area that this Target was in, it's a white suburban area, right? So it's nothing but soccer mom. Those are the feminists. Those are the ones that are like, yeah, I'm gonna give my baby this natural food. That's why they shop at Target, because Target had the better food. Target got the better quality food, better products and stuff like that. So yeah, the black women, like you just said, like they have a problem with that. Whereas all I seen when I was working at Target was white soccer suburban moms up and down aisles after Barack Obama passed that law or after it became legal or whatever, breastfeeding their kids in Target aisles.
Which
That's
should
all I'm
be.
saying.
It really should be. It
He
really
said
should
my
be
problem with
normalized.
trick niggas, they reward the same women they talk bad about with money. Then wonder why they don't want to change. Nigga, shake my head. Off the subject, just for the record. Can I reply to that?
Go ahead.
Yo, I don't think that that's the issue. It's not the niggas though. You know what I'm saying? It's like if we as a society realize, okay, women can get resources certain ways and not have to be in a boardroom or not have to work on their feet for 8 hours, right? They could decide, you know, just lay on my back, right? That the oldest profession is not the issue. It's the mindset of a man being able to say, you know what, I can use this money, these resources, and skip a whole process of getting to know them, taking them out. You know what I'm saying? If I only value that one thing, and my value is okay, I value this money, right? So I could trade this money for time with her body or whatever, however you want to say it. I don't think that's the problem. Like the profession isn't the problem. It's that you would want to spend your money on that, and that she would be able to get money from that. So if we allow it, it's fair game, right?
I see what you did there. Yeah, I don't really care much. I don't really see it being a big factor in life, whether niggas trick or not. But I do agree with the shit that the Bell is saying. They reward the same women they talk bad about. I think that's the foundation of what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, if you want to skip that process, I mean, depending on what you want, you just want the vagina and you want to pay for it and you want a cap on how much it's going to cost. Hey, I guess I don't know.
First of all,
it's instant gratification for both.
First of all, I want to send a shout out to DeBell, because if anybody that's not familiar with the space, you know DeBell is DeBell, and he lives a certain lifestyle. And for the record, DeBell, you're always on subject, brother. Even when you're off subject, you're always on subject.
So, real quick, Lucky says, she says, not everyone produces breast milk. That's a fact. And Red Lip Vibe says, there are other natural alternatives instead of that powdered stuff the government gives you. Now, one of the things I bring this up because when my son was in the NICU, they was offering him milk. That stuff came up, and I'm like, look, we eat it in a certain way. And one of the things they were coming to the conclusion of doing, because his mom in the beginning was having little problems producing, then she'd freaking overproduce, and they had to store it. And so I'm glad that happened because I was stressed out. They gave an alternative of having human milk, like from moms like my son mother who overproduce. But it's a company that produces it. So I don't know if you know about that, Lucky, but that's one of the things too.
My cousin, her baby was in the NICU. He was born like 5 months prematurely, and she started pumping because she wanted him to have breast milk. She started overproducing, and she started working with, mothers who couldn't produce milk. She's young. She was young when she was doing this, and like 22, Facebook shut her Facebook page down. They would never reopen it, but like, so we lost like all the pictures like during that time, like all the pictures from there, all that stuff is gone. But she was like advocating for young, because let's see, 27, he's 6, so she was probably like 20, 21 when she had him. So she had a large group of friends, and she was like trying to encourage them to breastfeed. And if you don't know how, like she was saying, like, I have additional milk. She had like a full, like old school deep freezer of the little bottles, little baggies of milk she had pumped. And Facebook, like when she started talking about that breastfeeding, they shut her whole Facebook page down.
I was aware of things like that. That's they do not play about killing people. So that's with food, but that goes into the environment thing we were talking about before. And I want to bring this up again because I said it once. So to go again, we kind of came down here because Isa was asked me about the soft girls, and I was saying soft girls to me, I think about children first. And one of the things that usually start a situation that people don't bring up, they say the opposite, but they don't say this one. Triumph bonding. People bond in triumph. And what happens, and it's like, well, another way for to say that is front running. Like when shit is up, when shit's good, and shit's cool, you're great. Like everything is wonderful. Then when that pressure hit, everything goes downhill. And that is what creates trauma bonding. Because you get surprised, and then your life be fucked up, and then it can end up being perpetual because it seems like that other side was so far away. And this happens with this topic too, because you'll be on Facebook, you'll be talking about things that's okay, and you win, you getting all the likes, and then you'll realize, damn, I can't talk about Dr. Sabi, I can't talk about being alkaline. What's wrong with that? And you just get shocked, and that really makes people angry, and then it kind of steamrolls the situation because somebody's playing the victim. Facebook will play the victim. The little hat people will play the victim. They'll act like this is hurtful to the community, but you know what you're doing. These other people are unwittingly doing things that sharing information in a place where it's not welcome. Right? Back to the soft girl thing. Now somebody's about to speak. I'll let you go. The reason I even started this live is because I want people to not walk into that situation, especially these guys. When you have the girl you want, and that type of girl, the girls that we and women that we want to see in relationship that are not, you need to be cognizant of not weaponizing your mental illness or mental health. And in some situations, your mental illness. Don't weaponize it and alienate and abandon people or abuse people in the name of mental health or mental illness. And same shit with these fucking asshole, I don't know what to call y'all. Little hat people, the poisoners, medical, pharmaceutical company and industries. Stop trying to kill people in the name of business and community. What the fuck is that shit? Community guidelines. Like you're failing community guidelines because you're telling children, women to breastfeed. But I guess they're not breastfeed. They're not women now because magic. Crazy. I don't fucking know. That you? Oh, there you dropped down. Gotcha. All right, so somebody was about to come in. And I had to go.
You didn't finish the relationship part. You like now taking it back to the soft girl.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's what I said. I'm taking it back to the soft girls. I said that. It's when you. I don't want people to go into it unwittingly. It kind of triggered me to come back to this part because we be on Facebook having fun, or you be with a soft girl having fun, and then you get to some real shit, and then you get hit in your mouth, and then it's like, okay, damn. Like you said, when you said it, we lost all those pictures. I was like, damn, I remember a situation like that where you're not saving them because it's like it's on Facebook. It ain't going nowhere. I should be able to get to it, but they shut the page down. It's like, damn. That kind of reminded me to jump back to it because I wanted people to kind of have different angles. You know, these talking points have gotten tiring, right? But we want different, fresh perspectives in this new Gregorian physical year. That's not the real year. Shout out to Zone. He said that the other day. We was talking about that. So triumph bonding. When people are up, we got these channels going through crazy, people linking up. You know, like Kevin Samuels said, winter is coming. Winter is always coming. Winter could come in spring. It can come this week. It's a winter every part of the week. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want people to continue to get blindsided when the wisdom is available. So I'm going to do the best I can to start sharing foresight and sharing some of the things that I see that people don't see, if nothing else. So we can weaponize greatness. So I don't know who was.
I gotta. Speaking of the small hats, I gotta get back to the small hats, and I have to get back to killing people in the interest of business, unfortunately. But
what happened?
Who said it?
I was gonna say that like, you know, because you mentioned the was it Love C? You mentioned the shutting down of the Facebook page, and then you mentioned people being deplatformed for talking about nutrition, you know, the alkaline foods, Dr. Sabi, stuff like that.
Yeah.
I just find it amazing in 2023. You have somebody like Kyrie Irving who did nothing and said nothing wrong, who just got kicked off of IG again for literally no reason. You have him getting deplatformed and kicked off of his social media, but it seems like a platform like Instagram is getting more and more comfortable with with allowing nudity and things of this nature, getting closer and closer to allowing people to be fully nude and naked on their site,
Okay.
perpetualizing this weird type of culture that we have going on, which obviously is going to affect the children down the line. So I just found that very interesting.
That's helpful.
That we see what's going on here. So that's why these discussions are important.
Yeah.
But hey man, I appreciate you for bringing me on. I'm still be in the chat though.
Definitely appreciate you, bro. You're usually one of the first people to hop up. I have a great day at the Killing People facilities.
Will do. Roger that. All right, y'all.
All right, peace.
Good talking to you, Tom.
Lucky, what did you ask? You said, "What's the reward?" If you're still in the chat, what was you talking about, love? He said, "Yeah, they will shut you down quick, man." I posted plenty of times. They were like, "I can't see none of your posts no more." I'm like, "What? I see you all the time. That man, I don't like you when you're doing stuff to help people, man. They not playing about that health, but the environment is extremely important. Again, like I said, the first environment is your mind, the 6 inches between your ears, how your intake and output. It's very important that you take quality in. Like I looked at it from a conceptual standpoint, and really rap. It's like, what's a punchline? A punchline is if when it comes to health, and it comes to your mental health, and it comes to your mental environment, your head, the only place you live, because you don't live in your house, you live in you. If you put bullshit in, bullshit gonna come out. So I don't put bullshit in my mouth, and I don't let bullshit come through my ears, and I don't want bullshit to come out of my mouth. I want low quality things, and we do too much of that. You know what I'm saying? That's why we kind of like the soft girls. Not kind of like, we love the soft girls, but they have something that God should be aware of, and that's, they go through a lot, they take a lot of abuse, they handle enough of it well, but when push come to shove, man, I'm telling you, y'all gonna be in for a rude awakening, and it's shocking, and you be like, damn, I hate this bitch now. You ain't going, you gonna be like, no, I don't fuck with her no more. But after a while, you sit back and you think, you're like, okay, I see what's going on with this. Gotta always reflect. I always look at old relationships. I always look at old successes, old failures, and because my goal, shout out to Love C, shout out to Courtney Michelle, shout out to everybody that takes this position. My goal is always to make a deposit of something valuable into the children and into the next generation. I'm here for them. Because what used to make me angry is like, we got all these older people, parents included, that got all these right answers, but you don't got the right results. And then you know so much, but you don't know to tell me about these fundamentally important things. I learned financial literacy from somebody. There's nothing I use today that I learned from somebody in my bloodline. So I had most dead people from books and strangers, people from across the country. You know what I'm saying? And that has to stop, bro. We like one-stop shops when they're plazas, but we don't want to do that as parents.
Wow, that's real.
Yeah.
Wow.
And at least you can get your. I think it's really important is that a parent should be the person doing most of the introductions, because you can't make a first impression. And babies need to see how we do, with our last name, with our face, with our vein, our blood running through our veins, how we approach that. I think approach is extremely important. I don't know if you heard it earlier, Love C, but I was talking about what Cheeky talks about. He talks about the tone a lot, but I don't ever think it's tone. I just think people just know certain things. They just know you have a problem with them, or they know that, oh, you on to them, or you about to start criticizing them. And I think what dictates that even more is approach. It's like some people can approach you in a way you don't know, and that dictates everything. It's how you approach stuff. Giving children a right approach so they can position themselves to have genuine failures. That's how I look at things. I don't really look at the grandiose, oh, you great. I look at the situations where I can explain to my son, this is why you failed in this real situation. You failed because of this. Because that's what's going to live with him. Because the triumph bonding that you have with yourself is going to fail you too. Because you don't know who you are when you get it in your mouth. So it's the same, saying the same thing over and over again. Like even you as a person, you really don't know how tough you are till you get hit by a car or something traumatic or fall down the steps or somebody hit you by accident. You're like, damn, I thought I would bleed out if I ever got shot or stabbed. And then you like, damn, I'm tougher than I thought I am. So we prepare for that. And that's what dads do. Dad's supposed to prepare his family for his death. It was in what I'm about to call a movie Wakanda. It was in Black Panther, but that's something that a lot of men hold dear. We've been saying that. A lot of older men talk to me about that. I gotta set them up. I'm gonna get out of here. I'm probably gonna die before they do. So you gotta set them up to be successful, and you gotta have those hard conversations. So it shouldn't be hard for a guy to talk to soft girls about certain things. It shouldn't be hard for a guy to talk to a doctor about what is this you doing with my child, bro. I was in their ass every day, man. My son was in NICU. He came like 2.5 months earlier. Yeah, we're going to put this in. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. Nope. No, they hated to see me. These people on different floors than me. Like, hey, how you doing? You're so and so. You're Miguel's dad. Yeah, I am. I was up there every day. I was running 20-hour days, maybe sleeping for 4 hours. You know what I'm saying? And all that brass bravado I had when I'm playing sports or anything else, I had that same shit in them rooms with them doctors. That's what's all. Like I said to the soft girls, one of the things you can realize that they are struggling with some mental illness issues is when something's bad. This is people, period. If you are brash or whatever wit you have or discernment you have when you're having fun or when things are good, it should be the same exact speech pattern, thought process when stuff is bad. Because if it works, why would you change it? So one of these people are real, and one of these people are not. When something bad, you change your speech. Something bad happens, you change your speech pattern, you change your thought process, your concerns, your priority. This person, or are you this person that's when you're playing, you got this joke, you got that joke. Which one of these people are you? Because you're not both.
Can you give an example of what you mean by speech pattern and thought process?
It's just priorities. Priorities, what they like, what the approach, right? I just talked about approach. It's like when something happens, what is the first thing they say? And then how do they finish the conversation? That right there is the only thing that's important. And what do they, and then anything in the middle is what do they insist on? That's the easiest way to look at it. What's the thought process or the speech pattern? So speech pattern obviously is, you've heard, it's not accents, it's not, it's really like emphases. What do they make emphasis on consistently? So that's what I look at in terms of speech pattern. That's tangible or applicable. The only reason I need to record that is what are you talking about the most? What's important to you? Your priorities. And I thought process is, I think about what you had to think about to come up with what you're saying. Because I'm a human too. I know what I think about, and I know I filter out a lot of things I want to say. So that prompts me to ask questions. So now I go, well, why did you think about this and you didn't think about that? So I have to prod for the thought process, but I can take in the speech pattern. Like, if somebody gave a speech, right? It's literally, if somebody gave a speech, it's about a certain thing. It's uplifting or it's not uplifting. It's, you know what I'm saying? It's just going in a certain direction.
Right.
It's coming from one point and going. So when you see that, it's like a conversation can be promoting. It can be deprivating. It can be neutralizing. So how many times is a person, when they're playing and they're joking, are they neutralizing the conversation? That's the type of joke they got. But then when something is bad, something bad happens, they're defensive. Go ahead.
So okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think I understand what you're saying.
It's like mental and verbal trajectory. That's how I look at it.
So like if you're the kind of person that so let's just say, okay, I'm gonna give an example. So if you're always looking for the togetherness of the relationship, like working things out together, we're gonna be wonderful together, we're going places, and this is it's you and me. And then all of a sudden something happens and she's read into it as if you have snaked her in some sort of way, or your intentions are no longer for her best interest. Now you're having the conversation about it and it becomes, and you did this and you did that, where the benefit of the doubt is gone. You're automatically basically on trial for what she assumes that you're doing. And so now it's no longer a we, it's a me versus you. And I don't think that your
Yep.
intentions are good. And you're like, whoa, wait a minute. Now that
Absolutely.
you've created a scenario in your mind that isn't what you think that, thank you. You've created a scenario in your mind that isn't exactly, that isn't real, and you're
Hmm.
charging me as if it's real, and you're putting me on trial to defend. And I'm wondering, how did you go from the together and us against the world to this? Like, what took place in your mind to get from here to there, and why am I responsible for that fake thing that took place?
Perfect. Hold up. Listen, you earned a few of these today.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on around here.
You are watching a master at work.
That's a fact. That's literally verbatim what I mean. You gave more details, but typically speaking, if they're when it's good, we, us, let's go here, baby, this, and they're always inclusive. And then when something happened, you, why did you change?
Okay.
What happened? These are two different people.
Mhm.
That's not normal. If any other situation, if you got a car for you got a car, is it the same car when it rains and as it is when it
Mhm.
snows? It's the same car. Why would it be different? Did your house transform or your apartment transform when it rained or when it snowed or when it's sunny? It's the same shit. Why would it be different? Does the street change?
Mm.
Do dogs change? Do a dog grow a horn or something when it snows? So why are you changing from one thing to the next? If it's something good, this is who we are. When a team plays football, they the same. They don't. When they lose, they don't change the logo.
It's still the team, right?
It's still the same. So why are you us? We out, and then something happens, you out. That happens a lot with soft girls. Expect it.
They're
Now,
risk averse.
there we go. And in a relationship, you can't be like that.
No.
You can't be like that. That has to be accommodated. And so it's like, okay, you sensitive, but we have to work up
Yeah.
here. Me and you have to. What can I do to help you? This is something more so that you got to do, or do I got to create an environment, a process? I haven't been in an environment where I could feel safe to do this and trust you with this because I've always, and I'm like, that's why I said earlier, y'all, when you doing that person that you are when it's bad is preserving the bad. A lot of these people are like, my mental health, you are doing the thing to cause the problem.
You're traumatizing yourself.
It's exactly, you're just doing it to you. It's not working. It got you from a place, and I don't want to be light with it, so I'm trying to be gentle with it.
Mm-hmm.
It got you from a place or prevents you from a place where you want to take yourself out. Cool. The thing you do now, right? But it's not going to get you to the place that you want to go. Like
Right.
a moped, like if it was a fight or a shootout and you grab a moped and you can get away faster than the niggas is running, great. But that's not a family car.
Right.
You can't just put the baby on the back thing and hope you just make it every day.
Right.
You just know. Like so,
Yeah, but life is ever changing, so you got to change with the times. If you know, all right, this method of doing things has not been working,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna switch it up. I'm gonna say, all right, let me do it this way. Let me try a different method. And in trying a different method, it may come off as, oh, you a chameleon, or you just going with the, you know what I'm saying, flow type. But you still have to go with the flow. Like in all actuality, that's something that's good. You need that. You need somebody who's going to adjust if they know this way ain't working.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, but he was saying that a lot of times, like there are cases where they don't realize that that's what they're doing, or
Yes.
they don't. I don't remember if you said they don't realize it or they don't identify with that being what they're doing.
I love that we give them that reprieve, that we do say, you know what, they don't know what they're doing.
I'm only giving them that based off observation. It doesn't. I don't think they realize that that's what's going on. And I'll give them that not just because I've seen it, because I understand how people respond to trauma. It's a trauma response. So people go to their default settings when they get hit in the mouth. That's how you find out who really tough and who really not tough. What's your default settings? I don't care about all that bravado shit. You put Vaseline on, all that preparation shit ain't shit. But when you get hit in the mouth, who are you? And they get hit in the mouth. Women get hit in the mouth before before the fists even get in the zip code because they see shit coming. And they act like C was saying, you charging me for this fake stuff and I haven't even done it yet. Now to that point, I can't wait for it to happen because I don't know. I don't have the mental health to deal with that. That's not to be dismissed. I understand that. However, you know, you can't be accusing people of like I have to physically pay for your accusation. That's to physically play. Could you imagine if you know, we got to bring you in because we think somebody got killed. You got to do 60 years, and then we'll have court later.
Mm-hmm.
You definitely can't build a relationship with that type of stress.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's definitely a trauma that's definitely go ahead, E, I'm sorry.
Nah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that's definitely it sounds like a trauma response to I don't know if it's to being accountable, to being a disappointment to someone. It's a fear. It's almost like it's almost like whatever they've come up with in your mind is real. It's not like an imposter syndrome. I can't think of exactly what would be the equivalent to that, but it's I think that you were saying, do you need to create an environment for that to be fixed? Is there an environment that has to be created?
One of the things I think that I found is because they may have came from an abusive or neglecting environment, and then it would need contrary to that, which would be an inclusive and supportive environment, healthy environment, I should say. Then
right, and so that's
what
I'm saying. That trauma bond. At what point does it become a triumph bond, like you was talking about?
It was a triumph from the beginning.
It has
to be a triumph from the beginning, right? If you already made it, it's easy to have a bond with somebody who triumphed and got through something.
I'm saying that triumph bonding is just as bad, can be just as bad as trauma bonding.
Mm-hmm.
Because you get together when things are up, and then when you get hit in the mouth, it's like relationships never recover. A lot of these chicks that we see in, they're saying I got proposed to plenty of times. I had a husband. I had all that. They are one of those people I'm talking about. They got with a guy that was up, it was on his way up, and then stuff happened. She folded because in her mind this would never happen. Him too. I'll never lose her. And then you get hit in the mouth because shit was going up, and it's like, damn, this shit was never the way it was. And then people just take a almost permanent downward spiral. So you don't triumph or, again, like I said, stay even kill. You don't triumph or trauma bond. You just bond. Your bond is good enough. It don't need help. Relationships are fine. They don't need help. They're good as they are. So things are not as good as they seem. Things are not as bad as they seem. Somewhere right in the middle. It's a harmonic balance and not a harmonic balance. Mm-hmm. Now people just say balance. No, it needs to be harmonious. Can't just have a balance. Like balance is what you get at the end of something. Balance is there to end something. Balance is masculine. Harmonic is feminine.
Agreed. And so if we realize, okay, that these conversations are getting that same nuance that you just gave, and it's getting to a point where, okay, now we realize it's not just pink for girls, blue for boys. It's a spectrum. And so you got to kind of match with your whatever color, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You the green, she the purple, whatever, however y'all blend it. But you know what I'm saying? I think all of these conversations have to happen in order for us to get to the point where we realize, okay, damn, we was just trauma bonded, or damn, we was just, you know what I mean? We was making it work, and then we can continue to make it work for however long we want to make it work. You know what I'm saying? And in making it work, you do realize, okay, it's certain girls who was thinking, nah, I ain't on that pink shit, and now they like, all right, you know what? Maybe I could put some pink shit on. I don't know. Just to get the results that I want. And the guys who, you know what I'm saying, they all blue or whatever, they gotta make that discernment to say, all right, you know what, she's just putting this costume on, or that's really her.
Yeah.
And
that's why I'm trying to give cues and clues to with a mental illness, whether it's available, well, not available, trying to give clues to how you know it's present. But you still have to wait either way because you can't force you don't want to force a bad situation, but you can have a conversation about bad situations, and that kind of will trigger them. And then you can see, are we getting the same talent level and confidence when things are bad as it is when you're good?
Yeah,
Are you
and
still
so that's what I'm
just
saying. You want to find somebody, and I don't mean to tie in with me and the Bell was talking about earlier, or whatever. But when you have certain avenues that you can take, or certain, you know what I mean, like it's other methods that you can get to a result that you want faster, and that creates, I think, the issues that we all have. So we either going to get rid of the world's oldest profession, or invite it, accept it, understand that it's certain women who feel like that's not the hard road, that's the easy road for them, and let them do it, let them be that. And if you don't like that, don't be all like, oh, I don't, oh, look at these but whole time you a patron, you know what I'm saying, you a supporter, steady supporter. You either gotta pick one or the other, you know what I'm saying, like
it's the playing on both sides. You're not going to be complaining about them and financing them. That's what he was talking about.
That's what I'm saying. Them same dudes, he said. What did he say earlier? He said the same dudes. Oh, it's already gone. But nah, he was saying the same dudes talking all that about these women be the ones with $40 for them.
Yeah, that's what he said. That'd be the problem. And to go back what you were saying before about the colors. Men, boys are blue, girls are yellow. I said the yellow. Girls are pink. Is that regardless of how any relationship is suited, all of them got to be tailored.
Facts. That's what I'm saying. Wherever you go, your grass is green. You know what I'm saying? I don't care where you at. The people bleed red. You know what I'm saying? It's the sun going to look yellow, whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's wherever you go, these things is universal. But what happens is, as human beings, when we given these conversations the attention that they need, they evolve into something more than just, we just talking about talking. It's talking about solutions to problems that we have.
Yeah. But I think I always lean to, do we really truly understand how bad it is, and do we understand the problem? And most people really don't understand the problem. Hearing about a problem is one thing, but do you understand the problem? Do you understand how much stress you put on your body when you eat butter, milk-based butter? Do you understand the problem that you have when you have two conflicting concepts in your brain and you're using it every day? Like little subtle things like that. When you don't drink enough water, when you're a liar's synopsis is crazy to me. So easy to pick out their brain. Shout out to PJ. We just came in the chat. Beautifully animated speak says, Natasha Vincent, it hurts my heart to see kids not being loved by their parents, then to see other kids being loved. Yeah, facts. I know. I know that pain has to be painful dealing with that while being sick. Man, that's crazy. We got the world class in the building. What's up? Hold on, we got to drop everything when he comes through.
Bang, bang,
If
bang,
you look at that,
bang,
if you look at the
bang,
etymology of all the words and how we use our
bang,
words,
bang, bang.
I mean, if you're gonna act stupid, then I'm gonna have to dog walk the shit out of you.
I'm glad you got my lights. That's what's up.
Right.
These water women. I mean, I've talked to my mentor one time, and he once told me that we can't act stupid. We have to move like men. Team shoo. Oh, continue on with the conversation. Continue on.
Team shoo. I don't
Team
like this guy.
shoo.
I don't like this guy.
Shouts out to world class, yo. Hey, but look, soft girls is the solution. What y'all think?
I think so. That's why I took the position I took, because I don't think most guys is going to take that position. I think they make better mothers. They create a better environment for moms, and ultimately better wives, because if men stop getting married for the purpose of having in-house pussy and have the focus of having a legacy, I think we can change some shit. I think some shit can change. Now you gotta leave it back on now, or you're gonna drop you.
That wasn't me.
No, that was me.
Man, y'all was spitting some real fire earlier.
Yeah, man. That's what we do over here. That's what we do over here. We got a little bit of etymology too.
My man had the etymology of discipline in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
No, that was Jay Ali.
That's what. No, she said the light. So she called my lights. She called my lights the Auntie J lights. I don't know why. I don't even. All I see when Auntie J get up is her hair.
That was Jedi that did Auntie
That's
J
a reflection
yesterday.
of her TV.
Oh, her TV. Okay.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
I have no idea.
That's so. I laughed so hard, like for real laugh.
I
Not
couldn't
like
stay
you
on the
say you
camera.
laugh. So no, I'm talking about. Hey, I laughed, and then when Shushu, hey, she hit
Yes.
every point. The only thing she missed was covering, but she got all of the rest of them. Hey, and I had to look at her like, wait a second, is that security?
She had her accent down. Well, I guess they
Yes.
both from the South and everything, but that shit was fire. She's talented. That's literally her craft. So it's
For
just
real.
it's dope to see her do it. That shit's dope. I
She
tell her,
even laughed a little. She even came out of character a couple of times and laughed. Hey, it was so when he
All of us came out of character.
Bolo.
I kept clicking I had to keep coming off camera because that joke was funny. The funniest thing was Jedi Mike was being the wig ninja. And I don't know if he did it on purpose, but he kicked a chair. And he was holding his foot in pain.
That's pretty good. No, man, the Auntie J shit took me out, but when Shushu hit security boss, she nailed that. But Black Man Unfiltered with the Bolo TV impersonate, that shit was hilarious, bro. He nailed him down to the T. But I don't even know how you do that voice. I know how to do different accents and shit, but I can't get his voice. I don't even know how to start to try to get his voice.
Oh man, that was funny. JT
I
got
meant to ask Bolo.
Clarence
Ask Bolo this morning had he seen it yet.
Oh yeah. I'm pretty sure everybody said, "Yo, I can't wait for y'all to do podcasts. That shit is going to be hilarious."
Yeah, we're gonna do some more people this Thursday coming up.
We're gonna have
a round two of it.
Y'all gotta do Cheeky. Y'all gotta do podcast. Y'all gotta do y'all gotta do Hank. You gotta do Hank. It's gonna be hilarious.
We ain't letting out who we gonna do.
I know you're not. That's why I'm throwing up there.
Funny.
It's gonna be hilarious.
Yeah, that was my favorite show.
We need a Dusto. I don't know if I can do Dusto. I ain't bald headed.
Yeah, I want to see what a fake Dusto. I just want to see that, a fake Dusto.
All right, y'all. It's been real though.
I appreciate you coming through.
All right, E.
Natasha said, you missing the hoodie.
Oh yeah, did you have on the hoodie last night?
No, I just had the little black T-shirt.
Then the sunglasses.
I got that on. That's my outfit.
That was crazy.
Kevin Samuels. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say when you guys are talking about being in the hospital, I think like Natasha was saying, being there with your children. I think having like family in the hospital is something like I had an experience before, but like having to be really like it's already an uncomfortable situation, but the amount of like stand on top of people you have to have when your people are in the hospital is crazy.
Yeah.
So I can't even imagine what it's like when it's, your children.
Well, you know what? It's completely different in the NICU because they don't want a lot of people back there because of the germs and everything. So it's the opposite of that. Is family members stressed out because they can't see the baby.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And they get angry and stuff like that. because they want to see it because they think they, But I was kind of getting frustrated because even me as a dad, they was telling me, we can't hold them so much, and they get overstimulated, and I thought it was just a bunch of bullshit, but they was actually correct. They don't when they little and they going through stuff and surgery is coming up, they want to keep them. They don't want them to be overstimulated, and but babies are still going to be babies. My son really sat there and whined and cried, looking at me in my eyes. I had picked him up. He was like, I hadn't picked him up that much, but he's like, oh, I want you to get me out off this table. And I picked him up. I literally got a video of it. He just stopped crying. He didn't want to be in here. Tubes all in him, all of that different shit coming out of his mouth and all his G tube and all of that. It's difficult, man. It's a crazy process. Very crazy process. It's a lot. Definitely need to do a NICU stream. I've been thinking about it. I talk about it every once in a while, but when you go, it's an experience in and of itself. Like I used to get my ass whipped. Anybody got that ass whip, like an hour later, 30 minutes later, you do that shit.
That last
like you can do that little shit. Oh, I had to holler at this shit. I'm like, yeah, I'm good. You imagine doing that when you try to be around your friends. Like, what's wrong with you, bitch? But I used to go past because he was in 2 hospitals. He was in one hospital where he was born, and then he had to go to the other hospital downtown where I was born to get the actual surgery because he was the ones better suited to do it. So I would drive past both hospitals, and I would go. I was so freaking traumatized. It was like the third most traumatizing shit I've ever had in my life. My mom, my brother getting killed, and my son being in the NICU. It was just traumatizing. But I couldn't deal with it at the time, so I just kind of like put stuff to the side, just did my man shit. But he was never in danger of dying. He was always ahead of schedule. He was a warrior. He was fine, man. He was perfect. But it was just stressful having your baby, your firstborn, be in a NICU for 90 days. It's extremely traumatizing. Hyperventilating and sucking snot. Facts.
You're talking about the crying though.
I'm gonna kill it. I could do a fucking abused child. I know that's the shit. That's the fucking most. That's the easy
What you
character.
say? Put me in, Dusto. I got that
Well,
one.
yeah. I was just trying to tell my friend come here.
Hey, but that's the only time you can take like three inhales at one time. Never exhale. You just in till you.
Like, why
and
is
then
it
go
a
somewhere and
whooping?
lay down.
A whooping literally is like, I don't know, maybe 20, 30, 40 hits with the belt. It might last 2 minutes max. Why was it? Like, I get in trouble at school and they call my dad. Me and my sister, we get home early. She's coaching me. It's like, well, it ain't gonna be that bad. It ain't whatever.
Yeah.
Then, because she was worse than me. She got more than me. But then start getting depressed. Uh-oh, it's coming. It's 3:30. Then it's 4 o'clock. I'm sweating bullets. As soon as the garage door opens, then before my dad goes to the belt, pulls it out, sit down, and has his little talk, I'm just all broke down. Then I start trying to negotiate. Well, it wasn't me. It was the friend. Nope, ain't trying to hear it. It was my friend. It was Johnny. It was Tony. Nope. I tell you what, I'll cut the grass. I'll mop the garage, and I'll bleach the ceilings in the bathroom. No. Then get to whooping. Afterwards, why am I still crying for 30 and 40 minutes? Why? And I know a part of it, what I was so upset of receiving the beating. But at the end of the day, it's over, man. I did what I did. I got whooped. Why I can't just move on and go play basketball or something?
It's just like the child is not designed to be whooped by their parent. Babies don't. No other animal get whoopings as a child. Just like we're not built for football and boxing. Not built for that shit.
You're against football and boxing?
No, I'm not against it. You're just not designed for that. You're not designed to get punched in the face.
Oh, by design.
You're not designed for that. You're not designed for somebody to run into your chest 15 miles an hour. Not made for that. You know what I'm saying? And it's just, the hour after the whooping over, that's it.
I don't know.
It's like, am I a bitch?
There's a lot of, I don't know. There's a lot of me being upset that I got the whooping to begin with. And all that was still circulating in my mind after the whooping. It's still like a something bad just happened. And it took that amount of time to get over and move on. Or if my brother beat me up. He didn't went over his friend. He left. I'm still over there crying. knowing we're going to fight again tomorrow.
Beautifully animated said, just because he wasn't in danger doesn't make it less painful. It's how it is when you love your babies. Yeah. When you study the brain, neurology is just, the brain is not designed, it doesn't respond well to pain. Oh, I say well. It's the wrong word. Again, it's just not designed to be in pain, like to the degree in which we'd be, especially as children. Now, I say that and people think about children hurting themselves immediately, which is understandable, but it doesn't change the fact. You just don't have designed to be in pain. You'd be traumatized. People be thinking about, oh, I fell off that slide and here go my scar. It's right here. Like, be passionate about it, but the brain and pain, man, it doesn't work, especially as a child. And then what's crazy about this society is that it is always this sensitivity and projection of men beat women, and that's wrong because men are bigger than women. Well, an obese mother is way bigger than a fucking toddler. Nobody cares about that. It's like 14, 15 times bigger than this baby. This guy's only 2 or 3 times bigger than this woman. Why do we care more about the man beating the woman than the woman beating the baby? Or a big ass dad with muscles in the military beating up this fucking toddler. And now all these kids are so soft. Well, if you fucking, okay, you get a buffalo and you tenderize the meat with a mallet, I bet you'd be soft. That's what you call it. This big ass man can knock another man and you hitting a child. I don't, it doesn't make any sense. All I did, I got the ass whippings. All I did was go to school and fuck up other children. That's all I did. Used to beat them the fuck up every day. Used to smack the shit out of people all the time. Same way my mother smacked me, I smacked other people's children. That's all I did. I used to beat them the fuck, jack them up. I ain't even robbed nobody. I never robbed nobody. I just beat them the fuck up. What's left from that?
World class. Did your mom react out of anger?
Always.
Like, I'm mad, therefore, or how can I say it? Because I've been talking about this since I was like 30. I was an education major, and I even taught 1 year. Don't be a teacher, people. Don't do it.
That's a good statement.
I noticed
the body keeps score. That's a fact. Go ahead.
Yeah,
That's a tremendous book. If you've ever read it.
Oh, it's a book?
Yeah, Bessel van der
Oh,
Kolk. Very good book.
Now, I just noticed the behavior. Mama gets mad. Angry mama gets mad. Talon, I'm going to knock your damn head off. Talon is 10, 11 years old. He walk out the neighborhood. Shut up. I'll punch you in your face. Like, it's a repeated behavior. Then he reacts out of emotion. He snaps and starts swinging on somebody. I'm like, he's just copying his mama. That's where they get it from.
Yeah.
Either that or they beat their younger siblings, or if they have animals, they do mean things to animals. That's when they say when little boys you're younger, if you see them like violent to animals, you can tell that they're abused at home. They're looking for anything smaller than them that they can overpower.
Yep.
Hey, have y'all ever seen this before? A little kid, a girl who's 2, 3, or 4 years old, pull Barbie's pants down and start spanking a Barbie. You ever seen that?
I've seen that, yes.
Yeah.
They get a doll and they grab and start. I'm like, what?
Hey, but I've also seen, and this is the craziest thing ever.
It was a norm growing up.
When my littlest one, when he would cry, the older siblings would try to they would lift their shirt up and try to give him like their little chest to try to breastfeed him. Like, he keeps crying. They have their shirt like tucked under their chin.
That's funny.
Like, I know that when mom does this, it works. I used to be like, man, put the baby. But they do. They model whatever they see. You know,
anything they see.
Crying. You feed the baby. Hey, but you're his brother. You can't. He ain't about to. And the baby, you know, he's hungry, so he'll suck on your whatever he can get a hold to. He like.
Oh my God! Listen, as a dad,
Poor little C.
As a dad, that is one of the most weirdest, stressful
Weird.
situation when they try to breastfeed on you. Like, hey, boy, get out of here.
I ain't your mama.
I've
Yeah,
never
that's
heard
the
that before.
Yeah, they do that. They do, especially with a breastfed baby. They don't, man. They a different type of baby.
anybody. They'll go for anybody. Now they know the smell when they actually get around it, but they'll go for anybody. If you put them in that cradle position, they like, oh yeah, it's on.
Yeah, it's time to work.
No, I think a lot of people don't study. A lot of men, especially, are just linear. They don't study. Not necessarily study. They don't get as much as they argue. They talk about modern women. This people do this. Why people like? They don't sit down and take even 60 seconds to try to ask themselves why, and then try to have a little bit of understanding. It's something that I still work on daily. And then, if you really understand why, you can communicate and approach it different. Get a different response. Now, it doesn't mean make an excuse for everything, but technically, people are robots. They behave based on there's some reason why.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even me, I had the great 2-parent household with the green grass and 2 cars in the driveway. They wasn't perfect. They do dumb stuff now sometimes. It just is what it is. But then look at how they were raised by my grandparents.
They gonna whip you when they see this.
Mm-hmm.
It was just here a couple weeks ago.
Desto still get beaten, Joe.
I believe it.
I done seen some 40-year-olds and 50-year-olds get beat. I have. I've seen them get popped and hit with that. Oh, you what? Grandma, hey, let me tell you something. If I got to tell you one more time, they grab the broom and hit and I'm gonna swap your ass. Oh shit. This little South Carolina lady is wow. Yeah, they them old ladies, them old women, them old people. They believe in ass whippings with a passion. They are committed to the game now.
Now, my sister asked my parents. My sister got married in 01. He was 22. Her husband was 21. And they had kids, you know, they're 1 and 2 years old. Yeah, they pop them, spank a little bit. But then they got to be 4 or 5. My sister's like, you know what? I'm not whooping my kids. It's stupid. I was like, huh? I went and asked her. And she asked me, why do we whoop the kids? And at the time, I was already an education major. And I understood military is the punishment supposed to fit the crime. Education is the goal is not to react out of anger, but is to correct and redirect the behavior.
Yeah.
And when she asked me, why did we get whooped? And the truth was because that's what they do, or that's what happened to them. Grandfather's Jamaican. They believe in firing up buns. It's what it is. His wife was just evil. Why? I don't know. On the other side, there was, I guess, some whoopings. And then there used to be a black community. Then in the neighborhood I grew up was an actual black community, one that was still left from the 80s, 90s. And you got whoopings. That's just what people did. But nobody can answer why. And she's like, no, I'm going to teach them how to behave the way I want them to behave. And her husband, he was more passive aggressive though. By the time he gets to where he's going to fire on somebody, she got to restrain him.
I was thinking as you were saying that, I was thinking, what if beatings, whoopings is what destroyed the so-called black community?
It's a combo of things.
I think it is.
I think whippings has to do, I mean, some stuff I just say it is what it is. Black people are more violent, like direct, hand-on-hand combat, willing to fight and whatever. Per capita, they're more violent. Now, do Mexicans fight, bust skulls? Yes. Do white people? Yes. But more violence, emotional, reactive violence, black. I think it's a taught behavior. But most of the problems that I see has to do with, if you count the amount of fathers in any community, any organization, or with even in black, how many fathers versus whatever statistic, you're going to see a direct correlation.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I also don't think.
And then it's real fathers.
I really don't think moms should be Don't want to hit, and I really don't. But then what's going to happen? Because these females, you can't tell these children nothing, because these females are going to attack you. Well, verbally, because they can't fight worth a lick. I don't know why people think these black mothers can fight. They can't fight at all. They beat them children up though. But
well, verbal to a man, physical to a child is worse.
Yeah.
Verbal. Actually, both of them are bad to a child.
Yeah,
They
they're
are
both bad.
extremely bad.
Terrible.
I've watched.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm gonna just say this. I'm just go ahead and say this because my mother. Her mother used to punch her in the face with rings on her finger. But I watched my mother stomp my little brother in the face and call him a bitch. Like, I watched that. So what was crazy about that is she was stomping him in the face and calling him a bitch because he stole food out the house. He stole food out the house. He was in the house. He never left. But it was food he was forbidden to eat. Right? Cool. That's her rules. Fuck, I'm not even gonna get into it. So she's stomping him in his face, calling him a bitch because he stole food. Come to fucking find out, she used to be a real fucking thief and a liar. It's like, what the fuck? Like, you lie, you steal, and you like, what makes you the person qualified
Well,
to lend this whooping when you the person guilty of it?
Question.
Oh, hold up. This one thing. The other thing is, and when she was little, she did that. But this is the same lady that taught me and my brothers how to steal out of Golden Corral. It's putting a place in her purse and shit. Look at it, who gives you the right. It's just fucking shit. Blows me, bro. Go ahead.
But that's usually why it happens, because you see that
Yeah.
behavior in yourself. So you discipline out what it is that you see. So that's your instead of it creating empathy, and taking the time to explain, don't do this or why you don't like that. That's why I said rarely what we do is ever attached to a principle. It's always attached to an emotion instead of, and usually that emotion is fear. Like, I'm afraid. You'll hear him say it. Like, if I don't beat him, the police are gonna kill him. So now I gotta beat you. You know what I mean? And you're like, what? How did all that go together? Like, that doesn't match.
If I don't stab him, they're gonna shoot him. Like, okay, I didn't come here for this. The only options I got to be shot and stabbed. Wait, what was you about to say, Dusto?
No,
do y'all know what Golden Corral is? It's an all you can eat spot.
Yeah, we still got them here. We have them here.
Oh, yeah, we got one here too. I'd be assuming.
No, my mom, my parents weren't perfect. Just was what it was, and of course there was stuff. And some stuff, no matter middle class, upper class, whatever, there's always some kind of trauma or some kind of something you can't on your mind. Something that happened some kind of way. And you feel some type of way about it. That is what it is.
Yeah.
One Christmas, my mom gave me, my brother and sister an envelope. And what she asked for Christmas was for us to forgive her for all the things that she did wrong. Whole letter. She didn't grow up perfect. She doesn't know what she's doing all the time. Sometimes she does, but she just is who she is, was who she was. Since then, and of course I was broke at the time because I was running the Victim Olympics in my 20s. And she gave me a nice, healthy gift, which they shouldn't have because I was dusting. But I was like, you know what? This is what she asked for. And I'm a person of my word. I forgive you for any and everything. So certain stuff, I only talk about when we had family conversations. I only had talked about it for reference, but I somehow understood where she was coming from. Like, and I didn't think about it till even later in life. My sister's like, if you were 25 and you had a kid, how would you be? So look at me at 42. The stuff I know now that I didn't know at 25, what if just like that I was a parent? And they were parents of 17 and 19. I'm the youngest. So they were 21 and 23 or 24 when I was born. What in the hell could they have known? Then I look at one grandfather, he worked in the plant. Our fathers are still important, even if it's a dust father. One grandfather was thugs in the streets, womanized, doing whatever. But he still worked in the plant and provided. And he gave my mom enough to be a human being. And she happened to marry my dad young and build from that. She had enough to build off of. My dad, that grandmother was just shady. I don't know why. She was evil. I was one of them 52 grandchildren.
Wow.
I was probably number two or three on the hit list. That's what they grew up with. So how can I expect the perfect parents or the Cosbys or the whatever? And looking around, I had better than what most people had. So
when I give my criticisms about stuff, especially if I say something about a personal life, is because like my mom, I watch you display the logic. I watch you display it. Like you have this concept of accountability when it's the children, but then when it's you 6. And all of a sudden you don't know shit. Cause like where I get it from. If I get famous and start people like, oh, he's just so smart. Who you think gonna take credit? She gonna take credit. And then y'all all gonna know her. So it's no reason for me not to criticize you because
yo.
You just
Yo, did he free?
I think
yeah,
so.
I froze a little bit.
Okay.
Am I back now? Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. Yeah, I can't expect you to know everything. At 20 something years old, just getting out of high school. But at the end of the day, if you show me, if you trying to teach value, or you said the thing, and I'm assuming that you really know it, but really you just mimicking somebody else to act like you know it to kind of look cool. That's not on. What the hell? What the hell I'm gonna do? I got to take it as you know everything. You know everything any other day. So there's no excuse for me to go to school and get bad grades. There's no excuse for you to be a parent and get bad grades and produce bad children.
Well, question.
When you set that standard is what I'm saying.
Tommy B was telling me this. He was like, at the end of the day, he stayed in wherever in Oakland, but his parents still own the house. It's still a mother and a father there.
Mm-hmm.
So he was actually supposed to be doing what he was supposed to do. He just chose to go and rebel. But across the street is one of his friends whose mom selling vagina at the end of the block, same block that they live on. There's another dude, parents that's out smoking, there's no expectation for these people to come out. Society, fake society, still wants people to come out and be normal. But the truth is, it's not going to happen. So, like, if how to explain it, certain people even come on the panels. Much as I may troll and clown, I understand that they're not going to have the same conversation as me and you're going to have.
That's a fact.
Is there is there a level of grace with, like you said, your mom was punched with rings.
Mm-hmm.
What would you expect?
Only thing I can expect from her in that situation is the expectation she had from me.
But her expectations for you, her expectations of life are everything. Okay, everything is altered. When you damage a person, everything gets damaged a lot of times. So her expectations come from a damaged place.
Yeah.
And she might not even believe them.
Yeah, she
might be a form of love and a form of hate.
Because listen to what I just said. I just told you what her mom did. Who was I there when her mother did it? No. So who did I get it from? I got it from her.
What you're saying, but
right.
Like I tell you, if a person's taught a behavior and is already beaten into their conscious and subconscious mind,
that's a fact.
They don't have a choice. There's people now in certain neighborhoods, if you say something about their mama, they snap and they cannot control it. They're unable to. And it doesn't make any sense. I can have a conversation 50 times. 3 days later, nigga, your mom was a jive turkey fool. Natural reaction.
Yep. Second nature.
Like levels of trauma get so deep that people become defective robots.
Yep. This is true. This is true. And to your point, my mom was one of them. But at the same time, it ain't my fault. I say the same thing I'm holding her accountable to, I hold me accountable to. That's why I don't do hood Northwest Baltimore shit around my son. That's
Well,
why I don't.
95% of the people in your situation are going to do that same very behavior.
Absolutely. I don't even think it's that high. I mean, I don't think it's 5%. I think it's less. I don't know what I've watched. It's like next to nobody seems to make it. So I get that. I always have these conversations with people and the empathy they have for parents and older people, and I do have it. But I always counter it with the urgency that the next generation needs, because those old people had their time. And now, granted, it'll hurt their feelings to hear that and hear like, oh, they'll go, well, we was in a certain different time. Like those older guys, those boomers, they were drafted, and we had criticized them with, you should have knew this. No, I was preparing for war. I get that, but the only thing, the only thing in life that's enough is enough. Enough is enough, and enough is enough. And if it's not enough, it's not enough. And we can't just keep giving you passes when you didn't pass, because it's not enough. So you got to address it the way the rest of the world address it. If a certain area doesn't get enough water, there's a drought. If we didn't get enough,
damn Marcus.
If we didn't get enough parents, and what do you say? So basically, destroids, wickinators, and weebots. That's a fact. If you didn't get enough, you didn't get enough. So it's like you have to be direct about the criticism for the purpose of preserving a certain principle of being a parent and how important it is. So I have to be honest about what she did, because I went through that trauma. And this is what I said. I said this earlier. People think you counter fear with love. You don't. You counter fear with logic. I got to look at what took place and be like, yeah, that happened. And how much am I responsible for that happened? It's like it's a big, what I said is extremely important to mental health, because you have so many people that can't just accept that, yeah, that happened. People can't say that my mom abused me, my dad abused, my grandmother abused me. They can't say that. They can't even say that when it happened. Oh, but they did so much. I didn't ask you.
No, I can
They
understand
did
that.
the
At
best
the end
they
of the
could
day,
with what they had. That's what
I
they
can
did.
understand what you're saying, because at the end of the day, they passed the program into you.
That's a fact.
And therefore, it is there.
Mm-hmm.
You can't. My thing with logic is this. Logic would tell me to come and tell you, man, just forgive them and move on. It's not happening today, is it? So you have tomorrow. That's actually sounds logical if you're a robot. But when you factor in trauma, which defeats logic and causes and flips emotion to the negative side, whatever how happens and how you receive is what you receive and what you become. Then just try to work from there.
The point of countering fear with logic is that you're like we say, fear is false evidence appearing real, right? Even if you take away the acronym, you're looking at the fact that
that wouldn't be my definition for fear. But go
no. That's just a saying that people have. False evidence appearing real. But even if you have a fear that's legitimate, it still hasn't happened.
If it happened in your mind, it happened. Would you agree?
Not out here, though.
What do you mean?
They are physically, tangibly going through it inside themselves, but it hasn't happened out there. That's why fear is so important, because of what you just said. If they happen, I get you. If it happened in here, then they have studies on this. If you can, like playing a video game, it's a good simulation for war. They say it's a good simulation. It's not an equivalent. So if you playing those video games, you kind of getting that neurological kickback as if you actually was in it. So when you are afraid, you're really going through that in your brain, but it has not happened. That's why I said you use logic, because logic has happened, and logic can affect your brain just like fear. That's why it's a perfect counter, because if you can logistically see that I got enough money to make it from here to here, then you're going to have those pleasure counterbalances happening hormonally and in your brain, neurologically. So I'm not looking at a result. I'm looking at the thought process of countering fear, how we think about fear with logic, logistics, what happened, when did it happen, who was involved, 5 W's and how. Is what you
You're
deal with when
talking
you deal
from
with.
as far as forming a solution, or you're
No, no,
talking
no.
about the
I
conversation process.
understanding, like when you're thinking about fear, like think about when I say counter, I'm saying logic is there to counter fear. So when somebody is fearful, the stuff that they say, the way that they're processing it, the way that they think it, that's what fear actually is. I'm not talking about the debilitating results of fear. I'm talking about the process and the condition of being afraid. You in that process, so we counter that with fear. This could happen. Well, how could this happen under these circumstances? I counter it with logic. When would this happen? What would happen for this to happen? And you're like,
Okay,
well, damn.
I get where you're coming from.
Yeah, yeah. So that we counter that with that. So it's kind of, that's why I'm trying to completely take people off of that thought process that you are countering love with fear, because when they're afraid, they eat because food is love to them. When they're afraid, they run to a person. But you need to learn how to think. It's all happening up here. So I agree with you when it happens up here, it happens up here, because that's what fear is about. That's why fear is powerful. It's not a evil thing. It's a natural thing. Everybody has fear. Even plants, they say, they can track some evidences of fear when they think a fire is going on. They notice that the pores close in, which is probably chemical. They can smell carbon or whatever. But
Well, you know that fake solutions such as run to the government or run to this, every false solution, for example, over medication, government assistance, they're not just there to take the place of a father, they're there to take the place of the father and the mother. You know that, right?
Of course. That's why it's called a birth
It provides a false sense of nurturing that the mother was supposed to give you that she didn't, and a false sense of provision that you're supposed to get from your father. Altered logic, false emotions, along with some addiction to make you keep coming back. Then a false sense of family. Hey, these medications are here for you. These are your friend. They become your family. Once a day, 3 times a day. 3 times a day consistently. Any habit repeated 14 to 21 days becomes anything,
habit.
Any action repeated 14 to 17 days becomes a habit. Now it becomes who you are. Now you are now family. That's your husband. That's your mother and your father. Those prescription meds, or that government assistance, or that the TV, or your cell phone. And now you're programmed. You become a robot. And the people who are pushing it, they know this. Why I agree, which I don't rock with Andrew Tate, but when he talks about the cost and the price of masculinity, the people who are winning have masculinity. The women who are winning are feminine, standing behind that masculinity. But they're telling you to go out and go do the opposite, while they're withholding all the power.
That's a fact.
Now they got all these people who ain't got nothing. Oh, I can control them. If you're an emotionally intelligent man, you can control women by talking to them.
Yes.
If you're a resourceful man, you can control men by enslaving them. And either men or women, now you can enslave them and turn them into victims. Well, they're already victims. Now you can turn them from victims to slaves. But we'll be seeing this in the next 5 to 10 years.
We see it right now. If you think about it, the way you just laid it out, that the government becomes the father, right?
And the mother.
And what did the government provide? They provided housing, it provided food, it provided medical benefits, which rarely people used, but it provided, shelter, it provided food, it provided things that right now you would need to have to get.
Well, when you enslave people, you don't have to provide anymore.
No, that's what I'm saying. It provided things that you needed money to get. So now when you see men showing up now, what do they think the basis of their worth is? Money, because that's what their daddy gave. He didn't have to be present. They never saw a man being anything. They just saw money show up. That was the daddy. So now they feel like I can show up an empty vessel, no morals, no standards, no backbone, no principles, no nothing, but I got 6 figures, and since I've secured the bag, I'm the man. Because they don't have anything. The only thing they ever have to measure that other thing to is the check that came in the month, the provision. So they provide for their families now. They provide for women now the way their daddy, the government, provided for them.
It's the same. It's the same thing for the girls. The girls see, oh shoot, if I let somebody bust in my vagina, I can get all the superpower.
Free stuff.
I don't know. Yeah, I get this car, and then I could be right just like my mom. Everything she say, she right because we in her house because this money come on this card magically every month, and I can
Well,
have all these right answers.
That's your
Right.
sense of control.
Well, it can get to a point. I remember I was in church in my 20s, and the pastor was talking about it's really most of these battles are nothing but good and evil.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with Jay Speed on that because that's what I learned just from. And I don't push religion on nobody. Whatever you believe is what you believe. I'm a Christian. It's talking about Satan and temptation controlling people. A guy who has a PORN addiction or a sex addiction of some sort starts with a beautiful woman tempting him out of his marriage or out of him, whatever. He gets pulled off track. But that thing is going to look very good. Once he gets pulled off track far enough, it ain't even got to be pretty no more. It can be a Wigosaurus with 4 kids sleeping in the kitchen. He's so far gone and he's so far off the high. You cut him off and you're still enslaved to it. Just like government assistance. If they stopped government assistance and brought it all the way down where it's 6 people to a house, they would still be on it. Because that's what they automatically, their default is to run to.
Yeah.
And the default is to complain. It's not to solve a problem. There is no problem solver. They remove mother and father who are supposed to be problem solvers. Victims do victim stuff. So now you just stack. Now it's 2 victims in a house. That's the new rules. They'll still run to it. They'll still push back on change.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they dependent on that. And see, so you said something too that I always be telling people that trying to get people to. I know it's weird. You get into these conversations about community, and I'm telling you, the people behind the real Illuminati, the conscious community, want to talk about it. The people that apply and qualify for what they talk about with the Illuminati and the white man is the fucking Bar Association. May seem like left field, but let me refresh you. You just said women's reflex is to complain, right? It's to complain, to send a complaint.
Also modern men, because they've adapted. But
well, that's their mama. That's their mama them. But in law, if you have a complaint, in law, what moves money, what moves an order is a complaint. So where did they get that from? They got that from attorneys and lawyers. If you come down here and you just say this, if you
it's
just say
different.
this,
Go ahead.
Huh?
Okay. There's different types of complaint. There's whining.
Oh, I know.
There's different forms.
Yeah, I know.
For example, here's something I push back on, and they're going to hate me when I start bringing it to the dust panels. So you mean to tell me men are mad? Let's be real. Man wants woman, he can't get her. Just let be what it is. I'm 42 and I'm single, so I'm not up here bragging saying which I can get women, but and I don't have all these dust problems. But at the end of the day, I'm not married, and I want to be. So I'm not standing on top of the mountain yet. But there's dudes, they can't get the women to comply. They just can't. So they're talking about we got to go change the rules and we got to go out there, which I partially agree because stuff is wrong. But are you telling me the solution? There's a 5'4" woman over there. You got to choose and you got to go and pick and decide how you're going to operate with this woman. And she chose something else over you, which means she didn't want to be with you. And if there's kids involved, it's not cool. But you mean you tell me you're going to go get 500 men? You got to be influential and very strong person, influence multiple men to be able to build a force to go to the government and present a case. If you can't influence one woman to stand by you, how in the hell are you going to influence men and a freaking government? You're wasting your time.
There's no counter to your point. That's a good point. But
you're better off trying to get 5 dudes to go get better women. You're better off doing that.
Well, the pushback they would have is it's not really about the front load, it's about the back end. It's like at the end of the day, she still got that gun. You know what I'm saying? It's like you're right with that. It's like, just get this convince this 5'4", 120 pounds, 160 pound, 200 pound girl that
300. Go ahead.
300 sometimes. That you're not that much of a threat. That you got a good plan for versus doing all of that, getting all them guys together. But it's like if I don't do that, and my shit is always do both. Or there's a third solution that we're not talking about. They're worried about, yeah, cool, I got that, but the government is sliding a gun up under the bed or under the door. And she can keep me in my sleep. That's kind of what they're saying with the alimony, all that child support and all these different things. So
if we know, okay.
Shout out to Cheeky. What's up?
What's good, Cheeky? Come join in on the dust.
Come get dusted in there.
Nah, I'm just like, if somebody asked me who runs the dating market, I would say modern women run the show. They really do. No, they don't. The men up here, no. Everything about 90% of the conversation is about modern women. They're in your mind.
On YouTube. But I would have to use your see, and then that point, even in real life, right? I would have to push back on you because it's what you said.
I'm just talking about. Go ahead.
Is what you said. You said the government is the new daddy and the mommy. Mm-hmm. I don't think the men or the women is running the market. I think you could either say the government or not even social media, just whatever the mainstream media, because that is who's raising these children. Children are sitting in front of TV shows and advertisement more than they're sitting in front of their parents or their teacher learning in front of these games.
I don't tie it to one organization because there's so many. There's entertainment.
I'll just say mainstream.
There's mainstream. Because at the end of the day, they're fighting each other too. Government versus private versus profit versus feminists versus, and there's so much junk versus Illuminati versus homo industry versus crooks versus good people versus good organizations versus selfish versus family versus racist. This is an ongoing, but at the end of the day, it's good versus evil.
I agree with that. I don't
always tie it to man, it's the government, man, it's the man. But if you put that in your brain when you're talking about fear, then eventually that'll be what it becomes. I can't live like that. Yes, I can get pulled over and popped by the police. It could happen. I've been harassed by them before, yes. But I had a problem with that officer. When I was 9 years old, I called the police. Somebody was trying to get in the back door. 9, at home by myself. Sister came home 30 minutes later. A white, big old 6'2" police officer was there for about an hour, called parents, swept the house, did everything he was supposed to do. So at a time where I could have been compromised the most, a white man did what he needed to do. Another one, when I was in my 20s, was Dusty. So I got harassed, pulled over for a blinking light or something. I'm trying to hand him my license. He's reaching for his pistol. That shit is traumatizing.
It is. It's stressful.
Yeah, I wasn't prepared for that. I was coming from campus, studying at night, trying to go home to print out some papers. Unnecessary, but I just let it be. I'm not going to sit there and say it's a whole system that was tracking me. No.
I think a lot of us that have a problem with police is not breaking out two situations. I mean, I've seen what we call in Baltimore, we call them knockers.
I haven't seen what you've seen. Like when you and Tommy talk, y'all come from Baltimore and Oakland, which is known. There's organizations and pockets of police that form inner mobs, and they do what they want to do, especially back then when there wasn't cameras and all these fake regulations.
But here's the thing. This is what's happening. This is why the conclusion is not, I see the outfit and nobody and they hurt me. But the conclusion comes from us seeing these guys. We're taught to respect these guys, but these guys beat us the fuck up. Okay, we beat us the fuck up. Cool. But what happens is we're held at this extreme accountability. We're shot in the street and it's okay, but they're not. So in our mind, it's just okay to everybody. So it's fuck them.
Hold on. What do you mean they're not held? How can I say it?
if when I was young and I fought in front of a store and slammed a guy or slapped a, even if I didn't fight, if I just slapped a guy, took his money, I'm going to fuck the jail. Well, you can watch the same cop do that shit every day. The same person do it every day. Hey, your partner down there stealing, get the fuck out of my face. So we get
Okay,
that level of
you're
hostility.
talking about. So you're talking about something that was corrupt that didn't get stopped.
Facts, but when I'm corrupt and I get stopped, that is the undertone of hood dudes that we talk to on these panels is when I'm corrupt, I'm not gonna be there the next week. This nigga gonna be here for 20 years. Because we say they do stuff wrong and we say they corrupt. But even the good cops, they're running lights. They're driving up on a payment. The ones that's not stealing money, beating people up, they still breaking laws.
Yeah,
so
I can't.
which law is which? If is it you're a cop, you're supposed to follow. That's what we saying. So our overall thing is, yeah, you guys, we can if we take out a particular situation and principally look at if I'm corrupt, if I'm doing stuff, and it's guys that are in the hood that are bad and need to go to jail or need to be whatever worse. If when he does it, he's out of here. But when a cop do it, he's still gonna be there. He might get transferred across town or to a new county.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I can't speak so much to it because it's something I hadn't seen or experienced.
No, I don't. I wouldn't have you speak to that. I would just have you just get the concept of why we're saying what we're saying, because everybody's not dumb. It's
No,
like
what I'm saying is I haven't seen the bad policing to the degree that y'all say. I haven't seen there goes Officer Smith again. I've never seen that. Or the police constantly the same police circling through doing such and such on a date. I've not seen that. Like Tommy said, in Oakland, they stop you, and if you don't got a job or something, then I ain't never seen that. I've only seen being pulled over, a couple of hotheads, and then a couple of good ones. And some of them got an ego, some of them don't. Sometimes it's racist. Actually, the first time I seen somebody get George Floyded, officer about 140 pounds, white guy, had his knee on this big drunk white guy's neck in Virginia Beach. Totally unnecessary. But it had nothing to do with black. It had to do with one shady ass officer. It was unnecessary. I went to Club 112 in Atlanta when I was actually 20, wasn't old enough to get in. Ridiculous line. And this officer looked like he played for the Falcons, but good 6'6". Snatched this dude, and the dude was talking trash, but he didn't have to snatch the dude up off his feet and hold him up, a brick wall in front of the whole line, then slam him on the ground. It was unnecessary. So I've seen bad policing, but I'm just saying I haven't seen it to where, like in The Wire, they're doing the shake-ups or whatever they call them. That's not what I've seen, so I can't really speak to it.
The times we said a good talking about team building.
I don't race because I was a teacher, and I saw how they were doing teachers. It's a big scam. You know what? They lied to the people in the dummies in the community. The kids can't read. Really, it's your fault, parent. And the politicians get together and they say, you know what? We're going to fix this problem. We're going to fire them sorry teachers. How the hell did y'all fall for that? The teachers got no books, no resources, no training. They're somewhere where there's too many kids, and you got a kid who can't read and can't spell his name. Then one should be on medicine, one on medicine, off medicine. You put all that on them in their first, second year, and he blamed the teacher for it. Like the police officers kind of get put in the same situation.
I don't disagree with that.
Training that go run the streets of Baltimore. And like I know he ain't your favorite buddy, but he makes a good point. Nathan Daly was saying they're not trained, or some of them just regular life aren't ready to deal with certain situations. And every call is not the same.
I've never argued against that. I've never argued that they're not trained well. And like I said, when I bring up,
I got a few friends in law enforcement. They say that very thing. that you got to learn. And a lot of way that they're learning is they almost got to practice on you. They got to, I mean, nobody teaches you this is what this 14-year-old is going to do on a Tuesday at 4:00. You got to go through it. And then they got other rookies teaching new rookies. Some teaching bad. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, but they got to know that real life is not the training videos. The same
Some
thing.
of them don't know.
The same thing. You know, they ought to have been in the military. You know, they ought to have been in firefighters. It's like, okay, fuck that shit. Okay, and practicing shooting, and then that bullet coming at you is gonna be on the other side of that range. Ain't no, that shit is real. And that's a weird sound to hear when that bullet hit that car near you. You know what I mean? So
I can see that. I didn't go to war, but I can see how that is.
I could change your life, and it's like, damn, I could have died right now. I could have died. I could have died. So I wouldn't ever think that even if Tommy was here, we wouldn't expect you to take the same position we take. Like, even if he was in the hood and we was having this conversation, we was on the block. Like, what you would realize is when guys are like, if we were on the side that I'm on, and then one guy was talking to another guy, like, you already know what it is. He would tell him, you know what it is, because you know, but you don't know. And they would understand. They would try to get you to understand, but nobody would expect you to take the position we take. I don't think nobody expects you to take the position.
Now, what I'm trying to do is be understanding that there is another position other than mine now. You've seen something different with police. You're from Baltimore. Mm-hmm. I'm not. But
I will argue I have never seen the worst. I haven't seen the worst in this. I mean, the stories I've heard is like, I'd be in jail because I'd have shot the cop. Or they'd kill him. I'd have been dead. They'd have killed me. I mean, it's crazy stuff, man. You just know not to be up on blocks at certain times. And the overnight police are not that bad from my experience. But that morning crew, like the sheriff, the task force, they not to be fucked with. Because not really the sheriffs, but the sheriffs, they do evictions, but they don't really be kicking ass. Them knockers, bro, and they kind of slowed that down to be riding around and looking like hoodlums. It was war, bro. They would get out the car and fuck up anybody. Like, they would just beat them like fighting them, punching them, like the nigga did something. What you say, bitch? Like, they was niggas. They would be in the club where it's talking about, we the biggest gang in here. Move. It's crazy. It was like,
it's DC.
Shit was wild.
No, I got pulled over in Anacostia. There's a Jamaican restaurant there. Of course, Anacostia in 2016, because eventually it's going to turn into you know the difference in old DC and new DC. Totally different cities.
Oh no, I don't. All I remember from DC is H2O and a couple of girls.
Oh, H2O, bro.
Man. That's the best thing I've seen in DC. And I seen when I went down there outside of H2O, Charles Wilson was there. Charles Wilson, Clinton Portis, and somebody else. I seen him up close because I was promoting a party out there with my cousin, and I was like, bro, them chicks that come out of there, bro, Jesus Christ, it was beautiful.
H2O was an experience.
It was good. It was lovely.
Yeah.
I know it was a team.
I got pulled over. Had Texas plates still. I moved from Houston to DC area. Pulled over. Boxed in by 5 cars. License and registration. Hey, no questions asked. Sir, is something wrong? We'll be right back. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, it's different.
And the truth was this. There was a light about to turn red or something. And there was a few police cars up. And I just stopped. I really stopped at a green light. And he pulled me over in suspicion. Why did you stop at a green light? I'm like, huh? But I was like, sir, I'm coming down this hill and I see a bunch of police cars. I'd rather let y'all go than start going and y'all light it up because, I don't know what's going on. And it says Anacostia. He's like, that's fair enough. And he let me go, and he was just like, I just had to ask him, sir, why did y'all box me in like this? He's like, hey, bro, DC is changing. This is the new Washington, DC, and we're sending a message that we don't play games. This is how we roll now. To the gangs, to the whoever and whatever, and you got a nice little Mustang. We're not doing high-speed chases. We don't negotiate. Like this the #1 police city in the country. Spread the word. We don't play games. But have a nice day. Hey, see, you're good to go. I'm like, really?
I seen that twice. I seen that twice yesterday.
But I spoke to him decent. Now the problem about it is, if they're willing to send that message to me, what if I was Hothead Joe?
Mm-hmm.
What is it Nathan Daly called? Post-traumatic policing disorder. He pulls me over. You pig, nigga ass pig. It would have been a problem.
Yeah, but they don't. They really do understand the mentality of their customers. They know these niggas is going to respond like that because they respond to us like that, even each other like that, even if they know a nigga going to shoot. It's just, if you pull up on anybody, they going to result and default down to that base consciousness. And if we talking hood dudes, we talking 92% of them are child abused or neglected. One of them too.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah. So what decorum do they know? They don't really. They're going to act the way their mom act if somebody say anything to them. Think about a black female, and if you just took that mentality and put it into a 6'1", 220-pound dude wearing his pants off his ass, he 18, 19. He's 6'1", 220 or 205. He feel like he can fuck everybody up anyway. And this is an opportunity. He gonna respond like, bitch, did it. He gonna start talking his shit. And that's
show you love.
And that's when they're in their subconscious mind too. Like the other thing I learned when I was teaching, they kept thinking, we need men in these schools. We need our black men to come. I learned when I became a teacher why they keep leaving.
You can't say nothing to them.
Elementary school, and here's the truth, a lot of people don't know. Black men will take pay cuts to go be teachers. More than any other race, decent stand-up black men want to go and do stuff in communities. But they don't want to negotiate with results. They came there to get a result, and they want it now. So, man who wants to coach wants to do that. One, there's no backing if somebody says he purged me. The community is supposed to stand behind that and stand behind that man. They don't. He hit me. He was too rough. He snatched up my coach snatched him by the face mask. You're supposed to stand behind that in your community instead of feeding them to the government. That's wrong. That's running off a coach. A teacher, a male teacher, when it's female chain of command, female principal, AP, management staff, or whatever, they can't go emasculate the men. I had to deal with that. They come in my classroom, hey, you can't do that. You can't say that. These are street kids. They know, oh, this nigga here, he ain't controlling nothing.
Right.
And they're already taught the respect. The backwards thing is they're taught this respect females as senses of authority. They see females as protectors and providers because they put it in their mind, even though they're not protecting and providing. They're misusing and abusing. But they said you're a provider. You don't know nothing else. Is this one, your aunt, and the next door neighbor, Wiganisha or whatever. That's what they know. And then they're told your daddy was a jive turkey. Don't respect men. Your older brother, the OG, you say, man, you don't never back down to no man. Never. The police, the investigators, the social workers are the enemy. So I come in 6 feet tall with a suit on. I'm the enemy. So I can only connect with the few kids who wanted a father or the ones who thought I was funny and cool or whatever. But I'm the op.
Right.
You figured out why for a few months. Why? And this is me trial and error trying to figure out what the hell. Then here they go on the worst thing. He wouldn't like that in my class. And I can't say, yeah, because you're a woman. It took me a while to figure it out. But it's because you're a woman. A woman ain't going to respect that.
They hate that shit, bro.
They're going to say, but you're a man. I never even had that conversation with other teachers, to be honest. But they're coming to me like, you're a man. You're supposed to just show up and be a man, wave some man dust, and everything's supposed to be all right. Though we're stripping you of everything that you need as a man, or example of or everything how it should be. It's crazy.
Marcus. Yeah, that because A man, what's going on, Marcus? A man is always a fantasy in their head. There's something
Yeah,
that
I
they
don't
can
think.
control.
Yeah, a lot of them didn't have no men, of course.
Yeah.
But I don't think some of them fully knew or understood it. And some of them, the teachers who were married, they kind of got it, and they come talk to me and it's like, bro, man, you looking for another job next year? You good, bro? They were a little different.
Because,
I wouldn't trade the experience. I don't want the trauma, but I wouldn't trade that experience for anything in the world.
I listen. This gonna take me somewhere. I don't want this string to be about, but I'll just stay on this thing then. I've seen the same things with moms. The same shit you just explained, where this other female teacher is going, yeah, they don't get that out of me. You're a man. That's why are they doing that with you? I've seen, bro. You want to see females for who they really are. It can happen in a place near you. Well, I just want y'all to just start paying attention to mothers' faces when the baby is with the dad and the baby is laughing, having a good time. You want to see the most evil, disgusting, despicable shit in life. Just watch that shit. When you see it, it's gonna make your stomach turn. The faces they make, the envy that they have that this baby is enjoying the dad more than her. I watched my son mother do that about 6, 7 times. Because she don't know I know how to use reflections to look at her. So my back is to you, but I'm watching you. That shit crazy. That shit will change your life. And I only did it with her because I watched other mothers do it throughout my life. They hate that shit. They hate that shit.
World class. Have you been able to talk to some of the women who are gone far left? Have you been able to have conversations and start to pull them to just at least a common ground of understanding?
Yeah, for like 5 minutes. Like maybe 15. Sounds good.
I get it.
Hi, my name's World Class. That's it.
They ain't gonna last long. Like, oh yeah, I'll talk to them like, yeah, that makes sense. But then they start going to their default consciousness, and they know what their homegirl gonna say, and they're gonna get attacked for thinking or doing stuff that's right. In their culture, they don't like stuff that's right because they can't be themselves. If it's right, you can't abuse it. Like I can't abuse the sunrise because it's gonna come up when it's gonna come up. I can't abuse natural plants because it's gonna do what it do. They are used. Their pleasure is abuse. They want to be able to have as much as they want whenever they want. They always want to feel like they can come and go, and so I can make as much sense as possible. When it starts to set in that I gotta repeat what he just said, and they gonna attack me, that shit going out the window. That shit ain't gonna matter. If I repeat this logic, I don't know how to. All right, so she get this one piece of information from me. She don't know how to think like I think, so she can't do it every day.
Well, like a lot of dudes on panels are acting as if these women have meetings on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and they sit down. Hey, excuse me, how are we gonna fuck up niggas today? I think I know. I think what we're gonna do is practice some strain on the booty. No, they're just.
It's on Thursday.
It's on Thursdays.
It's on Thursday. Right, they went on the wrong day.
Yeah, the National Nation of Wigwam Temple.
That's a fact.
Sometimes Zoom call. That's not what they're doing. You're talking about people who just weren't raised, weren't taught. And I'm not saying
no, you can make that's a good point. You're making a good point.
But the only thing can be done to change behavior is, I guess, one, create an environment where they can learn, where they can listen.
Something I can come up with.
Talk to them with emotion, because that's their language. It's not logic. It starts with emotion first. Or the rest of them, just leave them behind. They ain't gonna get it. But they act as if they think like men, and they're actually making these plans to go do. And like that's not the case. Not even close. There's a big percentage of them that actually think that they're behaving the way they're supposed to behave. They literally really think that what they're doing is correct. They don't know.
They think the baby don't need a daddy. They think that in real life. They think breastfeeding is nasty. That's the titties is for the dress, so she can get the nigga to lick on them. That's what they think. Most of them.
Yeah, but I don't know. Even on panels, surface level talking. I mean, let's be real. Do you believe in 50-50? Come on, how many times we had that conversation? That's elementary school. The moment one women submit. Are you a high value man? That's come on. And the day when the conversations get to level 4, level 5, level 6, to where actually going like that's why I like Cheeky, Aaron. A lot of them try to go deeper and get to and it's cool because they're young, they're a lot younger than me. Black Men Unfiltered, they try to go a little bit deeper. Like, why is this happening? Sir Hale. Love C, matter of fact.
Yeah, Love C though. Yeah, so this year I'm going to do the best I can to have as many organic topics that are the nuances and aspects of the conversation, because we want to get to clarity. My goal is clarity. So people are like, oh, okay, you can see. So I can't expect y'all to have solutions. You got to train people how to receive. So people don't know how to receive because they don't understand.
Yeah, they are emotional. But if they are emotional, no matter how great, how the logic or how much it makes sense, if they're 80% emotion, if the conversation doesn't start with a level of emotion, then the logic will never go through. That's all. Like the person you see now at 42 was not the person 5-7 years ago.
It was just dust, right? No,
it was just. I see it in Mandrell a lot. So when me and him talk, you say 1 or 2 points. I'll be stuck on them 2 things. That's all I talk about. But no, she took the kid away from the father. It's not right. But hold on, why does she? But you know the dude. Nope, it's not right. I'll be stuck on it. I couldn't listen to actually understand and get her side. Or okay, maybe if you say this, a conversation. I just wasn't there. I was stuck on the surface. Right, wrong, robot. Modern women submit now. And it's not effective.
Yeah, no, it's not effective. I mean, you have to go through a qualifying process. That's what the military does. That's what Fortune 500 companies do. That's what the government does. There's no qualifying process. Y'all say vetting. I hate that word. Verifying is better, but there has to be qualifying process. Like I said earlier with ESO, however you suit it, it got to be tailored. Like a person got to be the right fit for this position. Are you the right fit for this position? I don't just want a wife. I want who belongs to me and who belongs here. And I don't want somebody that doesn't belong here, because I don't want that for you, because it's going to be hostile for you. And I don't want that for me. People are like, oh, you hostile. I'm hostile because I have to be. If I wanted to hurt you, I would just not say anything. But I can't sit around and watch myself allow the quality to dip because I don't open my mouth, because I'm not going to respect me the next day. So a lot of the times I talk about mental health. I do a lot of mental health stuff. I defend my brain from inefficiency and inadequacies. And I do it violently because the situation requires it first. It's more important than me, because I'll be gone, and then that situation will come 100 years from now. And then there'll be a successful example there, at least on the internet. And then I do it for me because I need to stay in habit of not allowing things that are insufficient to be accepted. Because like you said many times, Dusto, the subconscious will go, oh, okay, it's okay. It's all right. Because subconscious, like a child, don't know right from wrong. It doesn't know bad or good. It's just like, oh, you want this in here? Okay, I'll find a spot for it. And I don't have no place in my face for none of that. So it's just a qualifying process.
What's your level of, okay. Somebody told me this, and I kind of knew, and it still gets to me this day. Talk about emotional intelligence. There's dark holes in the manosphere and all this other stuff, aside from selfishness. Let's be real.
To be honest with you, I absolutely, positively hate that term. I can't.
What, manosphere?
No, emotional intelligence. I hate it.
Why?
I'm gonna go to etymology, right? But
oh yeah, I get it.
Even
I'm a
if
person who goes off
even if
applied things.
even if you leave the etymology aside,
Mhm.
emotional intelligence, emotional people are dumb. People that are emotional are dumb. So why would you put intelligence behind that?
No, not that. Emotional intelligence meaning Robot Sam will get on a panel and say, I'm 6 feet tall, I make 6 figures, and I have 6 inches worth of wood. Where are the women at who qualify for me? Like it's an auction, and they expect, what's your name? Tony? Second door on the right, there's a woman, she's 5'11, and she can cook, clean, and submit. That's lacking emotional intelligence because it's not reality. Or the dude is like, I have a good job, I can protect and provide. How come I don't have a woman?
So
you just answered your own question. Like emotional intelligence meaning understanding the intelligence of emotions. Like what are they? Why is this person reacting to it?
I get that. I get that, but here's what I'm saying.
As well as logical. Right?
What you explain is awareness. So now we've made awareness a subsidiary of emotion.
I'm not so against the term emotional intelligence, but because I even took a class on emotional intelligence 2019. It was a big eye opener. EQ, IQ, and all this stuff. But
what's EQ?
Emotional quotient.
I knew that's
IQ, I think, is intelligent. Okay, meaning pretty much there's logical people over here, there's emotional. Then there's people who got some of both. Some people ain't got none of neither one of them.
Okay, I got you.
People who are gone are victims. Can't talk to them. They're gonna lose. People who have something, how can you connect? Or for example, all right, trying to not talk in circles. Let's take YouTube space.
Okay.
Angry men over there, disappointed women over there. Mm-hmm. They can't have a conversation. Therefore, the separation is actually getting worse.
Yeah.
And there's certain people who I see come on panel, they can say conversations that can somewhat bring it closer. Okay. Or I know that when they log off, that when they're talking to women, they're able to have conversations. But then there's other people they can't have a conversation.
It's not even possible, right?
Because they can't even they can't even converse with men. Or it's two over logical men that can't even agree. I mean, it's just
over logical is wild. Well, go ahead. That's a wild card. I'm just thinking about that. Yeah, I think it's too logical. That's crazy.
Yeah, to the point where they talk about, for example, me and you. You're for polygamy. I'm not. But you understand, one, you don't know everything. I don't know everything. And two things can fairly exist.
I don't want to know everything. That's stressful.
Yeah, and two people can still be decent and still have a conversation, go eat a sandwich.
That's a fact.
Some stuff me and Black Men Unfiltered don't agree with. J Speed, God no. But we can have conversations. All right, where can we meet at? What's where we draw the line?
Right.
A lot of people just can't do that. And men and women, total different. Oh man, disasters. So then they come with other stuff. They're selfish. This one's undisciplined. This chick is broke. And this one, I mean, you put all of that into it. Then, like you say, they've been beat up emotionally and physically abused.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about a whole groups of people who hate each other. Or some of them hate people and don't even know it. Or express love as hate. Express hate as love. It's so much.
That shit is
so much. It's so much stuff that people need to know. And it's so much to try to bring a conversation.
Yeah, it is. There's a lot to talk about. And that people hate each other and don't even know is worth a live stream. And it's people that I really love people and I really want to help, and they hate people. But I want to jump back to what you were saying. So how does that relate to what you were saying relate to emotional intelligence? Because it's just something people. It just seems like something people say. We just started saying that shit like 4 or 5 years ago, and I'm just like, what?
All right. The thing is, it's hard to pin. Okay, logical stuff is anything logical. It's factual. It's actual. It can be quantified.
Right.
Emotions are different.
Okay.
Just like, how do you measure love? It's not by the gallon,
That's a
by
fact.
the dollar. So it's hard. Just like when Cheeky was having a conversation, what is love? It was a hard conversation that he was having. I was way lost. But emotional intelligence, more like, I can't give you a direct example, but I can just talk about how it works. If you go on a dust panel or a panel and everybody's yelling and screaming and mad, an emotional intelligent person can sit and chill for 5 minutes and understand why this person said this, why this person feels this way. You said this person's about to snap. Not just at a level of basic disrespect, because that's more on the logical side, but things that trigger certain people in certain ways for whatever reason. Then how they respond, then how this person responds. Now this person wants attention. They're going to respond. This person has a relationship with this person. They're going to respond. Like seeing those pictures. Then if you can see it like Love C, I say an emotional intelligence is about a 9 or a 10. Sees everything, feels everything, put herself in anybody, even grown men, and understand the whole conversation, the feeling, the emotion, every bit of it.
But what you just explained is empathy. I don't think empathy is an emotion.
Empathy is the main thing they talk about in emotional intelligence.
But this is what I'm saying. Empathy is an ability.
Right.
It's not really like it happens all day, whether something's happening or not.
A lot of people don't have empathy. You'd be surprised.
Well, yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Me 7 years ago, 10 years ago, empathy ranked at about a 2. It was bad. Hey, C, you there?
Yeah, what you about to say, C? I'm not sure. I am. So before you go back, you probably did hear it. I hate the term. I don't like it. I don't like emotional intelligence. I don't like the term at all. I just think, like I just said earlier, trauma bonding, triumph bonding. I think good old fashioned intelligence is good enough. I don't think it needs to be. I don't think it needs to be modified. But go ahead, love.
See?
You unmuted. We can't hear you though if you're talking.
Now you're muted. Testing 1. Testing 1, 2.
Yeah, if she's not back yet, I'll go.
Yeah, go ahead, Face. Appreciate you coming up.
What's
up, Face Facts?
Yes,
first time this fake year.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll out in a couple minutes.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming.
Man. I've been on the move. Listen, you know why I'm here, because I think I'm probably the only person on the planet that hates that phrase more than you do.
What, emotional intelligence?
Yeah, it's all bullshit, and I'll tell you why. Because you're either intelligent or you're not. Now, you were on point when you said what somebody was describing was empathy, because you got to realize this is a made up. Emotional intelligence is a made up term, because again, not to sound like, I don't want to sound like y'all like to call them dusties or women haters. We all know women typically don't make intelligent, informed decisions. So because they can't go on panels and say, oh, well, I'm intelligent, because all you gotta do is look at their life and I'll disprove it. They say, well, I'm emotionally intelligent. It doesn't exist. And the reason you can't describe it is because it's all bullshit. It is empathy, but we all know that women don't have empathy. If they did, they wouldn't leave a husband, when he develops cancer and loses his job and he's sick. She's filing the divorce papers before he dies.
All right,
so we all know that women lack empathy.
Hey, Face, quick question. Just to make it different. Okay. I group women in different categories. Modern women are over here. I don't care what they do. But the manosphere is all they talk about, is the very women that they shouldn't be wanting anyway. 70-80% are these modern women or whatever. I'm using just modern women as the term, because that's the term to use. Those women ain't gonna do right no way. Then there's a 20% that are in the questionable zone. Then there's the 10% that are ready-made wives or able to marry. So when you say these women, are you talking to all women? Or are you talking about them bottom 70%?
No, I'm talking about all, because I already know where you're going. And again, I'm not blaming you or attacking you, but the crux of your argument is time frame. What is your definition of a modern woman or a woman filing for divorce? For you, is it better if she files for child support after the child's been alive for 3 months, or if she divorces the husband after 20 years?
Okay,
so what you're debating is time frame.
No, my thing is this.
I get that. I get what you're
Most
saying.
of the men who come on panels, the automatic default of a woman, the conversation has to do with child support, modern women, take 50%, alimony, and all that other stuff. My default of a woman I've dated.
Submit, you got to put in there.
And submitting, not submitting. My experiences are different. I'm not married, so I can't say I'm the king of the castle. But I've never had girls call the police on me, cut my tires, and all that crazy stuff. I don't date those women. And I see most dudes going over to date the wrong women. Some of them, I give grace. People don't know. Everybody wasn't raised around with it. But also my environment growing up, people are married. People were married, and it was a community. So I know what these top, the 10% and the 20%, I know what those look like.
Before y'all go back in, I just got to throw this in. Beautifully Animated speaks. She says, emotions aren't logical. I equate emotional intelligence to thinking logical despite your emotions. Not letting emotions solely be your guide, because emotions can blind you. Even what she's saying, it's a good thing that she's saying. It undermines emotional intelligence, because it's literally despite your emotions. So I don't.
My implied meaning.
I understand she's saying she equates. I'm not saying she's defining.
Right.
Go ahead.
Right, but Noble, right? That brings me back to the point that I just made. What she's defining is self-control, and we all know that women do not exhibit self-control, especially in America.
Especially in America, that's a fact. That's what I've been finding over the last 5 years, is that whenever somebody is explaining emotional intelligence, it's some other word. Like we said, awareness. It's now a subsidiary to emotional intelligence. We got empathy.
I can agree with that. But you're in etymology is big to you, but to me, it's implied meaning. If somebody uses a word wrong, I accept what I think that they're trying to tell me. That's just me.
When I know what they're saying. They're saying
here's the other thing, right? This is what you're overlooking, right? You have to understand how the female mind works. The female survival strategy is manipulation. They do not have the physical strength to manipulate the environment like we do. So their survival technique and what gives them strength is manipulation. So you got all these women taking psychology courses, basically supercharging their manipulation tactics. That's like me. I'm 6'4", 240. That'd be like if I started taking steroids and lifting weights. That's basically what a woman is taking a psychology course.
I disagree.
Of course you do. But why do you disagree?
Love C, my own mother, my sister, a couple of women that I used to date that went and got married and stayed married on Facebook, posting real pictures, doing real things. I know too many women who are wives that actually are wives. Now, they're not, ain't nobody 100%.
Right. I don't want to cut you off, but I don't want to cut you off, but let me throw this in there, right? What you're doing is, again, I'm not saying that it's not possible. I'm just saying it's not probable, because what you're doing is you're inserting your anecdotal, life experience. When I speak for what I'm speaking for, I'm taking life-size samples. I'm taking, because I've experienced being in these family courts and dealing with these people longer than I care to speak about. So when I say what I'm saying, I'm speaking in general. And typically what happens is a general statement is triggering to someone that has their basis in their experience. You got to go. What you're doing is you're making a small box argument on a big box topic. So I get what you're saying. You do know these women. These haven't been your experience, but you can't discount what you see in the real world, what you see on the internet. All these people have been the same story that don't know each other. There's no way possible that these could all be made up stories. Now, to discredit that because it hasn't been your lived experience is disingenuous. That's the only point that I'm making.
Okay, here's my argument. Would you agree that there's different boxes of women? There's one who are wives and stay wives. There's ones in the middle ground that could be with the right guy or could drift off, depending on the leader, depending on the stuff. And then there's a lot, which I already said, majority of women garbage. And I don't know if you see me on panels, but I'm not your most how to say it. I troll women very brutally. I'm just not really disrespectful, like directly. But the wickedtocious 400-pound masculine baby mamas with 4 teeth and 5 kids, I pretty much bring hell and talk about them just as they are. I'm just saying, would you agree that there's different boxes and different tiers of women?
What I'm saying to you is it doesn't matter because the way the system that we're actually speaking about is set up, it's a crime of opportunity. You get what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you might not be a thief, but I'm pretty sure if I left $1 million in front of you unattended, you know, no cameras, no way of proving that you took any of the money, you might take it. You might take a little something.
Okay, yeah. Me and you will probably never be able to meet in the middle because I've known women that I could leave $1 million and come back 2 weeks later, every bit of that $1 million will still be there. Most women, no. God, no. Can't leave $10. Can't leave a donut around them. They're going to eat it.
Okay, so
my counter to that is
my counter to that is
can you just
frame.
get them like that and just go to Walmart and find them? Hell no.
No, listen, I get what you're saying, and see, and that's my thing. Like, I'm not biased, and I can be rational. I'm not saying that my way is the absolute way. What I'm just all I'm saying is, if you don't heed the warnings that I'm issuing, there's no help for you on the other side. That's the point that I'm basically making. And granted, you could leave some of that money in front of a woman in an instance, but how long? How long could you leave that money in front of her? Because life is a long time. You know, things come up. How long could you leave that money in front of her and still expect her not to take any? And that's the way and that's the way that the child support and alimony is set up, because basically what it is it's always on the table. It's like, just because you get in the water with sharks doesn't mean they're going to bite you. But would you want to swim with them?
Well, here's the deal. This is my opinion. I can't say my word is all, but overall, women who take advantage of the system, they lose. There are some women who are smart enough to know that the system is a loss. Most of them don't. And honestly, when women take advantage of the system, most of them aren't doing it as a strategic decision. They're just acting as they act. There's not a plot where women on Tuesdays and Thursdays sit down, we're going to take over Wall Street and buy lots of rental properties. So what we're going to do is marry high-value men, and we're going to take... No, they're getting stuck by regular clowns anyway, half the time. I ain't going to the extra, but...
are you familiar with drip torture?
With who?
Drip torture.
Oh, the Japanese thing where they tie you up and have a water dripping on you and go crazy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's basically the counter to the argument that you're making. Yeah, they're not meeting up every day. They don't have annual meetings. But when you have a consensus for 60, 70 years where, you know, it's incremental, because it's like the boiling frog. They're not going to, if they, you know, most people are unaware, but, you know, if you have a drastic change, even the most unaware person can become aware of it. But if you slowly turn the temperature up, you know, 1 degree at a time, most people won't notice. And that's how that system was set into place. Yes, they may not do it. It may be a fraction of them or a segment that won't take advantage of the system. But in the back of their mind, they always know that it's available to them.
It's
and
a loss.
That's the point. And I think that's the point that Noble was making earlier when he was talking about sliding the gun under the door. Yeah, they don't have to really, you know, actively participate, but they do know that it is available to them.
Okay, here's my point. My parents are married. Those different time frame. The marriage was tested like any marriage. My mother made the decision, I need my man. There's 3 kids. Where in the hell am I going to go? Because she saw her sister, she saw other in the family divorce or run out there in the system. She knew that a man is the answer. They're still married to this day. Love C is right there on the top corner. She's still married. She has children. I've never heard her express any form of interest in the system over her man. And I believe she is 100% aware that it is a big loss. But she's right there. There's a woman you can have a conversation with. There's not a lot of love C's. I'm aware of that. Most women are part of the nation of Wigwam.
Right.
But
now the question I asked is, all I'm saying is knowing that, right?
Oh yeah, trust me, I know. I was in the military at 18. You saw the worst marriage you could ever see.
Right. As far as risk, risk reward, is it worth taking that big of a risk and knowing how the system is? Is it worth taking that big of a risk, knowing the potential downfalls? Because it's a one-way trip. And again, you've never been married, so and I'll be honest with you, the fact that you were never married, you can't really grasp the depth of how serious it is. So what
I was also never divorced. So I mean,
yeah, congratulations. But what I'm saying is, that first step is a doozy, and there's no help on the other side.
Okay, here's another thing. If all the women are bad and they're all devils, they're going to run off with everything. This is my opinion. My opinion, the best women are married or want marriage. So if you say marriage is the devil and the women are the devil, you already exclude marriage, which takes out mainly the best women. Then you say the modern women are the devil. That leaves you with nothing but time to go repeat and deal with multiple women that you already know are the devil. I think that's the most unsafe thing to do.
That's good.
You know their nature, you know what they do, and let's be real. I'm not saying to you, but let's take just average man out there, not relating this to you. John over here, one day he's gonna hit a piece of vagina that's just spectacular. One day there's gonna be a woman who can pull him off his square. Maybe 1 foot, maybe both feet. And he's playing in the danger zone anyway with the modern women because he said he don't want no marriage because they're gonna get him. That's more dangerous. And because it's multiple women. One of them is going to be crazy. One's the tire buster. One's I'm going to get my brother and C-Loke and them to smoke you. One of them is I'm going to get you in the system. One pokes holes in running through that, I think that is very dangerous.
Right, but my question to that is, why does a woman have to be the focal point of a man's life? Why does it have to be a one or all situation? Just because a man chooses not to get married doesn't mean
we were talking about
hordes of women.
No, we were talking about women. That was what the conversation was. I was talking about women.
No, I get what you're saying, but you said that as an alternative to getting married, the man's basically going to run through hordes of women. So I'm asking, why is that the only alternative to not getting married, running through hordes of women?
Okay, dudes who aren't getting married, most of them, and they fear marriage or don't want marriage, what are 70-80% of them doing? Let's be real.
Well, 70-80% of these men don't have access to women. Most of them can't get women.
Right, excluding the dudes who can't get none to begin with. What are the other ones who can get women? What are they doing? And
focusing on a lot of them are traveling and focusing on themselves. They're making money. I fall into that category myself. I'm not running through hordes of women because I know the downfalls of marriage.
Okay, if you're dating a woman or spending time with a woman, and I'm not saying not getting money and going to the gym, that's separate. A conversation just more being women. If you're spending time with a woman, somewhere in the conversation or an activity, there's be discussions like, hey, where are we going in the next 6 months, 6 years? Or are we? When a woman's saying, no, I'm cool with just playing, getting stuck, doing whatever, that fairly eliminates her from the top 20%. Because she's willing to just play around and everything is day by day by day. Her life might also follow and be day by day by day. That's risky. But she's showing you who she is. Each day is a new day. Versus, I'm on track. These are my goals. And most of these women have children. They're showing you who they are. And in no way am I saying that I got some formula. I'm just having conversation. Like I said, I'm single.
Okay, so what would you suggest as, because you
Yo, can y'all hear me?
You breaking up? You breaking up, Face? It's not you.
system or
Go
farming
back.
system?
Go back to what would you suggest? You would cut out. Face?
So you basically saying cut out women that have children?
No, what I'm saying is, I would hope. See you later, love. I was hoping she would speak because she's somebody that helps me in some of these conversations. Some stuff she says, I literally like sink into my brain.
All right, love. See, peace.
See you later, love. See. I'm saying, how do I say it? I'm saying if there was a guy who's 25, he's qualifies for women, and I'm talking to him, I would suggest for him to go out and get the best that he can find available. This is what these women do over here. They run out here in the Nation of Wigwam meetings. They're going to act like this, and this. They do it daily. And if you go over there and raw dogging them, you're going to be in the system. Then there's another class of women. They're neutral. You need to build yourself because you're going to have to build these women. Then there's the top class, ready-made wives. You just put them in the microwave, they're ready to go. Those, you're going to have to compete with the absolute best of all races, all income levels. Those are nearly impossible to get. And a lot of them, right now, supply and demand is in the favor of good women. A woman who is at least a 7, looking right, who can submit and do whatever the YouTube talking points say, can get a man just like that to marry. They're very hard to get and hard to find. But you got to come 100% correct with those women. Because they're ready to follow somebody and they want the best option. And all men are seeking these women. I suggest, what type of woman do you want? Go talk to some women who are married, who you think aren't using and abusing the system. Now you know, okay, I know what the women who are abusing the system look like. What about the ones who don't? And as you see, okay, this is how they are. Go try to find somebody like that. And Trigger Mike says some really dusty stuff 80% of the time, if you've seen him on panels. But there's one thing he said that did make sense. He was running through women when he was younger. And then he said he wanted a wife. And he asked somebody, he's like, bro, how do I find a wife? Because all I know is these women doing this. He's like, that's easy then. You know the women who are doing dust. Go find one who doesn't do the stuff that these women are doing. It's like, dang, don't. That was on point. Just like I went to an event in Atlanta. No, Houston. And there was a hyena pit. And I see all these women acting like hyenas. Add some alcohol. Oh, that's the easy way. Put 2 drinks in a modern woman. They'll tell you who they are. You'll see it right then.
Mm.
But look in the back, there'll be a woman who's real quiet, drinking water. She's not acting like a hyena. She's already eliminated herself at least 50% right then. Then most of the time they got a ring on her finger. It's hard to find those. But the woman is not acting like like all these crazy ones. My issue is I'm in Florida. When I see these women out and about that don't look like the hyenas, they're already married. Or wait 5 minutes, her husband's coming out the store. Hey, babe. But they might have been in the middle ground. Actually, Love C was the first person to tell me this. Then a friend of mine who's married told me, is like, women in the middle ground a lot of times have to be molded into it. I mean, they come with trauma, drama, stuff. I mean, they're followers, so they don't know to go over here. Do I need a man tall? So they have to be taught what you need and you have to be a certain type of leader to get those women on track. So I'm looking at the married woman approaching them, or finding out that they're married. I'm looking at a finished product. She wasn't that 3 to 5 years before. She might have been 50-50 borderline looking modern. Family values. I don't know how much you're in YouTube. Her and Driscoll, two dudes that are two people that do content. She says she is not the woman. What you see now is not what she was when she got married. Love C said the same thing. Initially, was she just falling in line, cooking and cleaning? No. But over time, they grew together and became that person. But I'm not in a position to be able to say I know all this stuff or I'm right, wrong. I can only just have a conversation. I'm not married.
Right. And basically what I'm saying is, right, what you're saying, it sounds good, but well, we've heard this before. If there are many names for it, the most familiar one would probably be, you know, the Hope Strategy. Shout out to Coach Greg Adams for that. And like he always says, the marriage bill, the bait and switch is always in play. So again, your debate is time frame, which is why I asked the question that I asked earlier. I said, so what's better? Again, I get the type of woman you're talking about. You're talking about the outwardly ratchet, the, you know, in this day and age, you know, if you get
Some of them
caught up with one of those
like
type of women, we
some
know
of
what
them
it
will
is.
look
Like,
soft
that's on you. Right.
Some
But
of them will
again,
look soft and feminine too.
Right. But is it better for you to, that's why I asked the question the way I asked it. Is it better for you to, you know, get praying mantis and have your child snatched away from you before their first birthday? Or is it better to get divorced after 20 years? Some women don't have the discipline to play the long game. And believe it or not, because you brought up the child support situation, believe it or not, the baby daddies aren't the ones that really lose. It's the husbands that get reamed and dragged across the coals.
Yeah, it is worse for them.
I get it. High risk, high reward.
What's the reward?
What can you do to minimize the risk?
No, I'm asking what the reward is, because I've yet to be told what's the sole benefit that a man receives from marriage.
If that's the case, if
No,
you don't get this reward in marriage, then you
it's
should.
not what I believe is irrelevant. I'm asking a question. I said, what is a benefit that a man can only receive from marriage in America?
A wife.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's a wife?
How can I explain it? If I have to explain what a wife is, there's a disconnect.
No, that means you don't have an answer, and it's contrary to your programming. I'm asking you what a wife is. You made a statement.
No, that's
so
like
all I'm asking you is the back of the statement.
Okay, that's like somebody saying, "What can you do with $250,000?" Money's not. They're saying money doesn't have value, and I'm saying it does.
So you couldn't give me one definitive thing that you would do with $250,000 today?
I'm
not asking for all possibilities. I'm asking for one. You couldn't give me one thing that you would do today if I said, "Hey, I got $250,000 for you."
Okay, a wife, in-house support. If you want cooking and cleaning and you value that, you can have that. If you want in-house,
you can hire a maid. You can hire a maid for that. Next.
Like I said, marriage isn't for everybody.
No, I'm asking you. I asked the question the way I asked it for a reason. I said, what is a sole benefit that a man can receive from being married in America? You said cooking and cleaning. I can hire a chef and I can hire a maid for that, and they'll probably do a better job.
That's why I asked you, what did you want?
What I want is irrelevant, because that's more female manipulation. What they do is they ask you what they want, and they tailor their behavior to what you're requesting on a temporary basis to get you into the marital contract, which is why I asked, what is a benefit that a man in America can only receive if he's married? Because there aren't any.
Okay. I don't know. If this is what you believe.
It's not about what I believe. I'm not asking you a question. You said a wife, and I asked you, what is a wife? And you said, oh, someone to cook and clean. When all these women say that cooking and cleaning is slavery, and they want to delegate and split the responsibility. So she'll be cooking and cleaning, you know, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and I'll be doing it Tuesday, Wednesday, and Saturday.
So why would you marry that woman?
I wouldn't marry a woman in America under the current marital contract, which is my point. But I'm asking you. I'm asking you what a benefit for a man is in marriage, because we can go down systematically and list off all the benefits for women in a marriage, and primarily most of the benefits that a woman receives is through divorce. So I asked you what the benefit for a man was, and then you said, "Oh, well, the benefit of marriage for a man is a wife." And I said, "Well, how is that a benefit? That's a responsibility. That's not a benefit, because when a man has a wife, he has obligations now. So that's not a benefit. Obligation and a benefit are two completely different things."
Okay, this is where we differ. This is where we differ in opinion. You don't see value in the things that I see value in. That's the disconnect.
No, there's no disconnect. I'm asking you to explain it to me. That's all.
But if I explain it to you, you don't see value.
No,
if I told you
I don't have. But that's what I'm saying. I don't have to see value in it, because
no, what I'm saying is this.
The explanation is the explanation. Whether I value it or not is irrelevant.
No, I'm saying is this. If I told you $250,000 can buy you a house, and you say, no, house is a debt. They're going to repossess your house and rent it out to you. Or
no, that's my opinion.
Buy you a car.
No,
well, you can take the bus.
That you can't make that the correlation. I'll tell you why. Because that's my opinion. Just because you can get a house,
this conversation is opinionated.
No, it's not. I'm asking you specifically. Name me a benefit for a man that he gets in marriage, because we can name specific benefits that a woman gets. So I'm asking you, I'm not even asking for a list. I'm just asking for one. Name me one benefit that a man can only get through marriage.
Only through marriage?
Only. So a man says, "Hey, listen, in order for me to get this one thing, there's no way for me to outsource this. I have to engage in this marital contract, in this Babylonian system. I have to engage in this marital contract in order for me to receive this one thing." You said cooking and cleaning. We have chefs. Huh?
I have to go with intangibles, and if you don't see value in them, you don't see value in them.
Of course you have to go with intangible, because women don't offer anything tangible. But again,
why date women?
What are you going to name? You're going to name, what does dating have to do with marriage?
Okay.
Dating is actually completely separated from marriage, and dating has origins in prostitution. Modern marriage is based on prostitution. It's not based on marriage.
You probably shouldn't get married.
I'm not, but again, just because I'm not doing it doesn't mean that you or another man shouldn't.
Right. I see value in
the question the way I'm asking.
No, I'm just saying I see value in marriage. You don't.
And you're allowed to see value in it. I'm asking you, why do you see value in it?
Because I do. Is that a trick question?
Okay, you do.
Well, you had to ask him what values do he see, not why.
But regardless of what I say,
but he's dodging the question either way, so it won't matter how I reframe it.
No, right. No matter what I say, if I say you can get tax benefits, you haven't
said anything.
By the time I get one word out, you got a whole Greg Adams. Well, you can lose it all, so it's no point. I just say don't get married. I got a friend who listens to Greg Adams, and he says he wants marriage. The first thing I tell him is stop listening to Greg Adams. Because all he tells me is, the woman can do this, but then they're going to do this, but they all got to go through a whole phase. But no.
So what answer do you have for him if his marriage goes bad? If he engages in that contract and it goes bad,
then it goes bad.
You're not coming in like SEAL Team 6 to rescue him out of that.
No.
That's the point that I'm making. You're going to say, well, you picked the wrong one.
No. But I'm not the, how can I say it? When people get married, I'm not on the contract. That's their household. They get the benefits and they take the losses and they assume the risk. That's what a man does. Huh?
Can you name the risk of marriage for me?
You can.
No, I'm asking you. I said, what's a risk that a man has to take in marriage? Something that he could potentially lose.
Potentially lose. Why is it if I say risk or something negative to marriage, you pumped up, ready to go? But if I say reward, pumped up to tear it down.
Okay, so name a reward. I'm not tearing it down. I'm asking a question.
That woman belongs to you. It's intangible. Because you're going to say no.
What?
The woman belongs to you. It's a higher commitment level.
No, she doesn't belong to you. She belongs to the state.
Just like I said.
How does she belong to you?
Like I said,
how does a woman belong to you in a marital contract?
Like I said, for one, you change their last name to yours. That's a representation of sense of ownership, sense of belonging, sense of you lead, she follow. Now, can you say, well, you don't got to do this? You can, I mean.
No, well, I get what you're saying, but that would only apply in the instance that when you got divorced, you couldn't change her name back. So I'm asking, how does the woman belong to you?
If you're going to get divorced, why get married in the first place?
Who files for the divorce? It's not usually men, which is why I'm asking the question.
No, Face.
You said that the woman belongs to you. She doesn't belong to you.
No, Face. You filed for divorce just now. I said marriage. You already threw divorce in there.
No, that's not what I didn't throw it in there. What I said was, you said in a marriage that a woman. I listen very well. I've been dealing with lawyers who are a lot better at what you're attempting to do than you are. What I'm saying to you is, you said in a marriage, a woman belongs to you. And I said, how does she belong to you legally? You're responsible for her and you're obligated to take care of her, but she does not belong to you. That sounds awfully misogynistic, sir. For you to say that a woman belongs to you in a marriage?
Face. Some people are for marriage, some people are not. You are one who is not.
The question. No.
Why answer the question? Why answer any question where you already have a Greg Adams way? You got a Mac 12 loaded, ready to shoot it down. Why not just go ahead and shoot it all the way down with a grenade and say marriage is just no? Why not just go ahead and blow it up?
I have said that, but you said,
okay, that means it's blown up. So no matter what I say, it's blown up. People don't get married. That's your opinion.
Right, that is my opinion, and someone's allowed to have.
There's nothing I can say to change your mind.
No, I'm not asking you to change my mind. I'm asking you to defend your point. You said that a woman belongs to you in a marriage, and I'm asking how does she belong to you? And you said the last name.
Okay, why would I defend the point when you already divorce, Greg Adams, divorce attorneys, system, I can't defend that. Just like if I were to talk to a woman who thought anything like that,
right?
I'd put her in an Uber so fast back to the streets. Or if there were a dude saying, "Hey man, what's up with your cute little cousin?" and they were talking, nah, I ain't. Ain't nothing to talk about.
Here's the thing, right?
It's fully disconnected.
This is actually debate tactic suicide. But I'm going to give you the answer to the question that I asked you. The reason you
I've heard them more than you have.
No. The reason you should defend the point that you're making is because just because I don't want to get married, there may be a man that's listening to Noble's channel now that still wants to get married. That's why you defend your point. Whether I agree with it or not is irrelevant.
Okay. Anyone who wants to get married.
You have no defense for your, huh?
Anyone who wants to get married, here are the requirements. You have to be able to listen in good faith. You have to have a form of interest and be seeking something. There's space on the StreamYard. We can argue back and forth with face facts and decide if you want to get married, if marriage is for you or if it's not. Would you come in an argument in bad faith already? No. Everything has already been shut down with Greg Adams and some of the other content creators. And the worst thing about some of them content creators is they go home to their wives. Did you know that?
Yeah, I do know that. But again, that was irrelevant to what I asked.
They're telling you the divorce and their women are evil. Then they go home to their submissive wives. Don't you see a problem?
Well, there's a problem with everything, but that's not the point that I was making because you rather attack the person than the talking point.
No, I'm telling you.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem, right? Here's the problem. There is a benefit to marriage, and I know what it is. You haven't said it because there's only one, which is why I asked the question the way I asked it, and I asked it for a reason. There is a benefit, even in America, one sole benefit that a man receives in marriage. There's only one.
What's that?
Now, your follow-up question is, what is that? And I will never answer that question because I'm not a proponent of marriage. I'm not even a proponent of marriage, and I know what the benefit is, and I can name it. But you, being a proponent of marriage, can't name it. You don't see the problem with that? That's even worse than the content creator that goes home to his wife. You can't even back something that you support.
You don't get it. Well, I know you get it. If you've already made up in your mind everything is negative and the boogeyman's coming, why would I try to convince you? Why would I bother try to convince?
That sounds like a shaming tactic. The
If that's the
boogeyman is
case, the
coming.
boogeyman is
What
coming.
boogeyman? Who's the boogeyman? Who's the boogie? I don't know who the boogeyman is. Who's the boogeyman? I thought the boogeyman wasn't real. Who's the boogeyman?
I already told you 10 minutes ago. Marriage isn't for you. Don't get married.
So basically what you're doing is you're admitting that I'm right. But listen, if I don't get married,
I'm admitting that you're right for you.
That's more marriageable women for you. Huh?
Cool. Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Right. I don't get married, so that's more marriageable women for you. You should be encouraging me and other men like me to not get married. Because now you have a larger pool to pick from.
If you're not marriage-minded and you get married, it's the worst thing you can ever do. Because you'll be in the system within 30 minutes.
Similar to slave-minded?
Slave-minded.
I'm asking if marriage-minded similar to slave-minded, because there were a lot of people who talked us into not leaving the plantation. So is that in the same vein? I'm just asking for a friend.
It's the opposite. The very men who complain about what people complain about, they absorb. A lot of the people complaining about the system and the white man and all that, I give them hell on the panels too. And they absorb the very thing.
I'm not even talking. I'm not blaming the white man for slavery, because if you follow the historical context, you know that the black women were more responsible for slavery than white men. But I'm not going to get into that today.
So it's the same thing. Hey, marriage, negative, 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 negative. Tell me something positive so I can turn it negative. You know, and I'm like, you know what? You got it. Everything. If you want everything to be negative, let it be.
No. If something's truly positive,
convince me negative,
if something is positive, if something is truly positive, I can't turn it negative.
Yes, you can.
If you tell me that you're feeding homeless orphans on the weekend, tell me how I can
turn
make
it
that
negative.
How?
You will turn it negative.
How would I turn that negative?
The same way you turn negative,
but you can't explain how I would do it.
The same way that you just turned marriage negative. The same way that you turn marriage negative.
So you make it positive. Come with a counter argument that makes me sound ridiculous. That's all.
Why?
That is your tab. That is your mission. Should you choose to accept?
No, it isn't.
And you don't choose.
No, that is not my mission. A marriage is not for everybody. It is optional. If a person thinks marriage is negative, they shouldn't get married. If a person thinks going in the military, I advise a lot of younger people going in the military. They say, no, man, you know what? Military is not for you.
No, I would never say no. I would ask why. Why would you encourage someone to get in?
If I start to talk to him, no, you know what? It's not for you. People try to tell me that fat women are the thing for me. I tell them, no, it ain't gonna work. But she can lose weight, no. I'm not gonna ask them to convince me. It just ain't gonna work.
We're gonna get you some fat women in 2023.
I think you should invest in fat women. I really think you
should
give them a chance.
World class.
Because it can work. So you should look into fat women.
World class.
Are you afraid of you being negative about fat women? Are you afraid of fat women?
I'm not attracted to fat women. Therefore, I'm not going to go chasing and looking for fat women.
But you're being negative towards fat women. That's unacceptable. Why are you being negative towards fat women?
Okay.
You know, fat women can cook and clean just like a wife would. So I don't.
You said anything about cooking and cleaning?
You did earlier. You said that a man could get someone to cook and clean if he's married, and I'm telling you that the fat women are usually proficient in cleaning. I mean,
that was because I asked you what you valued. I don't know what you value and what you want. So I threw cooking and cleaning. Maybe that's something that you value.
I can cook and clean for myself. I mean, I have to eat and I have to clean myself regardless of whether I have a wife or not.
The question is this: do you see any value in getting married? If the answer is no, then I have nothing to do with it. It doesn't matter what I say. You don't see value in it.
Well, you don't see value in fat women. Fat women can be just as valuable.
So why would you try to force me to see value in something that I don't see value in?
I'm not forcing you to see value in fat women. I'm just saying that they're positive.
To see value in marriage.
No, all I'm saying is there's positives to fat women, and you should consider the positives of fat women. I'm not trying to
There is
convince you of
positives
anything.
to fat women. They're just not for me.
Okay, why not?
Because I don't want.
Why don't you like fat women? What is it about fat women that makes you not want them?
They're fat.
I knew you was gonna say that.
No, but you know me.
I seen it coming a mile away.
Right. Well. What's your definition of fat? Because that's an opinion.
See what we're doing?
Your fat might not what you consider fat may not be what I consider fat.
If that's the case, who should be dating that woman? You or me?
Well, I think you're cutting off your pool of eligible wives by discounting fat women because
they're eligible, but not for me.
Because your negatively skewed opinion of fat women.
You don't understand how hilarious this is. Everybody know Dusto is dying laughing. This is fucking hilarious. The cringe that she'll have on the inside is like, ah.
No, to be real. No, to be real, I guess some that it's been a couple that I dealt with or pounded or whatever that could be considered overweight.
Right.
But they were super pretty, super nice, and whatever. But just marrying a woman that's 268 pounds is not going to work. No.
Okay, see, look, here's the difference, right? You've done field research, right? So the fact that you said you found out a couple fat women, now I can take your lived experience and deem that as credible. You don't like fat women because you've done it before. You know it's a bad idea, which is why I say the marriage is a bad idea.
They were just slightly overweight, slightly.
Right, but listen, you
something
tried
about
it and you didn't like it, but you see how it is. But here's the thing, right? No. Listen, I'm agreeing with you, and I'm gonna tell you why you're right. The only difference is you've test drove fat women and you found out it wasn't for you, but there's no negative consequences, other than us, giggling at you a little bit. You're not gonna lose your house because you banged the fat chick and you regretted it later.
Actually, yes, you can.
You can lose your house from banging the fat chick?
Yeah, if they eat you out of it. That's what he said.
That too.
Yeah, but you banging the fat chick, isn't government sponsored. Like the state isn't gonna come in and seize your assets because you banged the fat chick. Because if they did, you wouldn't be on this live stream with us. So they'd have took your computer too.
Now here's just my thing. This is me, and all this is opinion and just regular conversation. I'm smarter than your average modern woman. I have a level of influence over. Well, usually most of them I don't talk to them. If I'm not going to have a level of influence over the woman, we're not going to date, and I'm going to know because we're going to be talking on the regular basis. The other thing is this: a couple of women that I've dated, one from 2011, one from 2015, dragged on a little bit. One that's missing in action, which I'm 99% sure she's married. The other two, they went on and got spouses and got husbands, and they're still there. Which means, I've been able to go and attract some of these women who are not these wigasaurus baby mamas doing all the stuff that people hate. So I can't tell you. There we go. It had to be negative. They're gonna wait to their grave and divorce, right? And take half.
Is being realistic negative? I'm asking if it's the same thing.
No, being negative. When negativity is your reality, then yes, it's a bad thing.
How is I said not yet? How is that negative? Because I said not yet.
This very conversation, I've seen
frame
it
is negative
50 times. I've had this conversation like 10, 20 times, and I've seen it probably 50. They have it daily. It's the same conversation.
Listen, all I ask is that you invite me to the wedding. When you get married and you find your wife, I just want to invite you to the wedding.
Why would I invite you to the wedding?
To show me how it's done.
Invite me to the divorce, and I'm not going.
Now, I would never say anything that. Listen, if you're gonna take that plunge, I would never come to someone's wedding. Y'all went through rehearsals. All that good stuff. I would never come in and say something negative. I would forewarn you on the front end of what you're potentially risking and what you could lose and let you understand it. See, here's my thing, right? I know what I'm saying sounds negative to someone that's uninformed, but all I'm saying is that
What makes you
men
think
should make
I'm uninformed? Where would you get that from?
about the pitfalls of marriage, because
Why would you think I don't know those?
Because you said there was a benefit to marriage and you haven't named what it is. That's why I would say you're uninformed about marriage, because no one knows this. Even all these marriage counselors and marriage therapists, there is one benefit. I've had this discussion with someone. No one ever names this benefit for me, which is why I'm still waiting for at least one person to say it before I say it on the internet.
You're not being realistic.
I've said this multiple times that I do know the one benefit.
Okay.
Which
So
is
what
why I
is
like
it?
coming on Noble's channel, because I've heard him say it before, so I know that he knows. So I've heard him say it before. He's the only person that I've ever heard say it on the internet.
I don't know what you're talking about, so I can't really speak to it.
That's my point. No, he said it. He probably doesn't know what it was, but he.
No, what you're saying. No, here's the thing. I know a secret, dark thing that no one's talking about. Okay, so what is it? I'm not telling you. So what you want me to tell you then? I don't know what you're talking about.
No, I just asked you to name a benefit. That was all. You don't. It doesn't even have to be the one that I did. It could be a different one. There could be an alternative.
So here,
You
so
didn't
look,
ask me to go ahead.
Hold on. So here's the thing. This is what let me be in the middle of this real quick. The thing that Face Facts is saying that I completely agree with. He said it very specifically, at least twice. He said, "I'm against the way the marriage contract is set up today." I am in 1,000% agreement with that, but I am not against marriage. I'm against, because when I look at marriage in etymology and when I look at marriage in history, it's between two men. Two men. It's between a man and a woman. You know what I'm saying? It's not with the government. So I don't think those are real marriages anyway. That's the position I take. So I'm into real, genuine, if you want to call them religious marriages and spiritual marriages or whatever. I'm into that. And you can do the equivalent to what marriage is supposed to do. You can do power of attorneys and doing all this different stuff, trust and executive trust and stuff. Like you can do. Like I would prefer to do that.
I can rock with that, honestly.
Yeah, and so that's the. I'm not gonna say compromise, but like I always say, it's always the third option. But I absolutely am not with this structure. Now to the conversation that y'all are having. This is one of the things. It's crazy that y'all have in this conversation because I always say I am not for positive thinking. And obviously I'm not for negative thinking. I'm only for accurate thinking when it comes to any type of modification of thinking itself. If not, let's just do regular thinking, but I like accurate thinking. Inductive and deductive reasoning, and learn how to distinguish important facts from unimportant facts. I say all that to say as a preface to when you have a situation like marriage that's in a deficit, right? Would you agree, Dusto and Face, that it's in a deficit? Just marriage in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Absolutely.
You can't, in that sense, you can never have. You're just not gonna never have. That's not right accurate. You are set up and poised to have a negative conversation because it in itself is at a deficit. Now, Face Facts is getting into the specifics of why, and Dusto's holding on, kind of how I'm holding on that marriage can last, but marriage, I'm not talking about that marriage. That's the only thing. I'm making a clear distinction on the real shit and this dumb contract certificate filed in the orphans court bullshit, bullshit marriage certificate, birth certificate bullshit. So the accuracy, while Face Facts is giving the stats is that, or giving the facts every time you say something, is because the facts are really overwhelmingly against marriage, the traditional marriages that we have. So that's why I'm sitting there. I can't say nothing to him. You can say he's being negative, but it's bad. It's all of it is completely horrible. However,
all of it, all
of it is bad. All the stats are bad with marriage. All of them. They're all in decline.
You're saying all of the overall stats.
Yeah. All of them are bad. Yeah. I'm not saying. Oh, you think I'm saying all the marriages that individual couples are having is bad? No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the stats and facts. All of them in decline. Divorce rates are up. I mean it from that perspective. So, of course, they're good marriages. We've seen them, but they far few and in between. And I don't think nobody will play in that success range. We see about 5 to 11%. If you had a 5 or 11% chance to live, if you left the house, would you leave the house? I don't think nobody would do that.
Hold on, no.
Let's say you want to be here in the first place. Go ahead.
Go to that, the 5 to 11%, because people tell me that all the time. Like I tell you, I had these conversations,
Mm-hmm.
and I had to give hell to one of my boys. Millionaire. What percentage does that fall under? Black man grew up in New York, grew up in not the greatest, and became a millionaire, owns 8, 9 houses, 11 houses in Baltimore.
Probably equivalent, 5 to 11%.
Way under
Maybe less.
1%.
Probably
So
under
you can
5.
do that. Fitness level. Me and him were pretty in good damn shape.
Mm-hmm. Even men being fit is there you go. Right.
Yeah, we're in it. So every time we talk about any level of success, education, doing this, or just the fact of can we get something done? I know he can get something freaking done. A lot of my friends and people I'm around can get stuff done. But then when you throw a woman in marriage, no, we're not doing that. So it's like if you apply the same thing you did to get them houses, the same thing you did to get in shape, and the same thing, and the thing is, these people can get women. Go somewhere and go find these married women that you do see. Talk to their husband. Are you telling me they're better than you? Now understand timing. Every day, one more chick puts on a wig and 3 of them get fat. It's going downhill. And I'm also under the impression I met women that I should have married. And I didn't. Now I'm on these damn panels. I had to pay the price. Should have married the woman. I messed up one 50-50. Another one, I'll really let go. Yeah, I'll take fault. I screwed them up. Therefore, I got to have dust conversations on panels.
Especially when you bring it to dust. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I accept it. But I'm just saying, I hear the dudes, I hear the women. I'm like, y'all women, oh my God. The dudes, I'm like, oh, well, there's half the problem right there. Listen to these dudes. I'm not saying you fake. I mean, this is my first time talking to you face facts. But I'm just saying, before I get lost, just talking, because I forgot another point I was going to say. Shit. I forgot what I was going to say.
Well, let me finish this.
Go
ahead.
Go ahead.
If you remember, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, it's not a look at it. You're not rolling the dice. But some people who are husbands got wives, they got them for a reason. And they attracted that woman based on who they are. One, why not take the time to evaluate these women or evaluate these men before just saying, oh, they're going to take half. I'm talking 10, 15. If you get marriages 20, 30, 40 years, they're saying, oh, well, y'all did it back in the day. Then if you get dudes who got married 3 to 5 years ago, well, she's going to divorce you next week. You just don't know it yet. You got to have some positivity, something.
I gotta call a flag. I gotta call a flag on the play. I never said that they would take half. Half is a starting point. I would look into equitable distribution if I were you.
Another thing is I believe in adjusting, like not prenup or whatever. I believe in sitting down with an attorney and negotiating the terms prior to marriage. I'll probably be doing that. So to take half and all this funny stuff, but I also believe in, and through the, you hate the word vetting, through the process, I want to know what this woman's head is, and does she really understand the value of a man? Does she understand the value of a father? Does she understand all the stuff? You will know if they get it or they don't. Trust me. But 15 years ago, I wouldn't have been able to have that conversation. I didn't know. I knew the value in the stuff. I didn't know how to communicate all of that. So I can understand how people are actually getting ragdolled or picking wrong. So I'm not here saying blaming the men. Y'all picked wrong. I'm not doing that. It's a jacked up world, dudes and women. We're just talking about all kind of abuses and traumas. People living through this, and we expect them to get together for 30 years and be with somebody.
This is what I'm saying. I again, that part that you made, like that's the Anton Daniels approach. Let's look at the ones that work. Well, the ones that work, it's literally dependent on her free will. Most of the time, it's just a chick that just for some reason
and she can't explain it why she not gonna leave or whatever. But
I actually agree with him on. I actually agree with him fairly on that point.
yeah, but it doesn't make any. It doesn't make any. All right, here's. Let's do this. If we looking at his stats and we seeing the success range, because that's what started you down this path.
Mm-hmm.
If we're looking at the success range and it's small, we kind of understand why. Look at Face Facts is about to die laughing. You probably even heard me say this already.
Mm-hmm.
Anton Daniels, Face Facts, right? He's one of these proponents of marriage. He's married to his wife. His wife is on the internet. The video is supposedly still up there. I seen it. His wife said she knew that Anton Daniels was the one when he bought her a car.
Hmm.
So Anton Daniels is to be excluded at all times from this conversation.
I never brought him up.
Huh?
But that point that you
No.
said,
I'm not blaming you for that.
Go
I'm not blaming you for that. I'm not holding that against you. But like I said, I've just heard that point, right? Let's look at the ones he's not the only person that made that argument. That's it. But when you go and you look at these situations, you see stupid shit like this. Like the basis of your relationship is simping. Or something, or being a fucking, I don't know what you want to call that. But that happened. His wife is saying she knew he was the one when he bought her car. I'm not, the fuck?
Yeah, well, that's why I brought up.
We have a 1-to-1 ratio with cars, the fucking car to marriage ratio. Like, what the fuck? Nobody doing that.
That's why I bring up a lot of the content creators. And to be honest, I don't know what these people got on in their households.
That's a fact.
Content and entertainers and Jada Pinkett. I don't talk about that as a reference. But I'm just saying is the people's 50,000, 300,000 subscribers telling you, man, these modern women ain't nothing, are clicking off with $5,000 of super chats and got yelling at their wife to cook them a sandwich. Don't you think that's a problem? It's a scam. They're abusing you.
I don't think it's a problem. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why I don't think it's a problem.
They're lying.
See, look, I haven't said anything for about 10, 15 minutes. I'll let you go.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
The reason I say that's a problem, it's not a problem and it's not a scam because does the messenger affect the message? You get what I'm saying? Like, I could be the worst person in the world, but if you're about to cross the street and I tell you, hey, a car's coming, if you don't look and get ran over, does it matter how I live my life? Like, I'm letting you know that you had a potential danger in front of you. So someone living their life of a certain way doesn't discredit the fact that they're, making you aware of a problem that you may not be aware of. Because again, it's not about saying that you shouldn't do something. It's about making an informed decision. And the problem is a lot of men go into this contract uninformed.
That's the problem right there. That is the biggest problem. That's the thing I'm with the most. I'm bringing it up. People don't have no idea. I've said it earlier. Like, we didn't know what was going on in family court. We had no idea. Like, that's how that shit rocked.
Okay, I think there's two sides to that, and I can agree with Face. I can agree with that part. The part that I'm disagreeing with is this: the implied message that's going into a lot of people's minds. I don't want to say any names up here, but there are people who flip-flop on panels and flip-flop on what they're saying. They're selling the fear. Then they don't even buy it their own selves. Why aren't they selling what can solve the problem? What is it? The main thing is this: if I find a guy who's successfully married, I want to know what they're doing to be successfully married, not what all their friends who got divorced did. I've seen enough of the gloom and doom. That's what people see on a regular, gloom and doom. The point when you say marriage, dudes are, okay, what's the other side? That's what they need to start talking about.
They associate the other side as the thing that lured those dudes that lose into it. Because when he asks you,
can I ask a question? Would you
that's 50-50.
Would you listen to a prisoner that told you don't go to jail?
A what?
I said if you went to a prison and you saw an inmate in the prison and he said, "Hey, don't go to jail."
Fairly, yes.
So couldn't you say that's the same thing as a married man warning you not to get married?
I would assume a married man telling me not to get married is not a successfully married person. Or they're a person, I mean, there's more into it than what I'm trying to express. What I'm trying to say is there's money in this. People are seeing, even women, they know they can come up on these, create a YouTube content and repeat everything, pander to men, and get paid. They're telling
Well,
anything.
absolutely, but it's still cheaper. It's still cheaper than that contract that you're suggesting men sign. That's all I'm saying. That's the crux of my. I said yes. Come, they can pander to them, and they can come up here and they can super chat. No one had any issues with Derek Jackson running around here for 10 years, pandering. Other than these spaces, no one else found any issue with what he was saying. No one had an issue with what Steve Harvey said.
Oh, hold up. I don't rock with them. There's people who, if you ask about Steve Harvey and some of the dust, that's not true. Derek Jackson, dust. Steve Harvey, there's 20-25% that he's actually legit. But a lot of it, he's playing the game.
Right. But what I'm saying is there was no right, whether we know he's lying or not or whether he's inaccurate, that's not what the debate is. The debate is whether there was outrage behind it or not. There is a severe outrage because the way this system is set up, it's dependent on men signing that contract. It does not benefit them.
No,
so there's a great fear in
in
these men walking away from that one-sided contract.
Okay, why not modify the contract?
Right. What I'm saying is it's a contract that does not benefit them. And you cannot modify the contract because this is what you don't understand because you've never had to deal with that system directly. Even if you go to an attorney, they're not going to tell you this. All of that stuff is basically, how can I say it? It's subject. It's all subject to opinion. You could work out you could work out your contract however you want. Basically, once you sign that contract, someone can come behind you and cherry pick from the contract. They can basically say, hey, well, this is in your contract. I like this, but I don't like this. So I'm going to do this, and then I'll keep this because you already agreed to it. So now, the basis of which you agreed to the stipulations in the contract were based on the other things that were in the contract. So someone can come behind you retroactively and take this. So, like, let's say you agreed to give me A because I was giving you B. You only agreed to give me A because you were getting B. Now someone can come behind you retroactively and say, hey, you still have to give up A, but you can't get B. That's how those contracts work when you go on those hearings because it's all subjective. It's based on whoever's overseeing your case and their decision. They call some of them trust busters. They use prenups as toilet paper. It all depends on who you sit in front of, especially in certain jurisdictions, especially in New York and California.
Let me ask you a question. There's a whole bunch of women on the planet. Most of them are garbage. Let's be real. Most of the dudes, because I'm not on this, all the men did this, we built. No, most of them are freaking dusty. Do you believe you can find one woman that doesn't want to participate? She wants you more than she wants the government. Do you think you can find one of them? And have you ever dated one that you believe liked you more than the system and the government?
Here's the thing. If I could see into the future, right? I'm going to answer that question for you. If I could see into the future, I would use my powers for a lot more than figuring that out. What I'm saying to you is that whole system is what you call a crime of opportunity. That's like you might not steal a Lamborghini, but if there's one parked in front of your house with the keys in it, you might at least take it for a test drive.
So let me ask you a question. A lot of people are dying in car accidents. It's why you pay a healthy insurance bill every month, especially in New York. Do you have a driver's license and do you drive a car?
Absolutely. And I know where you're going, and I have a counter for that, but go ahead. Make your point.
Of course you got a counter.
I'm supposed to. That's the definition of a debate, right?
Okay. This is just me. I am a product of a working marriage. That's what I know. That is me. My parents are still married. They were here last week.
I got to call flag on the play, and I'll tell you why. The reason I'm calling a flag on the play, you can't judge your parents' marriage as a child, because even though you're an adult now, the context of which you understand their relationship is from the perception of a child.
That's
So
interesting, because if I went to Greg Adams and told you about this marriage that these dudes beating their wives up, it would have been valid. If it's negative, it would have been valid. All these people here, all the gloom and doom is valid. But I'm telling you something of who I am.
I didn't say you couldn't use someone else's. I just said you can't use your parents. That's what I said. I specifically said you can't use your parents because your frame of reference, you get to see your parents' situation retroactively. You can't see it while they're actually going through it because you're a child.
What makes you
they're
think,
developing.
What makes you think that how can I say it? Of course, more details when I was older. What makes you think that I didn't know that everything wasn't perfect in my parents' marriage? Just like any marriage.
I didn't say perfect. I didn't say perfect. What I said was context. The context of your understanding of their dynamic, because that's what you saw during your developmental stages. So your initial understanding of what their situation was is as their child, not a child, because those are your parents.
So in that case, there are no references to marriage then. Because if I can't even use what I grew up in and what has actually produced me, okay, if I can't even use the very marriage that produced my own life, how am I go off some U.S. statistics of what's going on in the world? If I can't even use my damn life. And that's
I'll tell you why.
Because
and I'll tell you why. Because number one, your parents came up in a different era. The rules were different. You're playing by a different set of rules than your. No, listen. Is it true or not? Are you not playing by a different set of rules than your parents had to play by? If you can't understand that.
Hey, world class, didn't I say no matter what marriage I say, if I say it was an older marriage, man, that was a different time. Then if I go and use my friend who's Houston, you're gonna say, well, just wait. She's gonna flip the script on him. I'll give you one of somebody who got married 3 years ago. 10 years, you pick the number. Successfully married people. Love C was on the panel. You could have asked her whatever. Instead, here comes Greg Adams.
No, what I would ask is, the question I would ask is, what's your definition of success?
Does it make a difference? When you always
No, it doesn't. I just asked the question. You can answer it however you like. I just asked the question. I understand that's a stalling tactic because you don't have an answer, but I'm just asking the question. I'm not emotionally invested. I'm just asking because conversations like these are good for other people, not necessarily for me to convince you or to convince you.
To be honest, I'm just practicing for the real trolls.
Listen, so am I, because I'm giving you $100,000 worth of information.
No, you're giving me negative $100,000 worth of information.
Exactly, because
I have never.
Process that I'm describing is all.
I have never seen somebody go out there and win with a negative mindset.
It's not negative.
I'm telling you, I hate women mindset.
I'm telling you what the reality is of that situation when you walk into it. When you walk into that situation, no, it's not just my reality. It's actually not even my reality because I was smart enough to not do it in the first place. I narrowly escaped.
Okay, then why are you escaped? Okay, you escaped to go to where? To what? How do you escape a marriage?
No, what I'm saying.
Huh?
No, huh?
Okay.
No, what I'm saying is I escaped. What I'm saying is I escaped divorce proceedings. That's what I'm saying. Because my situation is a little bit different. They tried to treat it like one, but because I never, took the full plunge, they couldn't do it. So I got the full experience of that without the downside, which is why I'm speaking the way that I'm speaking. I'm not just up.
Have you ever had the successful marriage experience?
Again, I can't answer that because I don't know what you define as successful, which is why I asked earlier. What's the definition of
everything else, but you can't define successfully married.
No, because I've never seen it.
Everything negative I can say you understand.
Again, which is why I asked.
Do you understand what divorce is?
Well, I've never seen Bigfoot. Can I tell you I've seen Bigfoot if I've never seen one?
Everything you said was negative.
I'm telling you, I've never
They
seen
have
one. You say that you
the
have, so
system,
I asked you to
the court,
define one for
the
me. No, it's
government.
not. It's realistic.
Oh, now we're moving from negative to realistic. But we understand those terms, but we don't understand successfully married. We don't know what that means.
Negative was your word. I never use the word negative. I always use the word realistic. If you don't like, if you think if realistic comes across as negative to you, then that means the entire dynamic needs to shift. All I'm doing is see, here's the difference. You're giving opinions, I'm giving an observation. That's where the disconnect.
You never
is.
asked for my
These
observation.
are not my opinions.
Every observation I give, you shut it down.
I just asked you for an observation. You said you've seen a successful one. So I said, what do you define as success?
Is he breaking up? Do you?
At that point, you could choose to answer that however you want. You can answer that with an observation, or you can answer that with opinion. But what I'm saying is, if you observe your parent's situation, what I'm saying to you is that your observation is skewed because your initial understanding of their dynamic is as their child. You're not acting. It'd be different like if you saw one of your friends get married. Now you're observing their marriage from the outside as an adult. So it's
okay.
different.
Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna give you married friends, and you're gonna give me something negative. Okay, you ready? I'm gonna be Dusto, then I'm gonna be Face Facts. I went home for Christmas. Talked to one of my friends. He's been married. Actually,
don't try to be me. I don't want you to pull a hamstring.
I talked to him about marriage. Had conversation. He's like, one thing that they were strong about was communication very early. In the first couple of years in their marriage, they communicated or had disagreements, and they just made a decision. We're gonna start to communicate different to where we don't argue. 2.5 years in the marriage was the last time they had an argument, and they're married 10 years. That's success. He doesn't want to go.
Wait, I gotta throw a flag. I gotta throw a flag on that. I gotta throw a flag on the play. No, listen. That was the last time they had one, or the last? No, I'm just asking. Listen, have you ever been? You've never been to court before, so you can object.
There's a reason I haven't been
to a statement that's made. Right.
No,
what I'm saying to you is, just say yes. What I'm saying to you is, you cannot say that they had success because they haven't had an argument. No, they just haven't told you that they had an argument, which is why that's a disingenuous statement. And anybody with common sense can see through that. Just because that's the last time they told you they had one. So if you believe that, that's on you. I'm not going to piss on your leg and tell you that's
you had to come up with something negative.
That's not negative. That's realistic. Just because someone doesn't tell you that it's happening doesn't mean that it didn't happen.
You beat me to it. He beat me to it.
Because that's a ridiculous argument. The only reason Noble didn't stop you is because he likes to see people feed themselves their own rope.
No, because Noble's more realistic and doesn't just grow and
draw
false narrative. Let me guess.
You can't say that's the last time they had an argument because you're not privy to everything that happens in their house.
No,
and if you say that you are, that's not even you're not even being disingenuous. Now you're just being a bold-faced liar.
No, you're just being creative. But here's the deal: I gave you something positive. You had to make up something.
That's not positive. What I'm saying is, you're telling me that you're privy to everything that takes place.
I'm gonna give you another marriage. This one, I want you to throw abuse in there.
You're ducking the question. Don't duck the question. Are you privy to everything that happens in that household? Yes or no?
You know what? See, world class. This is how it happens. You try to have a regular conversation, then you got to start trouble.
You're stalling. Would you prefer if he asked you the question? Because you're not going to answer it either way. I asked you if you were privy to everything that happens in that household.
Troll time.
Are you privy to every conversation that takes place in that household?
Yeah, I was the counselor. I was the marriage counselor last week. I called and I heard this loud scream. He's like,
thanks for letting me know that I win. Thanks for letting me know that I win because you argue just like a woman.
Successfully married?
Thank you. I appreciate
it. She was in the ground screaming, I'm being abused. Shut up. That's what really happened.
Okay.
But I'm
my point.
I'm going to go ahead and start creative content on negativemarriage.com. I'm going to bring Greg Adams and all the red pill, black crack pill, pearly things, and all the YouTube. I'm going to bring them over. I want you to send some super chats and fund this project. It's going to be on negative.com or wehatemarriage.net. Or
Negative.com.
all women are evil. I don't know what happened. Eve ate the
Thanks for
apple.
displaying. Thank you for displaying your coping mechanism for us. I appreciate it.
Anything that positive, just flip out because they're going to get the system and the government on you.
Can I get
Married people are all lying, but the angry dust and crusties that hate women, those are the people we should be following. We're going to build a black community. Yeah.
Can I say something in this cat fight y'all having real quick?
Go ahead. And hold on. Shout out to Face. Ain't nothing personal. Just conversation.
Face, come back, bro. Face
nothing
back.
personal.
Come back, Face.
He might have dropped his service. You know, he'd be out there in them New York streets.
I'm supposed to be rolling out too. He got me tied up.
All right, I'm gonna keep it to the topic. I'm not gonna troll Dust though, because that's when he make no good faces, man. I was like, making no faces, yo. So you let me down, bro. I've been watching like 20 minutes. I'm like, I got time. You ain't make no faces, bro. You suck. Yo, here's the thing. I think you guys are convoluting the argument, and that's why you guys aren't seeing eye to eye. Plus, Face Facts is trolling, but shout out to that. Bro, y'all convoluting love and marriage. Everybody has a story about the one that got away, unless he married. So we can all say we have love, but love and marriage are two totally different constructs as set up today. So, and I've never met a dude who talked about the one that got away, who met her 10 years later and didn't say, "Oh, I dodged the bullet." So, but generally speaking, man, a marriage contract is 5 different contracts rolled into one. And you can write the 5 different contracts out yourself and have whatever you can call it, spiritual wedding, a community. I don't care what you call it. Do term limits, do whatever you want. The reason I thought that, and this was to you, Dusko. The reason I think that it's different creating a business versus creating a life with a woman is there's a formula to business. It's a logical thing. Everything you do with a woman, and y'all like black women, so it's even triple worse. Everything you do with a woman is.
I like all races of women.
Hey, shout out to you. I'm old cat that love all women. All right. It's anti everything that makes you a productive man. To be a productive man, normally you're conservative. You conserve resources, you network. To be with a girl is to spend resources. You conserve your time. To be with a girl is to spend time. You know what I'm saying? Everything that made you a captain of industry are things that work against making you a great husband. You'll be a great provider, but you won't be a great husband. In the construct of what people say, how you begin is how you end it.
Who cares what people say?
The person that you're gonna give half to if it don't work out.
Okay, just me.
Bang, 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 bang.
One of the best men that I see, like look up to or have conversations with, and that they're married. And I also understand that them being married is part of the reason they are who they are. They're being built up when they go home by a woman. They're being supported strongly by a woman. And a lot of them have families. And that was the thing that they wanted, and that was their mission. That's what I consider successfully married, let me say, because there's some jacked up marriages. I'm only talking about successfully married men. Their spouse is the reason they are who they are, and they're why they're winning.
Okay, I'm
actually that I know.
I'm gonna agree with
like
that.
A normal thing.
Okay, so now we have to talk culture, right? What is the culture? So
there is no culture. The culture is what you make in your house.
No. That is how you deal in your household. The culture is everything outside your house. Women control the front door to the back door. Men control the porch to the world. So culture is outside. Culture is all the influences that they have, and all the influences that you have that dictate what it is that you like and who you can quote unquote date, accept, whatever. This is how that works. And this is where I give kudos to people who have been married more than 15 years. The culture of relationships are different. I need y'all to understand something. Every 10 years, the marriage rate drops 10%. So right now, we're currently All these girls brag about the 2 marriage proposals they didn't have in their 20s that they rejected, and now they 40 talking about where's a good man. There is a 9% marriage rate for Black women under the age of 55 that's projected to be 2% by 2030. So you're already at 1 out of 10 women want to get married. They all get proposed. Let them tell a story. They all got kids, so somebody fuck them. But you got 1 out of 10 that want to be married. That's projected to be 2% by 2030 with a 2% plus minus. So the culture of, does she even want to be in that type of relationship, or does she just want the wedding?
Dirty folks and face and world class. I'm gonna go back to a point I made earlier. Modern women rule the world. You know why I say that, world class, don't you?
I thought gas prices did, but go ahead.
There's no reference at all to an actual woman who's a wife in any of this conversation, or a man who's an actual husband. It always starts with starts with these women over here doing all this stuff.
You said Love C. You said family values.
I did. And I was just using them as a reference from YouTube. And yes, is there a percentage factor of yes, something else could be going on and all that stuff? Come on, let's be real.
You gotta use Beyonce.
Come on, really? No, you're trolling me. But no, I'm saying is the default of the conversation always starts off with disaster. Before I say married, before I can get the sound out, they're already talking about divorce, wigs, all the stuff.
That's because as a man, your primary function is disaster prevention.
90% of protection is prevention.
You know what the best disaster prevention is?
Yeah, not getting married.
Winning.
You walked into that one head first.
Bang.
No.
Bang. Bang. Bang.
If you win, you ain't got to worry about losing, do you?
Here's the thing. All winners worry about losing. They just hate losing so much they'll break their leg to win. And you're not going to break your chick leg, so you can't. It's not the, once again, it's not the same thing. You're talking about something that has an outside, so for any random arbitrary reason. And I'm not against stuff.
You said 4 trolls on a panel trying to have a conversation.
Hey, I ain't trolling, man. Hey, man, I'm telling you what God love, man. You know me, bro. I'm training your toddler, man, bro. You train your toddler, then marry her, man. Marry your secretary. Train your toddler, marry your secretary. If she don't work for you, she working for the ops. If you loving her, she ain't working. She loves.
And we're not trolls. Ability doesn't, dictate intent.
Now I'm just here. My thing is this.
I like that.
Here's where I'm just lost. Supposedly men hate modern women. You don't trust them, don't like them. They're gonna do this and they're the devil.
Mm-hmm.
Why consume them and deal with them every day? And why are they living and running your brain cells? Everything is about these women who won't do this and they did this and this. That means you're enslaved by modern women. They in charge. They told you can't do this. You wanted marriage. I don't know if y'all ever wanted it, but nope, you can't have it. I wanted money in the house and the family. Nope, can't have it. Modern women, they run things.
Oh, no, that's not what I'm doing. What I'm telling you I'm doing is, and if you're trying to discredit, I'm the equivalent to the man sitting by a minefield in a beach chair, telling people, "Hey, don't walk through that minefield." No, who you tell me I can't walk through the minefield? Bam. Well, listen, I warned you. If you chose to walk through the minefield, then it's on you.
I'm the guy to tell you to get a mind detector. Just go out there like the old
dirty folks. That is fair.
But here's the thing.
That's fair.
But like any position in life, you don't train your employee. Your employee is either going to quit because they don't know what to do, or they're going to mess up your company. The only thing I say when I came up here is y'all having a corporate argument and your defense is love. And love and business ain't that.
Really?
There is no other time. That's why I say every time you add a girl, y'all niggas get backwards. Everything about these girls make y'all niggas think ass backwards.
Who are these girls? You're talking about modern women, right?
Whatever girl. If I say me and my cousin gonna start a business because my cousin has a talent, but my cousin don't show up at work, My cousin gets belligerent anytime I tell him to do something. My cousin doesn't fulfill the responsibilities that he said he would when I got there. I put his name on the partnership documentation, and this nigga ain't did shit. Then he found a girlfriend, and now this nigga don't even want to show up because now he in love, whatever fuck. Y'all to be like, yo, get rid of your cousin. It don't matter if your cousin, he fucking up business. But if a person says, yo, I did it because I love my cousin, not because he was qualified, but because of love. So if I do the same thing and I don't give a girl responsibilities and I marry her because of love and we have this corporate partnership and she don't do shit, as long as her name is on that paper, whatever I do, because I want to be a winner and she want to be with a winner without helping the nigga win, then it's the same rules apply. It's not love her through it. It's choke her or get rid of her.
So dirty folks. There are married men.
I don't know what that means, and I don't want you to keep going.
Every conversation, it's gonna be a choke in every conversation.
Okay, hey, dirty folks. Well, we talking about choking women. Don't get married. Actually, don't
Girls
even.
love being choked. It make them come. Asphyxiation. They be like, "Oh, choke me, spank me, pull my hair." It's in songs and everything. They love choke. Don't.
What happened?
Who said it?
Mm.
Ladies and gentlemen, this will be Dirty Folks' last experience. He might be in jail serving 7 to 10 because he's going to
Let me get to the phone, man. I'm good. I practiced this anyway. Look, no, but for real, I'll just say, like, if they're not fulfilling, because man, I know people that one night stands, they married for 40 years. I know other dudes that's dated girls for 10 years. They marriage didn't last a year. You know what I'm saying? Because the fundamental of it is, does she work for the relationship or are you working for her?
Do y'all know anything, world class? Do you know anything positive about people who are married? Do you know any people that you can say, oh, okay? Any of them that make you nod your head, yes. It could be YouTube, because then we can reference, we don't need to say the names. Or it could be in Baltimore, or just something you know. Or all married men victimized, systematized, dusty crusties.
So we were talking about. I know, my homeboys. 2 of my homeboys are married. No, 3 of them. 3 of them are married. My closest friends. They look like they're doing all right. I mean, not healthy like I would have them be, but when you get comfortable. But that's some decent examples. But I don't know what's going on in the house because I'm not dead. You know what I'm saying? But they still together. They've been together for a long time. So both my homeboys have teenagers from marriages. So, and the other one, I think his son is like 2 years older than my son. So,
well, here's another question. Have you ever dated a woman and it been a successful relationship? Meaning, though it ended, something good happened for you and something good happened for her.
Yeah. I've been plenty of them. You talking about me or have I heard of a woman?
No, you.
Yeah.
You personally.
Yeah, I had like a good 17.
Okay. Therefore, if there's a guy over there and guy over there, 3 dudes, and they talk for 15 minutes, would you be able to tell which guy had more successful relationships and which ones didn't? Or would you be at least 70 to 80% accurate?
I'll be in that range, yeah. I'll be in that range.
Okay, meaning you've experienced something, therefore you kind of know what it looks like, what it feels like, and all that kind of stuff. And you also know it can be repeated, meaning there can be a guy in Arizona that can have it next week, right?
That's possible.
So when I'm talking about, I know people who are married. No, I haven't been married. I've dated marriage-minded women, marriable women that I should have married. They went on to have other successful marriages. Does that mean they would need to throw a false narrative and say, oh, well, it coulda, shoulda, woulda, coulda. The system is on their way.
See, I agree with I agree with your thought process. I don't disagree, but this is why Dirty Folks said what he said. They're having 2 different conversations about marriage and love. What you just explained is what I learned when you hear the successful guys talk about. You go learn about the success and change, but it's really not like it's no rah-rah you can do about the institution of marriage today. It's nothing you can do about it because you can get her all you want. The system, like I said earlier, they're still sliding a gun in your house through your door.
Like that factor, that changes everything. Like if
Here's
you
the-
have a beautiful house, it's amazing, the carpets is clean, the baby know how to get. If a grenade is just tossed in by the government because you got to open your door and get your mail, or your wife gonna get a phone call from her ratchet cousin, and they're gonna have a conversation, and then she gonna be down there for 2 weeks listening to this bullshit, and then now all of a sudden get compromised. Like this is what we're talking about. We're talking about the stuff in war that makes a difference, not the front, but those little covert operations that's happening, or in boxing, a punch that you don't see. That's what knocks you out. That's what we're talking about.
Here's a better
I
analogy.
see a lot of women who are not giving up they are scared to pick up the phone and call the sister.
Okay.
They
Right
don't
now,
want to give up.
again, right
There
now,
we
at
go.
this minute, they're afraid to.
There we go.
Okay, wait. Here's a better
You
analogy.
can't dictate time frame. That is where the warning comes from, because you don't know what the future holds. That's the point that Noble's trying to make. It's an
That's right. Let me
unforeseen
say this.
event.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I gave you marriage 40. My parents were married since 76.
My parents they've been together since 69. They've been married since 77. They knew each other long before they knew me, and I still think their relationship sucks. But
No, I'm saying is this: if I give you an old marriage, that was back then. But if I give you fairly new ones, you're gonna make them get divorced.
No, pre 2010.
Call the system now.
Pre 2010,
I can't give you anything. I can't say anything positive. You're gonna reject it all.
No, pre
Yeah, right before you go, you can go right at this, please. My only pushback to what you're saying, Dusto, is that your approach to it is right in a whole different place. That's why you want it. If we're talking about being a mechanic and accomplishing something, yeah, go study from the successful mechanics. But if you're playing it's like marriage is like basketball where you got to make 4 buckets to get one, and then if you don't jump off 1 foot, you lose 10 points. Like it's a game that's set up stupidly, like through the system, and that's what Face is saying. It's like you
I
even
agree
when
with
you
that.
right, yeah, that's all I'm saying. That's the reason you get the negativity is because we've been told this, and it's every time we keep hearing this marriage thing, go get a married, go all that shit, get married before you carry shit with the chick. Like it's like that's the shit that's been told to us, and then you see these ruined ass, defeated ass niggas in fucking Home Depot, just hoping that his pool gang work out. I don't want to look like you with your shirt tucked in and you lost for life. You know what I'm saying?
Better now.
No, world class. I can meet in the middle on that.
Okay.
But the thing is, the reason I don't get on panels talking about divorce, because as all you hear is gloom and doom 99% of the time.
But but you in a space where it happens often. It's not happening out here. It's not happening. Out here. These niggas think marriage is cool. Hood niggas think marriage is good.
They don't got shit to lose. Look, and honestly, most marriages are no fault, and you don't lose anything but time. But here's the thing: and women dump men. Men don't normally dump women. When men choose a woman, he'll ride it out whether it's good or bad. Women just are, they just willy-nilly people. To use world class as example. So world class. Let's say you've been with a girl for 6 years. Let's say you had a great relationship that lasted 6 years and then terminated, right? Why don't they treat marriage like a driver's license or like any other license besides a marriage? Renewals. Like you don't want to be here. All right, so you got 3 more months left in this contract. And go on about your business. That would be more advantageous since it is a license. There are no other lifetime licenses. Even when I'm online and they talk about, man, you can get a lifetime license for this program. As soon as I buy the program, they got annual renewals for tech support and everything else.
Because the thing that is based off of is there's a when a car gonna be built and when a car gonna break down. You don't know when a baby comes. Because the marriage licenses and certificates are filed in orphans court. Not filed where you file it at, but that's where they store it at. So it's about the baby.
I understand.
But that would make sense if they do that, but they don't.
It was rhetorical, and there are cultures that do that based on their religion because it's a religious contract. But
do what it is.
I can meet y'all fairly halfway on this part. The price for a wife has went up to beyond inflation. If you want a wife, higher risk, the lower reward. That is true. Otherwise. But then again, the price of not getting married and dealing with the Wigosauruses, that went up too. So
That did go up too. They think they went up when Roe versus Wade got overturned. So now they think that you owe them more because they can't kill children, and
But
that's
that's a
just the fuck
unilateral.
out of me.
The
That's a
risk, and
unilateral
even
cost.
the running through the hole, that price went up
I don't
because
know.
the risk went up because they got more feminism. I mean, now I'm not out here saying marry. I'm not Mr. Blue Pill saying, "Oh, just marry." No. I'm just saying, just because I advocate for marriage doesn't mean that I'm blind. I don't see stuff. I was in the army at 18. What you think the marriages looked like?
Y'all should garbage.
Dirty dick Rodney's in the army.
No, not only that, but coming from a black community full of marriage and pretty much blue pill, and then I get there and I see the worst of the worst. Then I go to college where they told me, hey, I went to HBCU back before they started getting fat. These are the best looking women you ever see in your life. And they were running out of control. So I'm just saying, I'm not some dude that was born yesterday. Just all you got to do is do this, do these things, and the woman will follow the talking points. No. I'm just saying, the same way can a person go and lose weight and be like me, I'm 42. I got abs. Most people don't. They're fat.
Yeah,
I'm saying, yeah. Or can a person go make this income? And there's people doing a lot of stuff. Can you influence one person that you're that dude to stay with you for the rest of your life? Or do they really think that there's something better out there waiting? When most women go back out there, you say they get this, they fail. Divorced women are the most miserable people on the earth. Especially when they lost something. Oh God.
But they still do it. And there's a higher divorce rate than marriage.
Women, but dirty folks, women don't think like men. They are not, they never will.
They don't think. They feel stuff and they know what you tell them, but they don't think.
If women feel and men think, how come men don't think to understand how women feel?
Because it's not my job and I don't care. My job is
Yes,
my
it
job.
is your job.
No. Hold on. But you
How
got
do
to
you
answer.
lead
You got
somebody
to.
that you don't know?
But hold on. You got to answer what he asked. He said, "Why don't men, not you?"
Okay.
Why don't men? But because I disagree with that. I think men are always trying to think about how they feel.
No, my whole thing is my job is to think. I'll think for her. I don't need her to think because she's gonna think wrong. I'll think for her. She tells me when to feel. If I start laughing at at a cat get hit, she has to pinch me to tell me I'm supposed to cry. Her job, she's a feeling coordinator, and I'm the thinking general. And that's our symbiotic relationship. Do I have consideration for what it is that she feels? Sure, I do if I like her. But it's not because I care, it's because she cares. I don't give a shit.
Okay. Why would you deal with somebody you don't even care about how they feel? If they're feeling, if their nature is feeling.
I'm considerate.
How would you do that?
It is that they feel, but that doesn't make me feel. If you stomp your toe, my foot will not hurt.
Okay, let me back it up. I was a supervisor at the time, and I was not the most emotionally intelligent. I was growing, but wasn't. And I had a team full of females. And they all operate different. Why would I make a generic whatever? We gonna do this like this because I'm a supervisor. We're gonna do this, and be a robot before finding out who each person is, how they work, what they think, what their strong and weak points are, and all that other stuff. That's like taking Steph Curry and say we need a power forward.
No,
you're the best player. Get out there and play power forward.
Okay, so that's a great analogy. So let me help you out with that. Because you're managing personnel in order to achieve a goal, but you have a goal. They are there to achieve the goal. If not, they will receive penalty. They'll get write-ups, they'll get suspended, they'll get fired. So regardless how they do it, as long as it gets done in the way in which is most effective, you don't have to care about how they do it as long as it's done. You got to give them something to do, or they'll do you. That's what I said. Love is duty. For a man, love is duty. For a girl, love is feelings. A woman's love is a man's work.
I can give you an example. See if you can catch this one. 4 different employees. My natural personality is reckless. Just do stuff. So, me, unorganized and just do stuff. So, sometimes I need something. Hey, first person come. Hey, I need you to go on the 10th floor and go see if Eric's up there because we need the building this and I might need this. And if he has this, I need that. 4 employees. 1 employee can sit and take that and go up there and do exactly what I asked, come back with a result. The other one get agitated and ask me 5 questions. Another one will say, yes, I got it. Go sit down at the desk and break all the way down. Do you understand why? And do you see where the problem is? Do you think it's them or you think it was me?
It's them, but
it's me. I'll tell you why.
Okay, you tell me why your assignment is your fault. Go ahead.
This is why, okay, you need to evaluate your personnel. The reason the one person can go up there and just go get it done, she's not scared to talk to people. She doesn't need things to be organized. That's just her personality, just like mine. Me thinking like me only sees things in my little tunnel vision. But as a manager, I'm responsible for the team. And managing emotions is what separates managers from the others. One person is an introvert. I knew that, but wasn't thinking. Some people are scared to just approach people. I didn't even give her half the info. Is Eric up there? Is it really the 10th floor? Does he know that you're coming? Is he expecting you?
So
one person will ask the question, but another one, they're great at 50 other things. But I didn't even take the time to even ask the stuff right. As a leader, I'm supposed to know.
No.
It's bad leadership.
No.
And the leaders get it.
We're going to stick with that analogy, but I'm going to also mix it into who's your number one wife. So let's say you have a concubine. You have 4 wives because you have 4 women on your staff. Because that's what we're talking. We're talking marriage and contract. So, and we still have the penalty because they respect the logo. You could be anybody. Anybody could be their manager. They respect the company logo. So the company logo gives the penalty if they don't do what you say to do. So cool. So now they have penalty and you have direction and you're giving instruction. One person gets your instruction. So in this particular scenario, that would be your wife. 3 don't get your instruction, or they have 100 questions, or they want to challenge your authority. Those are not the people who work best for your system. When you're in charge, you're in charge. It does. I'm not saying don't understand how to delegate responsibilities, but that's the job they got hired for. If you can't perform your duties, then why are you here?
Hey, dirty folks, part of that is fair, but it depends also on what your expectations are. I was in what was called bottom-up leadership. I'm supervising, and I got 60 things that fall under my category. I ain't gonna know everything. So I got to teach them in different areas or get them the resource. They got to come back and teach me. So therefore, managing personnel, as in the people, was more important than managing the forms of the work, because I don't know the work. So I need to know who can do what and how they can do it before I go and assign it, versus just throwing something out there any kind of way. That's what I was doing.
7th sign, you're right, bro. I gave a bad analogy. We're not talking about concubine wives. We're talking about having 4 children, because Tyler's going to toddle.
Oh, if you have children, you'll definitely learn this.
So having 4 children and knowing your 4 children's personalities, that's a more accurate assessment. You're absolutely right.
So why wouldn't you start that? And I'm doing it. I mean, at the end of the day, there's a part of it that you can say, look, you're an adult, you're my wife. I might give you 50% of the instructions and I need you to figure out the rest. You're an adult. Fair. Just like you were saying, your system, it might need this. I'm just talking about even giving a damn in the first place, or even just having an understanding or listening and understand how she feels. She's uncomfortable with this. She doesn't get this. Because you're not going to get 100% perfect wife that just falls all the way in line and just clicks a button and can do everything. That's not realistic.
No. But what is realistic is that we're trying to win the chip. Your job is to, it doesn't matter if you're the 12th person on the bench and you're just morale boost and you just wave the towel when I score. We're here to win the chip.
Mm-hmm.
We're not here to watch me win the chip. This ain't LeBron and the LeBronettes. We're here together to win the chip.
Mm-hmm.
With that being said, okay, perfect example, because I'm using toddlers as an example, right? Because that's a better analogy because we're talking about women. So toddlers gonna toddle. If I have a child that is receptive to how I communicate, because it's their job to understand how daddy communicates too. Because toddlers are supposed to be, y'all keep saying they nurturers, which means they're supposed, and they call themselves empaths. So you should know how the hell I operate. So it's your job to figure out how to play daddy too. And everybody has a child that knows how to play daddy like a fiddle because they're empathetic to how daddy moves. You know what I'm saying?
We're talking.
If I have 4 children and I tell my 4 children there's a jar of candy on this table, do not touch this jar of candy. One of those children is gonna try to touch the jar of candy. 2 of them are gonna say, "Yo, don't do that because daddy gonna trip." One of them gonna say, "Yo, chill," because if we don't touch it, I bet daddy get us some candy because he gonna be proud of us that we didn't touch it. There's always gonna be one that has the ability to play daddy. You know what I'm saying? Play him like a fiddle, and that's fine. And daddy knows it. He know he getting played, but he enjoys the game. That's fine. But you got the hard-headed kids, you got the good kid, and you got the middle kids who think that you don't notice them. You know what I'm saying? That's fine too. That's just life. That's life. And you have to manage that, but you can't care about, I mean, you care about their feelings because you love them, they're your children. But you can't care about how they feel about you telling them to clean their room. How they feel about you telling them, you know, eat your food and put your dish in the sink. There is no, if I got to call you back in here to get your dish off the table and put it in the sink, I'm not going to do it for you. I don't want to hear, "Oh man, you knew what it was before you did it." I have to condition you on how to do what it is that you're supposed to be doing. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here to do all the work or try to figure out you. If I'm
I'm gonna slide off in a minute, but I'm not saying. I think when I say caring about their feelings, I'm just more talking about an understanding, because if you're leading people, the more you know about the person, the easier it is to lead them. Just like if I worked for World Class, if he started a company in Baltimore, I go there. There's things that he knows about me. Therefore, he can present things in a different way to get a different result. But if he was just a robot and wouldn't talk, don't listen, nothing I say, there's a communication disorder, and it's going to affect the way that I follow and the way that he leads. Would you agree?
Yes.
That's all I was talking about. Because the biggest issue,
you off his team.
Now here's the thing. The biggest issue, number one, was breaking up marriages, relationships, is communication. They're going to keep telling you it's finances. That's a lie. It is communication.
It is.
But when they're trying to sell you a red pill, something, they're going to say it's finances. And at the end of the day, you're going to make more money. You can't talk to women. Half your finances is going to be gone, and she's going to get them.
It's communication, but it's how she communicates and not
How
only
both communicate,
but
both people.
Okay, I'll give you a perfect example.
You're the leader.
Okay.
It got to start with you.
I'll give you a perfect example. I was sleeping with a married chick, right? They were separated, but I was sleeping with a married chick. They had 4 kids together over the course of 11 years without a ring. When I talked to her initially, she was living with her mom and her sister, right? Then somewhere in between us talking, she was like, "Yo, I'm about to marry my baby dad." I'm like, "Yo, shorty, do what you know, congratulations, man, be easy. I ain't mad at nothing. Shorty, go and do your thing." She hits me back up like 9 months later and was like, "Yo, me and my husband separated. Could you slide through?" I'm like, "Fuck yeah." So I slide through and she's like, "Yo, we're gonna get divorced because he left the house." I said, "Why he leave?" She said, "Cause now this is what he did. She was living with her mom and her sisters. He bought a house and said, I'm gonna marry you and I'm gonna get this house for us and our kids. It's a 4-bedroom house, even though they have 4 kids. So somebody got a bunk bed, but it's a 4-bedroom house. I'm buy this house, I'm moving, you're gonna be my wife, we're gonna be an honest couple." She decides that she wants to move her mother in with them. He says, "Your mother cannot live here. Your mother's been a distraction to our relationship for the last decade. I will pay for your mother to go to a senior citizen facility, you know, but she can't live in my house." And the girl said, "I could always get another husband. I can't get another mother." And she wanted a divorce for that. That's not a communication issue. That is a selfishness issue. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. I can hear that. I can't speak to it because there's more to it. But they're both, from what you say, they're both wrong. But more, I say, yes, she's wrong. But there's missing stuff.
No,
You started off, but hold on, let's be real. You started off with you were banging a married woman.
I mean,
we're already out of bounds. She's cheating. I don't know if he's cheating or not. They got 4 kids before marriage, which means they're not properly planning. Then there's what's the relationship with the mom? Is she toxic, masculine, whatever, trying to come run the house?
The mom raised the home.
Did she actually support and watch the kids half the time, and he still say, "No, you ain't living here"? It's more context needed.
She was a housewife. She ain't work.
Here's my point. Here's my point. I'm just throwing this in there. If that mother was helping watch the kids and all this other stuff, help the marriage or the relationship, there's some form of, you need to move the mom in here and take care of her, because them homes is going to treat her like crap. But if she was a wigosaur ruining the marriage anyway, then no, she's going in a home. And you might as well have a daughter in there too, so it's ground for divorce.
That goes to what Noble said. That goes to what Noble said about you can have a communication in your home, but you don't know what she's talking about when she's on that phone. So
that's true.
You can't, and when the mother's toxic, you can't tell her don't talk to your mom. You know what I'm saying?
No, what I'm saying is this. I'm trying to meet y'all halfway, saying I understand there's outside factors. There's people not saying what it really is. There's people who flip the script and all that. Yes, that's true. I'm just saying at the end of the day, there's a small percentage of people who are winning in marriage. I just want to be one of those people. Or nothing else.
I want to address Beautifully Animated. It's not that the middle kids think you don't notice them. It's that. No, she asked. She made a statement.
I don't have a kid. Hey, I'm about to drop off. I've been on here too damn long, honestly.
You still had 2 minutes, but go. I appreciate you coming up, man. That was good. That was a good conversation. Good back and forth. That's why I was letting y'all rock.
Yeah, but honestly, it was dope. Yeah, even some of the craziest conversations, there's always something to be learned.
Right.
I mean, I'm trying to become a better communicator. So I can't do that by talking to the same people about the same thing. And they already,
That's it.
But shout out to Face, shout out to Dirty Folks, and all the people I trolled on Dusty Speed. It was a blast.
Man, it was awesome, man. I think I'm gonna link it again, man. Y'all did great yesterday. Check out Dusto. You on Thursdays, right? Thursday evening on Black Man and Filtered. I'm gonna put it in the chat again. Appreciate you, man. Y'all had a great conversation, man. It was dope. I was just sitting there. It was good if I wasn't saying nothing. It's always a good thing to be quiet.
Not only that, last thing that I'm out. The first time I seen World Class, I was trolling somebody. He popped up and came for my damn throat.
World Class a troll. He's a world class troll.
Because I don't know. He thought I was having a real conversation, and I was just clowning and trolling him.
Like I told you that before. I thought they had pissed me off the day before.
World Class
troll. It wasn't your fault.
If neither one of us listened, we wouldn't be able to have conversations right now.
My whole thing is nobody said anything that crazy because Dusto didn't make any faces, yo. So
you talking about that video?
I'm talking about you. Every time I see you, you got faces, bro. You like, what the hell are they talking about? Like, we did all right. We agreed to disagree. It wasn't no outrageousness. It was no Dusto face.
No, we're good. I'll see y'all later, though.
All right, Dusto. Appreciate your time, man. Thank you.
All right, no problem.
Yeah, Palmer is on. I've been up for a minute.
Yeah, I'm gonna slide on Palmer. I just want to say something about Beautifully Animated.
Go ahead.
It doesn't matter as a leader or as a parent, as a supervisor, if you notice the middle child, because at some point it's about peers recognizing each other. So their perception is their reality. So the oldest kid gets the responsibility because seniority, and the youngest kid needs the most nurturing for a particular point in time until they're independent enough. And the middle child has already been groomed, but they're not the oldest with the responsibility, and they're not the youngest that needs the most nurturing. So sometimes they feel lost, and you have to do additional things, have like a particular day, just like middle child day or something. But generally speaking, because I hang out with people that's middle kids, and they either emulate their elders, like whoever the leader of their peer group is, the older brother or sister or whatever, or they resent it because they want attention. It's just a personal thing. But yeah, let's go to court, man. Let's go to court, see what they talking about.
Yeah, definitely. I appreciate everybody that came up. Appreciate you coming up, Dirty Folks. It was an awesome dialogue. I had no problems, no complaints. Facing Dusto. Yeah, that'll never be. That's never work. Y'all had an awesome conversation. It was dope. It was some good debate skills learned. It was some trolling skills learned, and Face, I always appreciate you coming with the facts and
the line of
Yeah, so
questioning,
I'm gonna
man.
see y'all over there on the Palmer show.
Definitely. Yeah, about to slide over to Palmer. Yeah, like I did put in the chat. We're gonna be swinging over here to Mr. Palmer. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe. If you're new to Palmer's channel, please subscribe. Subscribe to Dirty Folks. I think every content creator that was up here, put their link. It's gonna be in the description. If you're watching this on the replay, please comment in the comment section. I appreciate everybody for coming out. And like I was saying, yeah, to you face. That was dope, man. Y'all had a great conversation. It wasn't contentious, ain't nobody name call. It was a couple of things, but it was dope. It was a dope conversation. It's definitely one of them clippable lives. And I mean, I got to get myself back in and stream habit. Because I've been gone for a minute, but I got a lot of ideas. I got a pretty unique, I think, live coming up soon. And I think we're gonna have some fun with that. Got anything you want to say before we bounce? Fix. All right. That's that. Oh shit. There's that. So yeah, appreciate y'all. Like I say, man, it ain't but two classes on this planet, never been three. You go world class or you outclass. And the question is not which class you want to live in. The question is which class are the ones coming behind you deserve for you to die. And on your feet, on your knees, respect the craft. Noble.
It's that real shit, yo.
Butterfly in the sky.
Come on!
I can go twice as high.
Let's get it on.
Take a look,
nigga.
In a book,
my nigga.
Reading rainbow.
You think it's a game?
I can go anywhere.
Suck my dick.
Friends to know,
my nigga.
Ways to grow,
nigga.
Reading rainbow.
Here we go again.
I can be anything.
Same old shit. What?
Take a look,
nigga.
In a book,
my nigga.
Reading rainbow.
This is the shit I be talking about. You think it's a game? You think it's a fucking game? What you really want? What you really want? Bad or die? Talk is cheap, motherfucker.
What happened?
Who said it?
Mm.